The early risers are here. We're going to have a morning packed with some very interesting content that's going to end up with regulation and compliance. So we've been speaking about builders all weekend so far, and now we're going to see kind of really what the what's going to happen moving forward and how can we actually do things in the right way. And we're really going to hear from a lot of industry leaders. But to kick things off, this is a topic that's very close to my heart in this regard because it really powers a lot of the blockchain ecosystem in terms of public goods. So I'd like to introduce V, who's going to be talking about that this morning. Thank you very much.
Jonathan. Hey, everyone. So I think first things first, props to everyone for making it here on a Sunday morning. That is very impressive. Exactly. Treat yourself to a double shot espresso. So quick background intro about myself. My name is V. I am with the Privacy and Scaling Explorations team. What we do is work on open source privacy and scaling tools. We are a part of the Ethereum Foundation. My specific role, I focus on this project called Quadratic funding, which is around how can we think of better ways to channel funds towards projects that are working on public goods. I focus a lot on spreading awareness and adoption for Quadratic funding to different communities. And that would be the focus of my talk today, which is around rethinking the model for public goods fundings. We would take a look at what are public goods. We will look at how are they currently being funded. We'll focus on the different models, but we would focus specifically on Quadratic funding. We will also look at, why should we even consider Quadratic funding? Why should everyone here be bothered about it at all? And how can we be more involved in participating? So getting right into it, what are public goods? Has anyone here ever heard of the term public goods before? Okay. So everyone's an expert. We can just call it quits here. Like, we can end the talk. Let's go for coffee right now. But for the few that didn't raise their hands, quick intro into public goods. Public goods, generally speaking, have three main characteristics. Firstly, they are non-excludable. What that means is individuals cannot be excluded from use. So say, for example, if I don't like someone, it doesn't matter. I could not exclude them from enjoying or participating in using the public good. The second characteristic is that it is non-rivalrous, meaning if I am using this good, it doesn't reduce the quality or quantity available for someone else to use it. And lastly, multiple people can use this good at any point in time. So this is the theoretical explanation. Some examples, real-world examples of this are in the real world. Your examples are streetlights, roads, libraries. These are all public goods. And in the online world, your Ethereum ecosystem, blockchain, YouTube, they all share characteristics of what it means to be a public good. So looking at how public goods are currently being funded, we take a look at the traditional model before we look at some ways in which public goods are right now being funded. So traditionally speaking, we usually have governments that use funds gotten from tax revenue to fund public goods. So for example, deciding like, okay, how much of an annual budget they would like to put towards building parks versus focusing on climate change versus focusing funds on, say, defense or military. In this model, the public is involved usually only once every 4 to 6 years. That is when they vote for the political party that they would like to come into power. And so in this case, 4 to 6 years, you get to make a choice. I don't think so. But this is how traditionally it has been done. Whereas right now, if we look at the different types of models that are available, mainly there are 3 different models. The first one is quadratic funding, which I'll go into a bit more detail later. But a few organizations that do this are firstly us, privacy and scaling. We also have Gitcoin that runs quadratic funding rounds. The second type of model of funding public goods or projects working on public goods is it also involves quadratic funding, but it also attaches an incentive mechanism. So an example of this is GiveETH. So what they do is they run quadratic funding rounds, and for anyone that decides to vote, they would be given gift tokens as an incentive to participate. And the last model is something that's been really famous and been making headlines recently, which is retroactive public goods round with Optimism. What they do is they do not run a quadratic funding model. They instead retroactively fund projects. So what that means is, say if a project has been working on a public good within the Optimism ecosystem and can show the work that they have done in, say, the past 6 months or a few months, then they apply to get funding and are eligible to receive funding. So overall, these new models of funding is a big thumbs up from me, just because we aren't involved in the process only once every 6 years. We get to decide. We are a lot more involved as individuals and as a community. So zooming into the first model of funding public goods, we look at quadratic funding, which is what me and my teammates here focus on in the PSE team. So really, what on earth is quadratic funding? It sounds like a really intimidating title to me, but it can be explained in really simple terms, and I'm going to try to do that today for us. Effectively, what it is you have a body. It could be governments, it could be private philanthropists, it could be anyone or organization that decides to set aside some amount of money. This is called the matching pool amount, just a pool of money. And the point is the community then gets to vote to decide how this pool of money would be distributed amongst projects. The key idea is we want to push power away from whales and have a more democratic way of allocating money to projects working on public goods. And some characteristics of quadratic funding are that you get a predetermined number of votes, meaning unlike a traditional voting system, for example, if you look at elections, you can only vote once for one party. Whereas if you look at quadratic funding, say if there are 20 different projects, you could vote for, say, 10 to get funded. You can distribute it amongst multiple projects. It is an extremely decentralized way of voting. And ultimately, you choose how funds are distributed and which projects should receive funding. So for my Lord of the Rings fans, you definitely, with quadratic funding, do have a lot of power. All of the power lies in our individual and community's collective hands. And of course, I cannot come to a privacy-related conference and not talk about privacy. So what about privacy? Like, if you look at how some other organizations currently run funding rounds, say, for example, Optimism or Gitcoin, the one challenge is that people can see how you voted. Like they can find out, like, okay, yes, you voted, and how you allocated your votes towards which projects. The difference in the way we run rounds is we include this privacy layer. It's called Macy. My teammate talked about this actually yesterday. What it is, the TLDR, is that once you add Macy to voting rounds, votes effectively cannot be faked. You cannot censor anyone. You cannot double count. You can't tamper with votes. Votes are completely encrypted. They're tallied off-chain, and verified on-chain. Again, the TLDR is with Quadratic funding rounds, including Macy. We have private, secure voting, which ultimately just reduces the risk of bribery and collusion. For anyone, any dev here, any builder here who's interested in learning more about Macy, scan the QR code and you'll be taken to our website where you can deep dive into the documentation, and you can also connect with our team to talk more about Macy implementation. So the privacy aspect is covered. Quickly looking at quadratic funding. So it involves a math formula. Whenever I look at this, that is my actual reaction. All the time I try to explain this to anyone, I barely make it. So I think it would be a lot more effective for us to walk through a real world example of how the funds can be distributed. So we assume that we have $10,000 in a matching pool amount to distribute to projects that are working on public goods. And the idea is that all of us get to vote on which project we would like to see funded. And I know how seriously we take our work here, and as a result, I feel it's only fair that we walk through this example with GIFs of minions. So let's assume that 3 projects are participating in a QF round that has $10,000. So we assume that the first project has 2 people that vote for it to receive money. These 2 people put in $500 each. Again, all of the amount that we're talking about is hypothetical. We assume that the second project is slightly more popular because people think it's more valid and useful in their community. And we see that it then receives 5 people voting for that project to receive funding. And lastly, this last project is the famous kid. It gets 20 people voting on it in order to receive funding because, again, people might think that that is the most relevant project in their community. So the final distribution of the $10,000 pool would go through this math formula. Again, recognize that all 3 projects receive the same amount of money. The only difference is the number of people that ended up voting on the project. So how the $10,000 gets distributed is, if you look at it, the first project, which had the least number of voters, ends up receiving only $740 out of 10,000. The second project receives a bit more, close to 2K out of the 10K. And the very last project ends up receiving the most amount of money, which is about 7.5K. So what does that example even mean? Like, why quadratic funding? If you notice, the last project ends up receiving the most amount of funding. So a few key takeaways is that it doesn't matter if you have whales backing one project. The upside of quadratic funding is that the more people or members of a community think that project is relevant and important, the more they would vote for it, and as a result, that project would receive more funding. It acts as a form of signal to people in power, to communities, to project owners in terms of what the community thinks is important. It then also is, most importantly, powered by the community. Unfortunately, if you look at a lot of elections in different countries, I think there's a lot of people that feel jaded because they feel that they do not have the power to influence and that their vote doesn't make a difference. Whereas if you look at quadratic funding, every single vote counts, and your vote is so impactful that it ends up fostering more accountability and community involvement. And last but not least is that every cent counts. The entire idea is it doesn't matter how much one person puts in towards a project funding, it matters more how many people end up signaling and voting for a project. So, okay, great, this concept is great, but what's in it for us? Like, why should any of us even consider participating? I guess the key reason is because all of us here have used a public good at any point in time in our life, one time or the other. We would have all walked down the roads, enjoyed streetlights, enjoyed parks, even walking to ETHDam. If you enjoy the greenery, that is you enjoying in a public good. We would all also, in one way or another, be contributing to the Ethereum ecosystem, and which is also a type of public good. And so if we have all participated in this, the key reason you should focus on participating in QF is because when you participate and you vote for your favorite project that is building a public good, that would channel funds towards this project, which would help the project get funding and ensure they can continue doing the good work that they're doing. So the key reason is all of this power is in all of our individual and collective hands to ensure that projects continue to receive funding. And as a quick recap for those that weren't here last year, we did run a QF round last year as well, which was really cool. It involved projects that came out of the hackathon. There was $15,000 distributed to 23 different projects. And so, key question, how do you participate in QF? Well, if you scan this QR code, it would take you to an application form. So this year, we are also running a QF round with $15,000 to be distributed again to hackathon projects. The voting period starts from tomorrow and runs all the way to next Wednesday inclusive. The entire idea is you look through hackathon projects and you can allocate and vote for multiple projects that you would like to see receive funding. Voting is a one-time process. This QR code would take you to a Google application form. The entire reason for this application form is firstly, the ETHDam organizers, CryptoCanal, they would be collecting your ETH addresses, whichever one that you're comfortable with giving. But the purpose of that is so that they can airdrop gas tokens to cover your gas fees when you are voting. So that's the only reason they'll be collecting it. They would also be collecting your email address so that they can email you instructions on how to participate and how to vote. So scan this and you can vote. It's a one-time process, so definitely would encourage all of us here to vote. And last but not least, if you would like to connect with myself or my team, this is our Discord link. If you join us, you can talk to anyone from the PSE, or you could specifically join this channel so that if you have any questions about how to implement or any questions on Quadratic funding, the privacy layer, we are here to help. Thank you so much, folks. Appreciate all of your time.
Thank you so much for that. So if we can switch to the Slido, most people should know what to do at this point. So if you have any questions, please go to the Slido and ask away. I think one question I have for you while people do that, if you have any questions, is what do you think is going to happen? What's the future of public good funding?
Jonathan, why are you asking me the most difficult question?
Sorry.
It's Sunday morning. That's a great question. Just looking at the current brands in the public good funding space, for example, if we look at, say, Optimism, Gitcoin, they are doing really, really great work, though the question of how transparent would you want your votes to be is coming up at this, currently. For example, with Optimism announcing bigger and bigger rounds, it comes to a point where the vote, or if you influence badge holders that are voting, that would end up benefiting some projects more than the other. So I do think that if they figure out how to add a layer of privacy so that people cannot show how they voted, would ideally be the way, because if someone's announcing a $100 million round, then if I am a project, the temptation to have more people vote for me, to channel funds to me, is there. So to remove that temptation, I would say adding the layer of privacy.
And do you think that, but when you add privacy, it's always the question of it's not publicly auditable very easily, where then, especially in crypto, there's a lot of, let's say lots of people colluding together to vote for a particular thing. So how do you think about how that intersects with privacy in that regard, and how can we find the right balance?
Sorry, what was your first part?
How people can maybe collude, or like the symbol resistance and stuff like this, right? All of that. If it's not publicly auditable where everyone can see how everyone voted, then maybe...
Are you asking, like, how could we ensure symbol resistance but also prevent collusion?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Oh. That's a good question. I mean, to be completely transparent and honest, I would say that this is something that is currently being worked on, but there isn't a perfect solution that exists. So, for example, like with Quadratic funding rounds, you have some organizations like ClearFund that add mechanisms so that you can, for the symbol resistance, but that by adding those layers, that it increases the difficulty of someone new to Web3 trying to understand. So it's like we're trying to find that right balance, but there's no perfect solution yet. It's just tinkering about still.
That's fair. I think that's where I'm a fan of Gitcoin Passport in that regard.
Exactly.
Does anyone here have a Gitcoin Passport? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4. Everyone else, you know where to go. So we kind of covered the first one. Unless you have anything else you want to say about that?
So symbol resistance, some context for that is basically what it means is it is a mechanism just to prove that you are an actual person who's voting, not a bot. And so there are different ways to go about proving symbol resistance. For example, last year, if you remember that card of the picture of the ETH sign, that was our form of symbol resistance, where your private key for the Macy round was printed on the back of the card in a QR code. So different event organizers have symbol resistance in different manners. Sometimes it could be your NFT event ticket airdrop to your wallet. So that's how it's done in order to run QF rounds and prove that you are an actual human being.
And when it comes to things like proof of personhood, like WorldCoin's the big one, has anyone done their orb? I personally haven't. One person right at the back in the dark, amazing. But integrating things like that, because there's a lot of solutions to maybe proof of personhood. So how do you also approach thinking of that?
Exactly. Like right now, so for example, for this year's round, if you see, we are looking at gathering event attendees' ETH wallets to airdrop gas tokens. So it's still very much like we are trying to play with different methods, because there isn't a perfect solution that's sticking, that is applicable for different communities yet. So still tinkering around with that.
Cool. The second question here, can the funds in retro PGF, I think that's how I say it, be distributed using QF as well? How is it currently being allocated? So
RPGF rounds right now are not distributed via Quadratic funding. They use another mechanism, and the term escapes me right now. I don't think we have enough time to cover all of it. But for the person who asked that question, I will be by the side here to walk you through how that's distributed. But in summary, no, it's not via that formula.
Cool. And if you want to jump through these last two questions, we might as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a Gitcoin passport, not a BTC passport, GITCOIN. The Gitcoin passport is basically what I talked about in symbol resistance, where it is just to prove that you are a human being. There would be certain verifications, for example, connecting your X account, connecting your GitHub account, voting in a round, in order to prove that you're a real person. How can you get it? Just search Gitcoin passport, and the first link you get, you can start to apply for it. And
oh, I think I just got rid of it, did I? Wait, hang on.
Thank you.
Sorry. Someone that they asked give a brief overview, privacy scaling and explorations. I think you should chat with V afterwards and can give you the maybe all the slides. They apologized for arriving late. Okay, well, thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Cool. So with the Quadratic funding of the hackathon, please participate in this over the next week. Anyone else that you know that's also been at the conference, please push them to also participate because we're doing this for everyone to kind of, also learn about all the different hackathon projects. So this is really the only way to see kind of the overview of all of the people that participated, because later on there's going to be a short list that's going to be presenting. To quickly explain what's happening later, so we have this morning filled with content, and then in the afternoon, we're going to be having something called Otter Track, which is a lot more kind of startups that are going to be presenting. And then after that, we're going to do the actual, the top 10 hackathon projects are going to come on here and speed run through what they're working on, where they will then announce the winners. Lunch should be at the same time as yesterday. So does anyone have any questions about today? Shout it. Fuck the Slido. No? Okay, perfect. Well, without any further ado, it's an absolute pleasure to introduce Fatma to the stage, who is a lawyer that cares a lot about this ecosystem, is my TLDR. So please welcome to the stage. We should have your slides, I think. Do we have the slides? Otherwise, we're going to hook you up. Let's see. There should be. Did V take the clicker? Did you take the clicker, or did you just use your laptop? No worries. Do we have the slides, Tara? No? Okay, then maybe
the only microphone?
Yeah, we can give you another one. But if you plug in your laptop, because I don't think they had the slides, so sorry about that.
No worries.
It's a Sunday morning. We're building up to later.
So can I actually get...
Sure.
Thank you. So,
it should just work when you talk.
It's not, is it?
Yeah.
It is, yes. Okay. Hi, everyone. While I'm setting up, I actually wanted to ask you. So thank you, JJ, for the introduction. I haven't slept much yesterday night, and it's unfortunately not because of the wild Amsterdam nights. But I was glued on my phone just following the news of what's happening in the Middle East. And I was not alone, I was with some of you. And we were discussing, and yesterday night I was thinking, I'm not really feeling talking about privacy tech law right now. It's kind of was very dissonant at that point. And then this morning I was like, you know what, business as usual. We don't know really what's happening. And there's so much we can know and do right now. So I was still going to talk to you about Swiss banking secrecy and privacy. But this morning when I got to the venue, some of the people with whom I was yesterday, I haven't tried yet. Some of the people I was with yesterday were like, no, we should talk about something else and use this opportunity to, just explore other topics. And because it's so early and we're lucky that so many of you are here, I was going to ask you what you prefer. So do you still want to hear about Swiss banking secrecy and how it got eroded over time because of US pressures related to tax evasion? It sounds kind of very interesting to me. I don't know if I sold it well. Or do you want to just have a more inclusive, open floor where we discuss still about very relevant topic of what is law and what is regulation and what are we complying with? And it's going to be mainly, if we decide to do this, mainly open questions with no answers. But I think this is very interesting to see also what questions are other people's head. And So I don't know if you want to have like a show of hands, maybe for banking secrecy. Whoa, nice. I didn't have time to count, but like I'm impressed, thank you. And for the other topic, open floor discussion about law. Well, I'm gonna bridge both, but banking secrecy wins, which is great since this is being set up. Don't dox my Telegram. Don't dox. Close your eyes. It's only over there. Okay, great. Oof. Well, let me just. I can't just make it full screen, close everything else. It was not properly connected. So there's weed crumbs in my port, in the laptop port. Maybe that wasn't. Okay, well, I can still start, and then we catch up with the slides. The first slides are anyway not that interesting. So my name is Fateme Fanizadeh. I'm a Swiss qualified lawyer. Please, JJ, tell me about the time, because I totally lost track of. Okay, thank you. So I used to work in big law firms doing white-collar criminal defense, just big dispute resolutions. And this talk is obviously not legal advice. There's a slide about it. It's more about just general thoughts about the space and drawing parallels, as I told you before, with what has happened in the Swiss banking sector. So I became a lawyer, and very early on, I decided to become freelance and open my own law firm and give advice to my own clients. And at that point, I went to the banks and asked them to open a professional bank account for me. And I had very good relationships with these banks for all my life in Switzerland. And when I went there, they refused. And they refused to tell me that they refused. So I've literally been ghosted by these banks. And I was like really upset and be like, why aren't you opening a bank account for me? And finally, I eventually found out that my last name flagged in their system because it's Iranian. And it was like right before Trump got elected as president. And somehow they had like increased scrutiny and the banks had decided to exclude, I'm seeing my own screen, to exclude all Iranians without like doing any form of like personal assessment of like the risk of every individual. They were like, anyone with an Iranian sounding name, anyone with an attachment with Iran, we don't want their business. And they did that not to comply with Swiss law. What they did was actually not legal in Switzerland. They just discriminated me based on my name. What they did was to eventually comply perhaps with US policies and regulations. And when I realized this, I got really mad. I thought that Switzerland is literally colonized through its banks by the US. Like, why are private entities in Switzerland, far from the US, have to just change their business model in order to comply with some form of future hypothetical risks, and then people who are legitimately in Switzerland doing business, working, living there, impacted by this like potential future US politics. And that's where I looked for alternative financial systems, and this is like my origin story into Bitcoin and crypto. And I was like, this is great, like crypto is this peer-to-peer electronic cash system. It provides this alternative. It's censorship resistant, permissionless, decentralized, cypherpunk. I totally bought into this narrative, and I'm glad I did. And it was very beautiful back then. So it wasn't that long ago, but still the landscape, and especially the legal and regulatory landscape, has changed a lot since then. And there weren't many mainstream users like the way we see today. There wasn't DeFi the way we see today. There was way more privacy on Bitcoin or on generally crypto than what we see today. Like analytics tool developed way much after. There were more usages. There were more instances where it becomes relevant to use analytics tool. There's more data to be used as well. And naturally, after this, we saw all the privacy tags being built, especially on Ethereum. And this is my gateway into the topic of briefly Tornado Cash. And I'm still going to look at my own slides for myself. Oh, OK, thank you. Thank you. So, yes, crypto was somehow private and wasn't anymore. And then we had Tornado Cash. And I'm not sure about you all here, but I would like to assume that at least back then, we're all very enthusiastic about this tool, that we may have used this tool, may have praised its usage, may have seen it fix an actual problem that Ethereum was causing. And I have this great meme I would like to share with you that I made. But I'm like, so I've been asked to come here talk about law, and oh, thank you. So you're gonna see me go through all of it. It's not legal advice. What is the law? What is being a lawyer? Blah, blah. This is me somewhere. It's my origin story. That's my face when I found out. Bitcoin. Yes. So I'm like, I'm supposed to give you legal advice about crypto privacy tech, but like, what can I say even, right? Like, we love this, we love Tornado Cash. I have not heard any lawyers prior to sanctions who would have even imagined this being possible. So like, any advice I would give you now to avoid any form of legal risk will either not satisfy you and will definitely not satisfy me. So I'd rather not even talk about this. Oh, it's here. But I want to just make this statement before we move on to the banks in Switzerland, that because of many reasons that we're going to discuss before, that I mentioned briefly before, after and mentioned briefly before, I stand by the side of the Tornado Cash developers. And as long as their cases are pending, I will never stand before you and tell you that Tornado Cash is not a good tool. So I want to make that clear. I don't think they have done anything illegal or worthy of being prosecuted the way they are being persecuted right now. And I think that all they have done was just to innovate in somehow regulatory unknown waters. And this does not deserve this form of reactionary proceedings. I also think, and this is maybe more controversial, and I'm happy to discuss it later with you, if they are responsible, I think we are all as well, should we have been users or anyone who praised Tornado Cash. And why is that the case? Because of the network effect and what it requires to actually obfuscate and provide the whatever services Tornado Cash was giving to its users. But because the users are not going to suffer any consequences, I don't think these developers should. And now I'm going to ask you, who else is often prosecuted for money laundering or tax evasion, where their users are not impacted? And I gave it away before, yeah, banks, the banking sector. And there's this thing in Switzerland called banking secrecy. And yesterday, actually someone told me that banking secrecy in the US means something entirely different than what it means in Switzerland. So like the Banking Secrecy Act in the US is basically like a KYC act. Like where like banks have to give away their secrecy, while banking secrecy in Switzerland fundamentally means something different, means that banks, as much as your lawyer, your priest, your doctor, must keep your information confidential. So this was historical. It's not necessarily the case as much as it was before, but this was a very big part of Swiss culture and the Swiss marketplace. And I'll close my laptop, sorry, being distracted. And next, yes, the banker, the priest, the lawyer. No, not the lawyer, the doctor. And yeah, so you could go and open a numbered account with a Swiss bank, so no name attached to it. They would like not send you any mails at home. No one would know this account even exists and to whom it belongs. So because Switzerland is such a neutral place, it's very safe for foreign capital to come and remain there. And I think that this is the closest we ever had within like big amount of fiat to self-custody. So the same way we can have our ledger, back then, like there was a way to have your money somewhere. You have to trust just the bank to keep it for you. But the trust there was pretty high. And this is it. It was censorship resistant. Like no government could go and thank you, Elena. And yeah, so the closer you can get to self-custody. And for me, this is very, like, when I realized this, I was like, I understood that that actually why Switzerland is so pro-privacy. It's like so deeply embedded in the culture. And it's not necessarily, so there was a huge attack against it, and we're gonna get to it in the next slide. But nonetheless, it remained as a core thing that they had to compromise based on pressure. And because of this, I think Switzerland can still be seen as an ally who understands the fundamental value of privacy. So the main criticism against bank secrecy obviously are tax evasion. So mainly like foreign jurisdiction, the US is top there, France after, were mad that their nationals or tax residents were obfuscating funds by hiding them in Swiss banks. And that Swiss bankers were somehow liking this side of the business. And the other part is money laundering. So you also have then funds that are from bad actors, ill-gotten money, dictators' money, and so on, transiting. This is the other side of the coin of privacy, always. And tax is how they get you. I always tell that to my clients. So like the tax evasion, like you have to pay your taxes to be left alone. It's a very important thing to have in mind. Something we don't really see with DAOs, like Tornado Cash. Was it a taxpayer, the DAO? Well, maybe, you know, if you pay someone, then you get something in return. That's up in the air, but I love this. So like it's tax season in the US. I think the deadline's tomorrow or something. Yes, you have to report your illegal activity money and your stolen property. Do not forget. And that's actually made to get you. So if they cannot imprison you because of whatever reason or not long enough for whatever illegal you've done, they will be like, but you did tax evasion. And like this is, I think it's called the Al Capone rule or something, but yeah. And the US has gone really hard against Swiss banking sector to try to basically get the information it needs, get the name of the clients, the money in the accounts. It has done so by arresting Swiss bankers who are traveling to the US either to get business or on vacation. So a lot of Swiss bankers actually ended up being prosecuted in the US, even like serving time. And banks were fined a lot of money. So I did the summary here. I think in total 7.5 billion. And there were some deals, like they went through all the banks. I think this is the only place in the world, besides the US, where you have to open a bank account. They make you sign few forms where you guarantee you're not a US person. So like, I have nothing in the US, no attachment, no US phone number, like nothing. Because of, obviously, these type of fines. And since 2017, that's kind of the death of banking secrecy. there was the automatic exchange of information that came into effect. So now they will send, with countries with which they have this agreement, so Switzerland, US, they will spontaneously each year send details about their US tax residents, users, account holders to the US IRS. So no more self-custody as before. And that was not long ago, a few years ago. So this is still all very, very new and like very fresh also in the hearts of Swiss bankers. And I'm wondering, with Swiss banking and with crypto privacy tech, did it become legal and compliance tech? Like, did we lose objective privacy and have to now somehow do it selectively? And I don't think that the parallel is that straightforward. And I started also by hinting towards this, that like we cannot do the same thing to Tornado Cash or any similar privacy enhancing tool on the blockchain, that like the same approach cannot be adopted that it has been with the Swiss banks, because the whole system is different. The banking sector doesn't depend on network effect, right? It's a business decision. They get like premiums, right? Like I'm sure dictators have to pay more to open their account than normal user. Like there's a price for the risk, and they make that decision to take it. While here we're talking about tools that are open to everyone, that are not selectively choosing the risk, which doesn't mean that this cannot be something to innovate for or create, right? But when we're talking about the law and complying, we have to know with what we are complying. And is this like the law of the US, no matter where you are? Like, is this legitimate to you? Do you want to do this? Are you like gonna suffer from any risk if you do or you do not? I think we need to highlight the fundamental difference in the tech and stand by them as well. So like we can compromise and do KYC and saying my time is up. Well, yes, we should. It's actually my last slide, kind of ish. Yeah, so more dialogue, I think, between the tech and the regulators are necessary, but I still think that we should think outside the box. And that may sound kind of banal, but there are things we can do and ways we can think and parallels we can draw and allies that we can find that do not necessarily require us to compromise on the level that we've been told we have to, right? Because, you know, there are multiple opinions in the world, and the world is way bigger than our little echo chamber. And I just listed a bunch of questions here that for me are very valid questions. Like, I remember still the days, it wasn't long ago, where we're like, is code law? And is it a bug or a feature, right? The exploit, like, should we like, you know, not be mad at the hacker? Like, should we be mad at somebody else? Whom? And then all of a sudden, all of these questions vanished, and like we haven't really resolved them. But then we realized that like reality caught up with us. But I still think that there is something to be found in the more fundamental question, and also like realizing who decides what we are allowed to do, what we're not allowed to do, and why these people decide so and so. So like, something to look into is like, why are we having KYC as the only solution? And is it actually a solution? And how can we question whether it is or it is not a solution? And who decides even that? And once you like start looking and like removing the layers of the onion, you realize, oh, like there isn't much holding it. You know, there is like an organization called the Financial Action Task Force. Like, who made it? You know, like how legitimate and democratic is it? Well, like these are open questions. There are academics actually writing about it. It's not just like fringe, you know, like criticism, but it's just points like when you realize like, you know, the base of the pyramid is not that strong, and there are things we can do. I think we should fight money laundering, right? We should like fight against criminality. We should not be wanting to associate with criminals. Like this for me are all very natural. We don't need to spend much time on it. But I think we should figure out by ourselves how to do that best, and everyone would be better off even the society at large. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Really nice, and also thank you very much for coming today. Really, really appreciate it. So if we can switch to the Slido, let's see if there are any questions. We have definitely a time for a few questions. I don't even know where to start. Switzerland is the original Tornado Cash. Is that even a question? Like,
I love it.
can someone take a photo of this, please, and tweet it? Yesterday, we had that ETFs are the new Bitcoin L2s, by the way. Yeah, would you like to take the next question?
Would a KYC mixer protocol be able to get a license? So I guess it depends, right? Like everything, I would say we'll start with that. I think it's a really good step forward to get the license for sure. And I think there are even like banks kind of doing that amongst themselves or thinking of projects like this, right? Because like, if like you have only mixers between entities that have KYC'd all of their users, then you're kind of rich. And I think the mixer question is more related to everything that surrounds it than just the act of mixing. So like you have different models, like you have privacy pools that raises its own questions, solves a bunch of other questions. You have full KYC. There's a whole array of things that you can do, but definitely if you want to go down the licensing route, I think this could be appealing to the regulator.
Again, we're doing amazing with the questions right now. Taxation is theft. Do we want to comment on that? I don't know.
No.
No. Okay, moving on.
We can leave
Defiance
it.
or engagement?
Defiance or engagement? I would say both. Yeah, because like one without the other is kind of, you just go halfway. Like, I ideally would DeFi all together, but then I'm criticized for being like too radical, so engagement.
I think one of the really fun things about the conference that I've been learning about is how privacy in from a technical layer where you don't have a choice, so in a way you're being defiant, but you can also have smart release of information, smart privacy. So it's what you said both. I just want to very much like that. Do you want to speed through these ones and then that's it?
Yeah. How might we reach consensus on the more fundamental issues you've mentioned? This is the question of the meta governance. So how can we set up a governance to decide on the governance? Well, I think it's an open question and no one has really the answer. I would say through culture and just discussion. So the more we talk about this topic, the more we publish, read, think, the more we share, then it kind of somehow is created. Whatever, so there are hackers in the room, like whatever design decision you make within your projects, then this will become a standard in some way, right? It will fit within a whole ecosystem and move the needle. So every single of your decisions actually do matter on that front. Thoughts on private selective disclosure, KYC. I kind of don't like KYC. If you didn't realize, it's just, it's wrong, It's like, it's good, like we want to keep some people away, but we don't want to keep the normal people away. Like this, I will always say that, like, an Iranian shouldn't be outside of the whole financial sector, shouldn't not have access to wealth management, to like jobs, to like a UI, like just because, like there's added tax, I call it, the added cost of being born somewhere. And I don't think this is really fair.
Cool. And we'll take the...
Get your tax lawyer.
Yeah.
Well, there was a good one. Would be a great way to prevent money laundering in DeFi. I don't know about this, but I would say one thing, that no matter how permission DeFi at least on Ethereum, becomes there are other chains and other ways of doing. So I know like already like when I speak with friends who are using it to just like, fight against hyperinflation in their country and so on, they don't usually use Ethereum and they love USDT.
That's all we've got time for, unfortunately.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love this part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, well, and now we're going to move on to the first panel of the day. So if you're at the back, I want to point out that the sound is not good at the back because the speakers are designed for not the back. So you should come forward. This is going to be really funky, really interesting. I'm very much looking forward to it because the reality is anyone can deploy whatever they want on a permissionless network, but I very much question whether they should or not because you don't know actually who's managing this stuff. And I think we've been speaking a lot about privacy and security, and if we move forward into the future of this ecosystem and we have those foundations, the question is how really is it going to be used? And it's a personal belief of mine that if everyone's getting scammed, then still a retail user will not want to use the technology because they're going to use their life savings. So to help have this conversation and hopefully talk a little bit about like responsibility in blockchain, I'd like to invite Remy up to the stage. Remy works for Bitvavo. It's one of the largest exchanges here in the Netherlands. Next up, I'd like to invite Frank. Also, please don't touch any buttons on the microphone because last night it was chaos. Frank is, the founder, one of the founders of Whale Alert, one of the largest Twitter accounts in crypto. And last up, but not least, is Marina from Crystal. Cool. Do you have a microphone, Remy? So thanks ever so much for coming on this beautiful Sunday morning and talking about a topic that we've been trying to avoid for the last 2 days. So very much looking forward to this. So to kick things off, please could you each give a very short introduction of yourself as well as a fun fact, starting with you, Marina.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. Pleased to be here. Very good to start Sunday morning from such a conference. My name is Marina Kostal. I'm COO of Crystal, with Crystal for more than 5 years. We're building a blockchain analytics platform. Fun fact about me, I'm in crypto since before Bitcoin was invented. It's a fun story because I really dreamed of applying to the university, which has a faculty of crypto linguistics. So it was nothing to do with blockchain itself, of course, as you understand. But it's funny to look at that fun fact many years after that. I didn't get there by the fact, and actually was into marketing after that. But eventually got to crypto somehow. So yeah, that's funny to look at.
Cool, thank you.
Can you guys hear me without a microphone?
No, there's a live stream, sorry. Just speak.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, my name is Frank. I'm the founder of Whale Alert. I guess a lot of people know about Whale Alert. I got into crypto in 2017, started as a trader, almost got a heart attack, decided to focus more on data collection and data distribution and analytics. And kind of worked out a bit. So now I'm here. I'm here to talk about scams. We do a lot of on-chain analytics as well. We're really data hungry. And part of the data is also illicit activity on blockchain, which is a really interesting topic and unfortunately a very sad topic as well. Interesting fact about me, I actually have a degree in political philosophy. Somehow ended up here. No idea how, but great to be here.
Yes. So I'm Remy van der Nagel, Manager Business Development and Partnerships and Listings at Bitvavo. For those of you outside of the European Union, we're now the largest European spot exchange, crypto exchange in the world, actually. So that's pretty cool. I joined when we were 20 people, now we're 300 people, so that's amazing growth to witness. I started actually as an internal crypto project expert, which means I know a little bit about many different projects, I would say. And from there on, I advised marketing or product or listings on everything crypto. I was thinking of a fun fact, but I could only come up with a sad fact, which is I recently got scammed, so more on that, sort of scammed. More on that later, probably somewhere in the talk. Yeah, looking forward to participate in this discussion and to bring, obviously, centralized exchange can be a customer, well, touch point where the scam starts or ends, unfortunately. So here to contribute.
Cool, thanks a lot. Also, this morning, the big disclaimer is these are the views of the panelists and the individuals, not of their represented companies. I think that's very important in this context. So to kick things off really with the first question, really, scams in crypto. We know that there exist. Someone recently went through one. What is common? And then let's start with what's common and what we see, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, so I think one of the most common ones, sorry for my voice, by the way, some more water. Some of the most common ones, so our bank help desk fraud, where they basically spoof, they use a phone number that looks very much like the bank's phone number. They contact you with some story that there's a problem with the bank and that you now have to do X, Y, Z to solve your problem. Of course, it's not the real bank, but when you Google the person, it looks like it might be the real bank. And then typically they will help you with starting up a TeamViewer or some other software to take over your laptop and to help you get your funds back. And obviously that's not what's going to happen. And the second form that's really common right now is boiler room fraud, where they pretend to be some kind of great investment scheme on usually some FX exchanges, where they say if you send X amount of money, you will get a certain percentage back. We will help you set it up. It looks like a really sophisticated website. And then you have, they will help you create your own wallet. And you send your funds there, and then you see great returns on the dashboard in the website, which of course are completely fictional. And they ask you to keep sending more and more. At some point, all of a sudden there's a problem again. To unlock the funds, you have to send even more. And on top of all that, after they are sort of finished with the return on investment, they will tell you, and you've become aware that you might not get your money back. They will tell you, we can help you recover it, and then you have to pay a small price for the recovering.
Fees on top of fees. It's worse than a gas fee on Ethereum.
Exactly.
Marino or Frank, anything to add to common?
I think one of the most interesting things is the evolution of scams, the popularity of it, because when crypto started, at least when I got in, one of the most common ones was sextortions. And in my opinion, they seem to have completely disappeared. And then came the giveaways, like Elon Musk is very generous.
Can we have a show of hands of who saw an Elon Musk crypto giveaway on Twitter? Yeah, that's almost...
Yeah, if you're active like on social media at all, you should have seen them. And the investment scams, the boiler rooms, have always been there. The funny thing about them is they don't really seem to evolve that much. They're very amateurish. The way they use blockchain, it's a very rudimentary way. There's no mixing going on. There's no fundamental understanding of the technology, I think. And it still comes down a lot to social engineering, which is just a lot one-to-one talk with the victim, stuff like that. And the thing is, I think we're into a shift right now into AI-fueled scams, because you may have seen them on YouTube, appear them as well, fully AI-generated videos on how to build a meth bot. And I think we're on the, how do you call that, a turning point in the way not how blockchain is going to be used in scams, but the way victims are going to be collected by the scammers.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, I can see like both like the presence of both like categories right now among the scammers, like the amateurish ones and the very like good professionals in the space. And I myself, I was also a victim of scam once, but it was a T-Mobile scam when they were switching the SIM cards and then trying to use the phone number to actually get access to the funds. But that was back in 2016. Yeah, I think right now I see two most critical like cohorts of scams being present and presenting a big threat to the society. The first one is so-called romance scams. Some people call them pig butchering. I hate this word because that implies, something not good against, towards people who are being scammed. We are in a very privileged group here, right? We know about scams. We tend not to talk to strangers, on internet. But think about elderly people, right? People who crave, lonely. They crave attention. And the worst part is that not only they're being scammed, but also compounds actually have been created in Asia, which are holding people forced to actually scam other people. And it's a very, very big problem. Some of the APAC countries already reported they're having about 1% of their GDP lost to these kind of scams. And that's a big, big problem right now. And I don't see actually any solution to that in the upcoming year, at least. And yeah, this is growing in many, many countries. But that doesn't require much, besides the social engineering. But speaking about sophisticated scammers, I recently found a very interesting new trend showing up. The scammers do understand how blockchain analytics and threat intelligence solutions work. So they try to create fake artificial entities running artificial exchange or exchange of funds activity, and then they're reporting these artificial entities to the solutions like ours or maybe like yours. Then these entities they basically stop the propagation of the risk score. So they're basically creating an artificial activity that prevents. They think that it will prevent blockchain analytics solutions for automatically identifying how the laundered funds from any criminal activity are reaching to the exchanges like Bitbubble, for example. So this really requires a lot of time, a lot of effort to do. And the fact that we have found several of those makes me think that we have found many more. Haven't found yet, and this is actually some of kind of a trend that I see emerging very recently, and certainly we're going to see more of that in the future.
Cool, thank you. And then, so building on that, now we know a little bit more about the scams in the space. What do you think that that can be done about this? Now, I really want to remind you that we're at a conference about privacy and security, and privacy is very important, I think, to everyone here, right? One of the big things from this conference is privacy is normal. So what do you think that can be done moving forward around kind of at least reducing the impact of scams that are on the ecosystem?
Well, given I'm speaking here for myself, and this is my personal view, I think there should be a differentiation, between like who we are protect and from what. And I think the regulators also need to actually look at the cohorts of the users or people somehow exposed to digital assets, and then decide which cohort of users should be protected from certain things. And I'm actually a believer that people need to think for themselves. They need to do their own research. They need to be cautious, and they don't need to rely on regulators to actually prevent them from anything. And I think that's the key solution to a question of privacy, because if we don't expect, again, government to protect us from everything, then, again, we need to do our own work to be protected. In regards to, however, this really requires a collaboration from the regulators and from the law enforcement and so on, because this problem of romance scams is purely a question of education. And really, people have to speak about this. And I'm thankful to, for example, John Oliver, Saturday Night Show, was covering this problem like 3 weeks ago in his show. And that made a lot of people aware of that, but it's not enough. It should be done much more about that. But should we do more than an education? That is a very good question.
Yeah, I'm going to probably say something you're not going to like that much. So it's becoming increasingly more difficult to distinguish reality from fiction. So we talk to a lot of victims. We do a lot of research into how these things work, and we're not even talking about AI right now. It's extremely easy to fool people into thinking that they're dealing with something or someone they're not dealing with. And it's not reasonable anymore to, or it's never going to be reasonable to expect from users, from especially people who are new to blockchain. I think scammers are the #1 onboarders of blockchain users. I think that's in my opinion. They're very good at it, and I think it's unreasonable to expect people to protect themselves. I think it's, especially, I'm not gonna name any names, but I know a lot of the big exchanges have a policy of see no evil, how do you call that? Like, as long as they can cover it up, it's not their problem that their users are getting scammed. It's as long as the regulators are not punishing them, as long as they're not responsible for any of these things that are happening, even though they should be able to, as expert, they should be able to see more than they're actually claiming to see. My opinion is that exchanges are playing a crucial role in making it possible to easily launder money, but also to give scammers access to users. So I think a lot more responsibility should be placed at the exchanges themselves. There's like, make them pay for the victims, make them pay for better security, for better methods. So that's my opinion.
I don't think my opinion changes, is that different of yours. For centralized institutions, I'm very much in favor for actually a lot of regulation, because they act like these super banks without rules, without the rules of the banks. So as soon as you leave the blockchain, I think there should be a lot of rules and regulations and information providing in place. There was a competitor recently that won a case against people that have been scammed. Obviously, there is a big debate about if you lose your 2FA or your email is compromised and your phone number and they're talking to you, at what point, where does the responsibility truly lie? I think as an exchange, you should focus on at least building as many security tools to empower the users, to make it harder for attackers to exploit you. And to a further point, we didn't talk that much about pure blockchain scams, maybe. So, for example, you have things like dusting attacks, where they send a little bit of crypto to your wallet and then be able to track it when you start sending it, or address poisoning, where they hope you will think that you sent the transaction, but actually it was the scammer's address, and they hope you, whenever you send funds back, that you will send it back to the scammer's address. And there's the wallet connect scam, basically rebuilding dApps, but this time it's a malicious dApp, which is actually the way I got scammed as well, because I got a bit humble playing around with the base chain and trying some new decentralized exchange on a base chain. One time you don't pay attention, and bam, your wallet is drained with one connect. So that's a humbling experience as well. But my point is basically, I think we can do more to increase usability, user experience from within wallet, from within centralized infrastructure, to enable or empower users more.
When I was responding to the question, I was thinking more about the final audience. How do we make them aware that this is all happening? Because to me, there is I can see a lot of power in exchanges building in this experience. And actually, no one like you sees what's going on. Like, you are in the forefront of that. Even we don't see that as much as you do. And of course, you working like holding internal investigation unit, holding these investigations internally. Again, you have most of the power in your hands. But how do you move that forward to your audience? That's what I'm constantly thinking about. Like, how do we make final retail users, or again, maybe B2B users of your system, more aware about all of that and being, again, more sophisticated in their approach?
It's a tough one, because I'm an educator by heart, so I always believe in education. But at some point, stuff gets very technical in the blockchain. So it's upon us as the industry to make it easier to understand as well. How am I going to explain address poisoning to the average individual who's just an end user of the technology of crypto? So it's a tough one. I don't know. I would say my first instinct is always education and awareness, but I don't know if that's enough. So I think we need to understand that this is a big problem, or just like in many different industries, and we just need to build, try to help build great tools to prevent it in the first place, maybe.
Yeah, same here, thank you.
These three wonderful people are here for you, so now's a good time to check on Slido and see if there are any questions that you think are interesting, or ask away. And I'll come back in a few minutes, and hopefully we can have some, I hope not any attacks or anything like that. I think this is the last big question that I have, but it's the fact that we've, as I mentioned, been talking about privacy this entire event. And the reality is if privacy is implemented at the lowest level, it has an effect on what information becomes accessible for on-chain analytics companies, which may have an effect of where scammers have somewhere to hide. Now, again, we want to be clear, privacy is normal, we all advocate for privacy, but I'm interested to hear kind of how you think, let's say, if there is large-scale privacy adoption across the entire ecosystem, how is that going to be affected for two big things? One of those is for compliance purposes, on-chain investigations, but also for all the traders and degenerates in the room, on-chain information is also a source of alpha. And so I'm interested to hear kind of what your thoughts are on that and where we're going. And yeah, whoever wants to take the lead on...
I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah, sure. Well, I can take that one. I'd say that for us, it's critical to understand what's happening behind the activity on the blockchain. Of course, like by building blockchain analytics solution, we are relying on the most, core feature of blockchain, right? Transparency and the fact that everything is being recorded. But again, this information does not contain any attribution to actually, what's going on and what it's referred to. Then people sometimes think that, blockchain analytics solutions are evil because they are putting some privacy information available for the banks or for someone else. It's not exactly true, because what we're interested in, again, to classify the type of activity that is happening and to attribute it to the organizations. And work closely with those people who are running investigations on that, assist them with, again, targeting the source, the root of the evil, for example, these scam compounds, that exist in Asia. Now to the question, like how we can balance privacy here, how we can actually help privacy happen. And I think my thoughts right now are going towards AI a lot these days, because what is happening right now is that I'm working in this space for like many years, and I'm looking at the on-chain activity, and with a very high degree of probability, I can look at the several exchanges interacting with each other, when they have been interacting, the nodes that have been processing these transactions, and I can tell that there is it's very likely that it's a drug dealer operating, and I can tell that. And if eventually that goes into the area where we can actually use AI to help us understand certain patterns. And again, this all can be happening, and we can warn our customers that our patterns are suggesting that there might be something particular happening there. It might not be illegal, right? It might be a service OTC desk, for example, operating there, or it might be like, just people paying for something together for something absolutely legit, right? Investment activity, whatever. That is my goal. That is my goal, to understand, again, to look historically, to understand what's going on, and to put a tag, put a label. Like, I think it's this, I think it's that. Because, again, it's not my goal as a blockchain analytics solution to put names there, or even names of the organizations. It's just labeling stuff, like creating some kind of a search engine across the blockchain. So I think there is a lot of power in that. And actually, my belief is that in the future, organizations like Bitfavo are going to be having their own models, actually, which are going to be operating on the data and then identifying what's going on. And therefore making a decision whether they think this activity is like risky or not. And again, that has nothing to do with the activities that are done by law enforcement, right? Targeting particular criminal activities. which involve a lot of information that is related to particular personalities. But usually, again, they do it by themselves. They just need solutions like Crystal, for example, to just cluster and to understand what belongs where, to which cluster of activity, to which pattern. So I think the answer is there. And how do we become less focused on personal data and not use too much of a personal data that can be used wrongly, and focus on solving the biggest problems? Yeah.
I'd like to. I'm looking for. I know the Dutch word for it, but inhaken. Anybody get the translation? I'd like to add to that. So there's a hyper focus on identifying entities, especially if you look at elliptic, if you look at Chainalysis. Almost their entire basis of their analytics is, can we identify this, and is this a bad actor? If it's not identified, it's not interesting, apparently, or something like that. And we see this with scams. They cannot identify these scam entities, and because they're not identified, it's approved at a certain level. Well, maybe approved is a bit too harsh, but you can do a lot in blockchain analytics without knowing who's actually doing the transactions. You can easily, if you look at an address and it has tens of thousands of transactions, that's probably a hot wallet. It's probably an exchange. Is it part of a large cluster that sends to one of these addresses? It's probably part of the exchange. If it's one thing you need to understand is these cameras are using the same technology. They're using the same wallets. So identifying a malicious actor on blockchain is actually much simpler than knowing who's actually behind it. And I think a lot of the regulation that's being built, like KYC, identifying users, is because there's a fundamental flaw. Well, the flaw is that we're hyper-focusing on identifying entities, and that snowballs into identifying all of the users. Everybody needs to be KYC'd. Everybody needs to be identifiable. And I think like 90% of the, not 90%, like a significant portion of scams could be prevented by not looking at who's actually doing it. But can we see any malicious activity, like you said? I don't think AI is I think it's a new machine learning for analytics. So I don't think AI is a useful tool, especially because it doesn't allow for retraceability probably that much as it should. But I do agree with most of what you said.
Yeah, well, identifying is it a VASP or not, just looking by the velocity of the transactions, definitely does not need any AI. That's true. It's cheaper to understand it without any kind of like machine learning. That is for sure. But the general, pattern approach,
Yeah, blockchain analytics is surprisingly simple. So don't be fooled by fancy graphs or stuff like that. It's pretty basic.
If anyone is interested in all of that stuff, like the people are here today to really have those conversations. So Remy, any quick words on that? And I want to get to the audience questions. So
no, just to add to that also, as you said, you were attacking centralized exchanges a little bit earlier, or certain centralized exchanges, and I think that's totally appropriate for certain centralized exchanges. But there are many out there, and I would of course include Bitfavo in there, that are really trying to be not only compliant, but actively try to fight it, already using to great extent blockchain analytics software, but also looking into partnering with software that can, as you said, identify addresses where tens of thousands of people are sending money to block the withdrawal towards that. But then you run into other questions of, are you then limiting the freedom of movement of your users? But if it's for their own good. But so the exchanges that try to be compliant are looking very careful at all of that stuff and utilizing blockchain and analytics to prevent a lot of scamming, actually, to their credit.
We've got a lot of questions, so we're gonna go to that. Thanks a lot.
Go.
Okay, we're gonna try and do quick fire. So one of you answer, and if someone else wants to add something, please do. Otherwise, we'll move on. How do scammers off-ramp usually? Is the responsibility of the off-ramp service to stop them?
It's very simple. It's Huobi. It's a lot of time. Well, it's not directly Huobi.
Ditto, yeah.
It's an entity between Huobi and the scammers, and that's how you do it.
There are nested services, so basically businesses that are renting the infrastructure and wallets from exchanges like Huobi, and then Huobi says like, we don't know, that's our subsidiary, like our partner, we just give them our wallets, go them, ask them. God knows what's happened next.
My answer is yes. If you operate in a country with AML legislation, it is your responsibility to stop it. You should ask, where's this money coming from?
Where's it going?
Where's it going?
Okay, I don't know why this question's come up, but what are your thoughts around leverage trading on, for example, MX? I think that's how you say it. And the fact that lots of people get liquidated under their stop loss. I think exchanges do this on purpose. Any thoughts on this? It's not directly on topic, but people have upvoted it, so.
Well, if by now you're playing against the house, right? If you're trading on exchanges, it should be pretty obvious that exchanges trade against you with the whole FTX scandal, and Binance Labs does it as well, I think. So expect to lose, I guess.
Well, that's
do more stuff on chain.
Trading against you. That's a very cynical take, and there are definitely probably exchanges out there that do that, but I would not just throw us all in there, obviously.
No, probably not all of them. I mean, but we know that the largest ones actively traded against us. So it's you can assume exchanges are here to make money, right? I mean,
yeah. Can we have like an audience like boop, boo? Come on, add more effort. Boo. Right. The next question is, what is your take about security level of embedded wallet solutions, wallets generated on top of emails? Yeah, what is your take about the security level of embed wallets, aka wallets generated on top of emails? So I think that's where you're not just generating a key with a seed phrase, but you're maybe adding layers, account abstraction, things like this.
I think also very similar to what Ton does, associating wallet with the address, with the account on Ton. Well, yeah. Cannot dive more into that. I think there are a lot of opportunities for building a reputational risk score system based on that, where users are actually somehow validating, who they're interacting with, and using that as an internal heuristics to identify is this a bad actor or not. But that's not related to security. I'm sorry.
Any other comments, or we'll move on? No. At Frank. That's you. How can sexes protect scam victims that willingly send funds to a scammer without harming privacy or usability?
Yeah, so there's this is just topic of responsibility, right? So is the user responsible, and how much does the exchange have to do? I've seen instances where people are being told by their family, they're being told by Bitfavo actually, dude, this is a scam. Being told by their bank, this is a scam. And then they just move to a different bank, they move to a different exchange, and they get scammed. And then they're like, what the fuck? Nobody warned me. So, so yeah, I guess the best thing you can do, if you know it's a scam, you just have to tell them, look, dude, go somewhere else. And inform them of it, but not enable them to do it. I know there's a couple of exchanges, the big ones, that don't care. They just transfer the money anyway. In at least in the cases that we saw, maybe I didn't see a lot of cases where they didn't do it. But yeah, I think that's the only thing the exchanges can do, and they should do. They should tell them, like, move somewhere else. Just take your business elsewhere.
Yeah, fair enough. Last question. What's your view on meme coins? I'm not going to read the rest of it. But yeah, very quick, each comment, view on meme coins, and then we're going to finish it at that.
This is not going to last forever, definitely. So it's fun to look at that, especially how funds for meme coins are flowing from more like traditional crypto investment opportunities. So looking at that with interest, definitely going to see some explosions in this space and some unhappy people few months later. So yeah, I've seen these before, and I think we know what to expect.
I think it's pure art, some of them. I think it's closest to the original experience that a lot of us had, I guess, that people want to experience as well. I mean, if you're new to crypto, you kind of want to have the same ride that a lot of us had in the beginning, right? We knew it was shit. We knew we were getting scammed, but we figured I can get out on time. I can do that. I can do that. I'm going to make a lot of money, and somebody else is going to hold the bag. I think meme coins are that, and the fact that they're being called meme coins, they're not being wrapped into these white papers, they're not being wrapped into like celebrity endorsements or stuff like that. People who buy them, they know they're going to get fucked anyway. I think they're a lot of fun.
Yeah, why doesn't Bitbarber have meme coins on it, man?
Oh, we have a lot of meme coins. So I've had to shift my and evolve my opinions a lot, actually, being involved with listings at Bitfavo. From my initial opinion, which in and of itself became a meme, I'm in it for the technology, which is still true, I hope. But then for me, I have to look at, in the end, we are just a marketplace. We should create a safe space where users can trade what they would like to trade. Unless it's a rug pull or a scam. So where do we draw the line? It's been very interesting for me to figure that out. If we see a lot of demand, we listed actually quite some meme coins, whereas in the early days we didn't even have Doge. But at some point, I mean that's what our users want, and we are there to serve our users, and obviously we also get a great amount of revenue from them. So I guess my current opinion is it's a great opportunity for the first time ever to invest in internet culture. but also, where's the technology?
Yeah, well, thanks ever so much for coming this morning, and I hope you also enjoyed it and learned something. So thank you. You can leave the microphones on the couch. Cool. And yeah, all of these guys and lady will be around for the rest of the day, or some of the rest of the day, I hope. So do ask them and have any more questions answered. Now we have a name that some of you might be familiar with, at least the company name, Chainalysis. But it's an absolute pleasure to be able to invite Philip to the stage, because Philip is someone that actually does have some philosophy over the space. Yeah, so please welcome Philip. This is your clicker, and we'll do Q&A afterwards.
Amazing. And I guess I need a mic.
One of these ones, sorry.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for the introduction. I'm Philip. I'm from Chainalysis, which, for those of you who don't know, is the Great Satan. For those who take a slightly different view, it's a company that provides blockchain analytics to law enforcement, governments, crypto businesses. And I'm the chief economist there. And that really means I've just been there for a long time and done a lot of different things. And today, as Jonathan said, I kind of want to give a bit of a philosophical view on what the debate is between privacy and compliance, bringing in that experience that I've had over the last 6 years. I'm just going to start almost with some basics and then go into the implications of that, right? Blockchains are transparent. It means that we can see all the data. They're anonymous. It means that if I generate a wallet, it's really hard for someone else to connect that with me. But then the crucial bit that I'm going to get into is that blockchains are actually really used by services, right? Businesses, exchanges, smart contracts. And they're actually not anonymous. We know the name of this smart contract. We know the addresses this exchange uses. And they have responsibilities. And it's really the confluence of these three different things, that transparency, that anonymity, and the responsibilities of services that I think creates the real debate around privacy and compliance. So that's really my question. Like, what is the balance between these two things? And I should say, like, I do think it's a balance. You can be very absolutist about this and be like, privacy, absolute right in all cases, can debate that as well. But I'm really thinking here about some of the trade-offs that people have made in reality to try and make this work. So, transparency. And, a little bit of a philosophical presentation, so there's going to be a decent amount of text. So sorry about that. But with transparency, what it really means is that everything can be seen, right? All of the transactions that are made on a blockchain are on the blockchain. The big issue is you have to know what to look for. And like that gets kind of hard because like there's now a new layer 1, there's a new layer 2, people just bridge across this, they go across that, there's like loads of transactions. It takes a remarkable amount of effort and human in the loop work to go and actually sift through that and understand what's important. So that's the first thing about transparency. Yes, it's all there, but you've got to know where to go and look. The other thing about everything being on the blockchain is it actually reduces everything to a math problem. And that's kind of important. When you have complete information, it means that if you've got a big enough computer and a smart enough algorithm, you can kind of go work anything out. It also means things like zero-knowledge proofs are really important because they're also a math problem. They're much harder to get information about. But the problem, again, is that everything needs to be human understandable. Great, you can get a computer to go work everything out, but if there is a compliance situation, it's pretty much always a human compliance officer or a human customer or a human court that needs to decide something. And that means that all of these arguments we can have about data and technology go back into a very human process, right? There are people who have to make decisions, and they do that based on all of their experience and ethics. And so it's really important to understand how crypto actually connects into that. And then the final big implication on the transparency is that it means that basically, and Frank touched on this just before, source and destination of funds checks basically equals compliance. That is what compliance means in very practical terms on the blockchain. Do you know where these assets came from? Do you know where they're going to? With things like scams, it can get more complicated, but source and destination of funds checks is the basis of crypto compliance today. And if you do want to learn more, there's actually a book about this called Traces in the Dark, which explains the journey of blockchain analytics. So just giving a little pitch for that. So that's transparency. What about anonymity? And look, I spent 6 years in a blockchain analytics company doing quite a lot of the deep work there sometimes. And I can say that anonymity for individual wallets is actually really good. Like, it's actually really hard to know, at least by looking on the blockchain, that this address is controlled by a specific individual. I'll come to when that information does get revealed, but fundamentally, that anonymity works. It's important, though, to realize that that generates a privacy of who you are and not a privacy of what you do. Because on the blockchain, right, you can see where everything is going, and so you don't have that privacy of what you do. But who you are, that's actually pretty strong. The challenge is that privacy for all of this starts to reduce when on-chain activity is kind of joined with other layers of activity, right? So I put my, wallet address on my social media handle, right? I join that with my ENS name, or I do KYC at an exchange, or I don't know, there's a lot of different ways in which, the human bits of on-chain data can start being joined with other layers of information. And there are so many other layers of information. Like if you start thinking about internet privacy more generally in the Web 2 world, like there are data brokers, they have big databases of information, they've been compiling big pictures of people for years now. So that's what I mean when I say there are other layers, right? And people go, hey, how can we actually join this on-chain data with that? That is something that happens like out in the world. It's actually not something that happens in blockchain analytics because the question is actually about how do funds flow from one service to another, and also partly because other people can go out there and join those data together. It's not actually something that's kind of like a core speciality of a blockchain analytics company. And you'd be surprised at how important being focused on your business problem is to actually operating. Determines a lot of what you actually end up doing. So anyway, that's anonymity. So what about services? Okay, and this is potentially like a different area that people don't think about, and I'm going to spend quite a bit of time through this talking about why I think this is actually where the debate is. Okay, so services, they're like platforms, right? Open to send and receive crypto with a third party in exchange for a good or service. Just a bit of a definition. You're kind of building a business to do something. So that's your liquidity pool, your exchange, your merchant service, even your darknet market, right? And the key thing is that when you offer a service, you are expected to know your counterparties and check their source or destination of funds. That is, if you like, your license to operate. It's why once you start doing something that has a third party involved, you suddenly get these responsibilities. That's often like a legal expectation. It's sometimes a social expectation as well. But that exists, and you can't really get around it once you start doing things on other people's behalves. And services, final point there, is they are typically where all these different layers of activity get joined. So I have to give up my KYC information if I want to go and use a service. That's kind of like a trade-off I'm making, and now I make a deposit into that service, and you get that end of the thread, right, that could then be pulled on chain, and that's connected to an identity. So that's kind of how that services come into this privacy debate. So that's just like a little bit of almost definition, and for me that generates two very practical privacy compliance questions. The first is, well, what if the source or destination of funds just can't be traced? Does that mean that we don't have a problem here? And the second question is, well, what if compliance responsibilities do not or just cannot apply to me? Right? Because if we want to maintain privacy, we're basically saying we don't really want to know where these funds are from or where they're going to. We're going to give our users that privacy. So if we can't do it, then that's cool. We can maintain that privacy. Or if I'm just not responsible for knowing, then I don't need to go and ask. And that's why I think these are the two kind of crucial, very practical privacy questions. It's what privacy sort of transforms into questions around this. And honestly, first spoiler alert, source and destination of funds can often be traced, right? It's just, you can do it. You can do it on blockchains, and you can do that way better than you can in fiat systems. This is from a Chainalysis crypto crime report. We publish it every year, and this is the destination of illicit funds. And the fact that we can produce this kind of chart, people like regulators don't like crypto. Yeah, they do, because you can see this, and you can understand where this illicit activity is going to and from. And just to a point that was made earlier, where do people tend to cash out? This big blue part, it's exchanges. It actually typically is into a small number of addresses, typically into those nested services that were mentioned before. And so we can really get into the granular detail of where these funds come from. But what about mixers, right? They actually break that source and destination of funds. In the previous chart, there was a little bar that was the funds that came from mixers. Well, where did those funds come from? Now, mixers, do break that source and destination link, right? I'll go into some times that they don't, but that's kind of what their business model. But we can see what comes into them, and we do see that quite a lot of illicit funds goes into mixers. It's not the only place, like I said, a lot of it will go into exchanges, but people do send illicit funds into mixers. Then we can also see where the mixers, send their funds afterwards, and a lot of that goes into exchanges. And so if you're an exchange and you're receiving this inflow from a mixer, you can ask yourself, do I want to have this as my counterparty, given they can't tell me where these funds come from? And exchanges are increasingly feeling a little bit wary about that, and increasingly regulators are saying, well, maybe if you're an exchange, you shouldn't accept a mixer or funds coming from a mixer as a counterparty. And that's a really interesting problem, right? Because I'm, trying to provide a privacy-enhancing service, but now people, do they have to accept me as a counterparty if I'm providing that? What forces these exchanges to be open platforms, right? To accept deposits from all sources? Do they have a right to say no if I want to enhance the privacy of my users? It's a big, important question. The other thing about mixers is you've got to think about the privacy set, right? This is Where's Wally? The game I used to play as a kid. Maybe it's why I ended up in crypto, because I thought this type of thing is fun. And you've got to find this one character, right? And you start on the first page of the book, and it's really simple. There's Wally and like 2 other people. You found them, good. And then by the end of the book, there's like 1 million people on there, and it's much harder. And this is just basically how, in very practical terms, privacy works. Best privacy you can have is to hide in the crowd, right? If you are depositing funds into a mixer and you're the only person depositing funds into a mixer, you're going to be the only person withdrawing funds from a mixer. Or if you're the only person using Monero, you're going to be the only person using Monero. And the big question, if you want to maintain privacy, is, well, how big can I make that privacy set? And that means you've got to make things mainstream. And to do that, you've got to say, have funds from your privacy-enhancing solution be accepted into exchanges. Because what do people want to do? Go trade on exchanges. And so you do face this real trade-off, right, between getting lots of people in to maintain that privacy and being accepted everywhere. The other thing I should say about this debate is that, there's increasing sophistication, right? So literally last month or last couple of months, in the Bitcoin fog case, was the first time that blockchain analytics was actually court admissible evidence. Before then, while law enforcement would use blockchain analytics software to follow the funds, they would have to do what's called parallel reconstruction, where they would then have to go and basically connect all the UTXOs without any of the labeling or tooling that blockchain analytics provides. Now that has been accepted, at least for Chainalysis. I'll give the shout out to that. And that's why there was a mention earlier of, look, a lot of the effort goes on to labeling and being really sure about that. And actually that misses out a lot of things that are probably illicit. Well, that's because probably doesn't count here, right? Here you need some real certainty. But that is an important step. I kind of bring this up to say, if you're thinking about breaking that link between the source and destination of funds, there's increasing sophistication is now almost allowed as court admissible evidence to trace through that. So the game has got harder. And that's a really common thing in privacy, right? Privacy is kind of in this constant battle between surveillance and privacy. We've seen that all throughout history. And there's now been an upgrade in the sophistication on the surveillance side through this court case. So that's, what if you cannot trace between the source and destination of funds? And really I'm saying, like, in most cases you can. So now becomes a question of, well, what if compliance responsibilities do not or cannot apply to me? I'm going to do not first. Spoiler alert, they do. Just some very simple compliance golden rules, right? And this is not legal advice, I think I had to put that up there. But really, if you are setting up a crypto business, you have 2 fundamental responsibilities on the compliance side. Do not allow North Korea to launder your funds, and do not lose or steal your customer funds, okay? If you do that, then you are doing pretty well on compliance in crypto, and that is your minimum. And but seriously, I think when people kind of go, oh, I don't want to set up my crypto business because there's a lot of regulation, I'm like, do that. And then you're probably going to be okay. You can do better than that, and that's nice, but this is the basic responsibility. So, what if compliance responsibilities cannot apply to me? And this, I think, is a fascinating question. And people think they answer this question by decentralization. They say, I'm decentralized in my service, and therefore there isn't a person who is responsible for this. And there is not a good answer to this, but honestly, the main answer at the moment is that you are actually not decentralized, or even that decentralization is not enough. And just to be philosophical for a moment, our society, certainly all our rules and regulations, operate on the principle that there is a natural or legal person, i.e. a physical person or a business, that is responsible for things, because few things just, get created. Like Bitcoin is basically the only one, maybe Jesus. For everything else, there is something behind it. And understanding that is a really important question. So I said it's a philosophical debate. So here's a bit of text. responsibility still exists within decentralized systems, right? And it's broader than just decentralization. And these are just some like principles that I think about. They're not the rules, as it were. But actually, what is the degree of centralization? Is there a single entity that can control things or even change the control in the future, right? You may be like, hey, my system's decentralized, but I've still got the private keys and I could change it in the future. That's not, it's going to be a problem. But it goes beyond decentralization. Economic interest. It may be decentralized, but are you making money out of it? Do you hold a big bunch of governance tokens and you profit from actually more and more people using this service? If you do, some people could argue that you have responsibility. I'm not saying you definitely do, but they might come down that route. Third one, proximity to the user. So I think a good way of explaining this concept is, internet service providers are not responsible for the hate speech that goes through their servers as a packet when it's said, say, on Facebook. But Facebook might be, because they have a proximity to the user, right? And so this idea that there is a technology stack, and as you go down that technology stack, the sets of people that you deal with kind of get bigger and bigger. You are going to be less responsible for what flows through your technology than if you're at the very top of that technology stack and you're only serving the set of people where the bad things happen. These are just some principles, but this is actually what the policy debate looks like, right? People go, how decentralized is something? Actually, decentralization isn't quite the right point. Maybe there are these other things that attach responsibility to people. And because every presentation needs to end with some AI, I got a serious point to make here. Like, for me, privacy is really, this balance between privacy and compliance is actually about who is offering a service and how responsible for something are they. And what we see on blockchains with decentralization is a genuine diffusion of responsibility. And people go, what happens when an AI starts making decisions? Who's responsible for that AI? How the hell do I think about that? Well, we actually have decentralized systems, especially in Bitcoin and in Ethereum, that just operate, and no one can actually really go and affect them. There really is decentralization going on there. And so how we think about responsibility there is going to help us think about responsibility when we have AIs going and doing a whole bunch of stuff, potentially doing it on a blockchain as well, just to square the confusion. So just to kind of really summarize, I think my argument is that the privacy versus compliance debate really becomes pointy when we're thinking about the services, okay? I'm a service provider, and I want to maintain the privacy of my users. Individual privacy on the blockchain, it's like pretty good as long as you're happy with privacy of who you are, not necessarily what you do. And when it comes down to, hey, I want to maintain the privacy of my users as a service, well, first of all, like, how happy, how comfortable are you with doing source or destination of funds checks? And if you're happy with that, then you're great. If you're not, your question is, well, how much responsibility do I actually want to take on behalf of my users? If I'm not doing the source or destination of funds checks for them, I actually kind of become responsible for the source or destination of funds that they were choosing to use. That's because I risk becoming a money launderer. And if I do that, if I'm going to preserve their privacy and take on that responsibility for them, well, am I okay with some people saying, I don't want to work with you, I don't want you to be my counterparty? And the second question to think about is, well, actually, how diffuse is your responsibility? If you're designing a decentralized protocol, are you actually designing it so that that responsibility really is not yours? And are you happy with some of the consequences that come from that? So hopefully, this has kind of been a little bit of a journey to kind of see how we go from like these facts of a blockchain, anonymity, transparency, the use of services, into a very practical question that you might face if you are developing a service. So yeah, looking forward to some questions.
Cool. Thank you very much, Philip. We can take a seat because we're also going to do a panel with you on in a minute as well. If we can change over to the Slido, we have some questions. The most upvoted one right now is, the more you abide by their rules, the more rules they'll have, and the tighter they'll be on you. What do you think about that?
I actually, like, look, there's the kind of radical vision, right, of going like, hey, these rules don't make sense. And I don't, I'm trying to build a system that exists outside of them. And I think that's, like, actually, that's, like, hey, you worked at Chainalysis for 6 years. Is that really your view? I'm like, yeah. And maybe when we get to the fun facts in the next round, I can explain why. So, like, look, go and be like, hey, I want to build a system that has a different set of rules. You'll have rules in that system, right? But that's like the thing that you're doing. If you want, however, to make a living offering like trading of crypto, then you are living in someone else's system. And so if you don't go and play by those rules, then actually that's when things get tighter, right? If you like the way to get number one on the list of things regulators are upset by is like launder money for the North Koreans. And that's an example of not allowing any of the rules to apply to yourself. If you do that, that's actually how you get to the top of the list. What's the next?
That's the answer that's the answer you're going to get. The next question is, why are you going off against the US legislature and regulations? Perhaps other countries have a word to say.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. I think, honestly, it's what I've tried to bring in here is like the practical reality. And the practical reality is that the US does set the standard for compliance. And it largely does that through enforcement, right? You do something wrong and they will come after you. And like it's not how the Europeans work. And Europeans eventually got there with Mika. But like, so, yes, you can have this kind of debate almost philosophically, but the reality is the US has been setting the tone. And that's why there's that focus.
Yeah, unfortunately. Next question is, and I think this is the first time during the entire event where someone's put a name, and so it's from a North Korean perpetrator. Is it just North Korea that is blacklisted, or perhaps Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, Russia? Who to determine and create that list? Perhaps the hegemon behind you.
Yeah. And I think so actually, like, back in 2018, we were like, I basically had like an internal debate in the company, did like a little survey. And we asked people, like, what we found when we did this, it was like, what do you think of our software? Like, what do you think of its impact in the world? And the thing that people were mainly worried about was actually which countries had access to the software. And you're like, that is interesting. Like, how do we handle that? And like, there aren't really that many good choices of like a system that you can ascribe to say, hey, these are people we like and these are people that we don't like. And where you end up is realizing that, it's a little bit binary, right? You're either a US-aligned company or you're not a US-aligned company. And if you're not a US-aligned company, then, you don't get to live in Amsterdam or get venture capital funding or have a very big business. And so those are definitely choices that you make. And they became much sharper when you get things like Russia invading Ukraine. And you're like, hang on. We have to make like business decisions on this weird great powers stuff that I thought was like something that happened in history. But it's true. Like, so you can kind of go, great, North Koreans are on the naughty list, but should Iran? What about Venezuela? And I'm like, I don't actually have great answers for you, but I do know that there's basically a choice, that you're in some sense US aligned or you're not.
Yeah, it's geopolitical. It's fucked up, for lack of a better way of putting it. So just as an FYI, it is officially 12 o'clock, which means that the hackathon has closed. So that is where, like, when you're when you're leaving this and having lunch, like please go and speak to the hackers and everything. And I hope they're going to be relaxing for a little bit. But just know that there's a lot of people that have just worked for a really, really long time. And so I hope that you get to enjoy also their presentations and stuff later. So we're going to do, two more questions, and then we're going to invite the next panel to the stage. So the next question is, good luck. Which checks are in place to not have one-sided expert testimony in Chainalysis, given its importance in court? Are their competitors also accepted?
I'm like maybe not the best person to talk about it, but I'll try. Just because I'm not in the part of the business that does all the expert testimony. But yeah, I mean, other blockchain analytics providers did give views in those cases, and they were like considered, and some of them were rejected. So like anyone is free to put in their viewpoints, and that does happen. Like people submit like a bunch of evidence for this, and you can like attach notes to the trial and so on, and a bunch of people did. I guess what we don't really see is, you know, like how to put it. It's kind of an expert community, right? Everyone's kind of doing roughly the same thing. And so there aren't really people always from outside of that community trying to go, hey, is blockchain analytics the right thing to do? Like, I'll admit, like, that's missing. So, you know, like, that would be kind of a cool civil society thing to do.
And the last question I'm going to take, and of course we've got to take this one, is it's funny to hear from Chainalysis that they're in favor of privacy. It's the same thing as having sex in the name of virginity. So I guess like what I want to preface with this is the fact that I think that's exactly why it was important to have Philip here to talk about this exact topic. That's what I'll say.
I mean, I think like, yeah. I mean, I don't really. The thing I think that I want to emphasize is that there is this big, like, social process that sits behind this, right? It's not like you provide data, you provide software, you provide training, but then that is taken by a group of individuals in a compliance team or in a law enforcement department, and they apply a lot of their own thoughts and processes and ethics and rules and regulations to it. And sometimes they do things that people don't like, and sometimes they do things that people do like recover stolen funds. And, you know, the fascinating thing, the thing why I'm still there 6 years later, is because that, like, debate doesn't go, right? There is always that battle. And, like, for me, I say privacy is a balance with compliance. And, you know, technology has kept raising the stakes. You know, we have more and more privacy than we've ever had before. If you can send encrypted messages on your phone. I remember trying to send encrypted emails to people like 20 years ago. It was really, really hard. And now I can do it like automatically. And that, in a sense, works in our social contracts because also surveillance has kind of got better in as well. And I'm really happy and comfortable being, you know, a part of that process and that debate.
Cool. Well, please give it up for Philip. And on that topic, I would like to invite two regulated entities to come to the stage and let's have a conversation about that, particularly around how they view it. So I'd like to invite Lex from Cyber Capital. Woo! I think you can sit on the end over there. And Elke, who's joining us from Coinbase. I am going to wipe the questions from Slido for now, and we'll pick that up at the end of this. But please, could you give a very brief introduction of yourself and also a fun fact? And Philip, you just have to give the fun fact.
Well, first of all, thank you for having us. Exciting to be here. My name is Elke Karskens. I am the country director for Coinbase for the Nordics and the Benelux, specifically the Netherlands that we care a lot about. Coinbase is not the biggest exchange in the Netherlands, but we are one of the biggest exchanges globally. We like to think of ourselves more than just a trading platform. We're more of a one-stop shop for all things into Web3. We offer solutions for the trading community, obviously on the simple side, advanced side, but we also have a suite of solutions for the institutional part of the business, developers, creators, you name it. We are available in over 100 countries, have over 3,500 employees. And a fun fact about myself, we were talking about it earlier, we had a couple lined up. But given the amount of chatter about North Korea, I've actually been to North Korea. Not well employed at Coinbase or trying to get funds off platform, but on like a personal trip about 13 years ago, which I won't do again. So a bit random, probably not the one that I was going to give, but here we are.
Funny, nice, thank you.
I like that fun fact.
Random, really random.
Yeah. So I kind of almost previewed my some fun fact earlier. Like, I actually first got into crypto because I heard of the Silk Road, which is, everyone's like, ooh, but I'm an economist, and I heard about this, and I was like, that changes the game. Like, that allows something to be done that you couldn't previously do. So you think it's good or bad, I was like, I gotta go check this out. Logged in, and I was like, whoa, this is insane. And what allows this to happen? Bitcoin. And so from that point, that was my entry route into just realizing how radically this technology could change the world. For good, for bad, like, but it was just changing, right? The game had changed. So that was my fun fact, my entry in.
Well, thanks for having me. Nice. I'm Alexander Workheim, CEO for Cyber Capital, Europe's oldest cryptocurrency fund, as we like to repeat. Soon to launch a second fund. And fact about me is that we were talking about my background. I worked for Merrill Lynch, Lehman, and a hedge fund before 2008, and they all collapsed due to Lehman in 2008. But the fun is that I seem to have broken that sequence. So all the companies still exist, and I intend to keep it that way. I joined because I thought, wow, I want to learn. This is a great industry. I want to be in there. I want to learn and experience and help with my experience. And the fact is, we are in the regulatory space already, that I'm actually spending 50% or more of my time talking to lawyers, regulators. All the stuff that you really want to keep small is now getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, yay to the Dutch Central Bank and the AFM. Cool, well, thanks a lot for being here again. And so my first question, and it starts with a statement, is that regulation, as we all know, has been a sour topic globally in the blockchain space for a long time, a really long time. But now clarity is starting to come in different jurisdictions, and especially here in the European Union, we have MiCA that's now coming. And so there is this regulation that's now coming into force, and I wanted to ask you all to give a comment on what are both the positive and the negative consequences of increasing regulation. Whoever wants to go first, go nuts.
Yeah, happy to go first. At Coinbase, we wholeheartedly welcome regulation. Regulation first is sort of one of our core principles and values. And I think the panel that we earlier had around the responsibility that the large exchanges have holds very true to that. So regulation, yes. MiCA, we are super, super excited about as well. And we're actually proud to see that like the European Union is again setting a golden standard for introducing regulation that has been shaped with industry collaboration versus what we're seeing in the US, where regulation is a little bit more, forced through and, well, shaped through enforcement, let's put it that way. No, and why, to answer your question a bit more directly, like, what are the positives of it? Like, first and foremost, it really it enhances market understanding with both the retail as well as the institutional investment community. Clear regulation provides frameworks that give people that clarity and that transparency that is required to make very much informed decision making. It also signals maturity, right? Like it shifts that perception of crypto fundamentally being seen as something very speculative to it being a legitimate asset class. And I mean, 5% globally of people are already holding crypto. Like in the US, 52 million people hold crypto. That's 5 times more than the number of electric vehicles that are on the road right now. And Also here in the Netherlands, more than 2 million people already hold crypto. So again, this regulation coming in, it just solidifies that it's here to stay. And finally, it's going to drive growth for the entire industry, right? Trust equals at some levels, and depending on where you are within your crypto journey, that confidence that it's the right time to participate. So we'll see more investment and therefore growth coming into this space. So I think those are the positives. I would say on the negative side, like for smaller players and companies that are very early in their journey, like regulation is complicated and it's evolving, and really being able to interpret a lot of the guidance in a clear way that helps you build a business, that isn't particularly easy, especially if you don't have the resources to get that right from the outset. So it's for smaller players, it's a little bit more difficult, but I think getting it right, like regulation, can also be a catalyst for growth and innovation, despite where this conversation might end up in a little bit. But yeah, that's sort of how I see it.
Alex and Olex?
Yeah, well, regulation is key. I mean, we need it, it's true. Otherwise, it's the Wild West, right? So that's not the issue. What we notice is, because we're already for so many years into the regulatory space, and MiCA will not be any different from that, is that actually a lot of players, actors, not only on the investment side, but also on the regulatory side, on the lawyer side, are not really experienced in cryptocurrencies, which generates fear of not knowing, which generates rules that are simply stupid or much too strong. That actually hurts, let's say, good actors on the investment side that say, hey, I have an inheritance. Yeah, but you can't prove it, so get out. That is what we notice. So fear, and so we need to have patience, so that lawyers can actually get experience, that also the regulator can get experience, and that the companies acting in there can afford the patience, because indeed, as a smaller player, you're spending an enormous amount of money on lawyers.
Yeah, Chainalysis ain't cheap, y'all. No, and the fear is not the fear of missing out. It's the fear of what happens if I get involved in that regard. Philip, anything to add?
I think honestly, you probably covered it, both of you, pretty well, but I'd actually just emphasize this point of, regulators do take their time to come and understand this. And that's because crypto isn't like often the #1 thing on their to-do list. And also, like, how many of you who live in crypto truly understand everything that's going on? Like, it's very hard. And so actually being patient for the rules and regulations to be made is important, because that space between the technology starting and getting like a landmark piece of legislation like MiCA means that actually we can go and experiment and work out what is right. And it means that there aren't regulations that suddenly come in and like stop you from doing things. And that's why I think there's been this journey, like AML, anti-money laundering regulation applying to crypto. That was pretty simple and early, because people were like, oh, this is just money moving. But everything else that has been added on top has taken some time, because they wanted to understand what is the peculiarities, the specificities of crypto, and how should they make the right rules. So I just sometimes want to push back when people say, hey, we don't have the right regulation and that's stopping us from doing things. Regulation can stop you from doing things too. And so kind of go experiment, talk to people, and that means there'll be better regulation in the future. And it'll be the regulation you kind of need, rather than just regulation that says, stop doing this.
Yeah, and I think I would also build on that, because you're right, it can take a really long time for legislation to come into effect, but then once it does, things can actually move really, really fast. So in the UK, for example, Sunak a couple of years ago made a really big statement that he wants the UK to become the global crypto hub. And an existing regime, which is called the financial promotional regime, which has applied to TradFi for a very, very long time, as of October of last year, actually ended up scoping in digital asset service providers. And the decision was made that that would come into effect within 6 months, and guidance ended up coming in super, super quickly. And as centralized exchanges that had to adhere to that new regime and be compliant by a certain time, like figuring out how to interpret that guidance, that wasn't easy and straightforward. And it was actually a very short amount of time in which we had to make some very informed decisions on what does this mean and how do we apply it? Like they basically see a financial promotion as an engagement or inducement to engage in a financial activity. But I mean, what on earth does that mean, right? I think about that as an email or an ad, but realistically, the way the FCA looks at this, anything that a UK consumer can see, so therefore the website of the exchanges, the logged-in experiences, even their app store listings are considered to be financial promotions. And the guidance then says everything has to be fair, clear, and not misleading. What does that mean, right? Like, does that mean I have to provide a time frame to every single trending asset that I list, or how do you interpret that? And guidance coming in so late, but having to be compliant by a certain time frame, it does happen. So I think being aware of how regulation is shaping and what it eventually might end up looking like will help people long term to make sure that you build the right type of business really from the get-go.
Yeah. Yeah, my mum, I was so annoyed. There's someone in the UK, they said that one of the government institutions says that it's all gambling. And then it was on BBC and my mum sent it to me being like, look, crypto's all gambling. And I'm like, no. But then they released a statement against it. But of course, the BBC didn't publish that. So it's months later.
Well, if I may add to that, the head of the Dutch regulator actually called crypto not so long ago a casino.
Yeah.
So that tells you something about education needs to be done.
Can we get another boo? That's from the audience, not from you guys. It's okay. So that is where I want to change a little bit and talk about privacy. This is a conference about privacy, and I think a lot of people in this room, they feel like because of regulation, privacy in crypto is effectively being destroyed. That's the most simple way I can put it. We believe here that privacy is normal, but ultimately, because of regulation, it might get to a point where it's becoming impossible. And I think the people here are trying to build the technology to make sure that it never becomes truly impossible to stay anonymous and be private. But that's where I think the question I would like to pose to you is, how do we see the adoption of privacy and privacy-preserving technology in a regulated environment? And I think, Lex, I'd like to start with you, because I think you have an interesting viewpoint on this as a fund.
Yeah, well, we
are
already hitting walls, I have to say. So this is not about the in-chain discussion that we just saw, but I'm talking about, hey, we have clients. Those clients have to be onboarded and then be put in a special place in the KVK for not everybody to see yet, because the European legislator has said, for privacy reasons, GDPR, it's only visible for certain, let's say, companies like banks or regulators. But we are very, very aware of when that changes, we immediately have a privacy breach for our own clients, right? That's unacceptable. And that places our organization under pressure, because we need to think of how are we going to deal with this. Should we move jurisdiction or not? Very important stuff on board meetings. So we're seeing the privacy issue not only in the KVK, but when banks do CDD, KYC, they go all in. So we're seeing it at different levels, and there's no room for discussion. So if you add to that what might happen on chain later, then it's going to hit us from different areas. And I am not that hopeful, to be honest. I wish there was a way where we could preserve all. I mean, there are things that you can do as a company. You can change jurisdiction. You can decide not to abide by the rules, but that has a price. So, very difficult subject.
Yeah. And again, for the two of you, how do you see the adoption of privacy-preserving technology in a regulated environment?
So, like, for me, it comes down to, like, how comfortable are people having a counterparty where they can't see where those funds came from? And, like, regulation, I think, formalizes that. But I think it's also, like, a slightly deeper question about, like, what risk does that business want to run. So I think what I'm saying is, regulation will really enforce that and say, hey, if you need to know the source and destination of funds, and if you can't do that, then actually that's something you can't deal with. But there's almost like action before regulation where people try and work out their own personal policy or their business's risk profile. How much of this am I willing to accept versus not? And so as we see more and more privacy enhancing technology, like that I think is the debate that I think we need to work out. Like, how can someone say, okay, these funds, I can give some guarantee that I check them on the way in, and then I mix them all together, and so when they come out, we can say, we don't know who the source of these funds were, but we do know that at least none of it was illicit at the time that we've grouped it all together. So I think like it becomes a slightly more complex conversation. It's not just, hey, this person is making a technology that makes everything privacy enhancing, but are they also doing, some check first so that they enhance the privacy while making it compliant? Regulation probably won't drive that for a while because that's a complicated question, but instead people in the industry can go, what level of risk am I comfortable with?
Yeah, it's a complex topic, isn't it? Like, there's obviously the perception that regulation like the travel rule fundamentally destroys privacy. It's probably a bit more nuanced. It doesn't completely compromise it. But I think it's important to remember, like, the travel rule was written before crypto even existed, and it doesn't include the provisions for emerging technology like blockchain.
Sorry, does everyone here know what the travel rule is? Put show of hands if you know the travel rule. Okay, maybe we can explain the travel rule.
Yeah, financial institutions are responsible for sharing information when funds are being shared over a certain amount to one another. We fundamentally believe that there is a way forward by probably really strong industry collaboration on innovation, so that solutions are being built that on one hand ensure like we remain compliant with regulation like the travel rules, but on the other hand very much still protects the user security and privacy. So I think a good example of that is trust, in case you are not familiar with that, which stands for Travel Rule Universal Solution Technology, which is an industry-driven project. Coinbase was part of that as well, that is exactly trying to sort of achieve that. But it is complex. It's a very fine line to balance.
Yeah, thank you. And on that fine line, do we really think that in this day and age, regulation is really protecting users? Because I think people here believe technology protects the users. I hold my private keys. No one can fuck with my shit, for lack of a better term. But that's where I think... does this ecosystem really need this regulation?
I think this community definitely like knows how to use their private chains and like control their own shit. But I think there's a lot of people that are also dabbling in this space that are not as educated and as advanced. So the fine line, there's a very fine line between necessary regulation and regulatory overreach, right? I think the panel that we just had, well, was actually the panel before you. Made that really clear. Like, it's really important that consumers are protected against fraud, that you do create a level playing field. And as long as regulation is shaped to fundamentally address the legitimate concerns that exist, fantastic, because regulation will end up creating trust and clarity, and we'll see more participation, which fundamentally is good for everyone that is interested in place within this space. But then you've got the overreach side as well. Like, when regulation becomes way too stringent, it's going to limit innovation. You see innovation going underground, trust reduces, investment will start reducing as well. So it's a really fine line. And that's why it's important that regulation is shaped in collaboration with the industry, so that it doesn't hinder innovation.
Yeah, I think almost the thing to realize is that most people's experience with crypto is like not on the blockchain. And increasingly, it might just be via an ETF. And so it's like a very radical, like for the majority of people's experience, like almost these questions sort of don't apply. And we're like, that's a little sad. Maybe one day we'll get people to use more on-chain solutions, but like it is such a big leap, like for most people for Jonathan's mum to understand it's not gambling. There are these things that can be done. Like so that's the maturity that we need to do. Like I actually don't think that's regulation that really drives that. That is like customer experience, it's UX, it's making the technology just kind of flow through. Once that's ready, then I think people can go down and play. Don't be motivated by regulation to improve that experience. Be motivated by driving greater and greater adoption to improve that experience. Like, normal people won't come if they're going to lose stuff. They're going to stay in the ETF, and that means crypto kind of stays a little bit boring like that. So if you want it to be more exciting, don't wait for the regulators. Think about how you build that in.
Responsibility in a way.
For me, I mean, regulation, yes, it will protect certain individuals against certain, let's say, events. It can also smother innovation. It's a smother commercial success. It has a flip side as well. But with good actors on both sides, it will evolve. It will create something where everybody can invest safely into cryptos, and that's exactly, I think, what we want. Not only the technical guys that really don't need it, but also mom and dad want to put something apart. So I'm a big fan of good actors on the other side as well.
Cool. Well, thanks a lot for sharing. We're going to switch over to the audience questions and just jump into those, if that's okay with you. I have other questions, but again, the people and all the people that are coming over this whole weekend have been here for you. So if you got any questions, please go to the Slido and start upvoting, just like Reddit. I'm going to start with one. Elke, this is for you. What's your take on CBDCs? Don't worry, I'll read them out to you. This is the most it's not comfortable to do that.
Yeah, CBDCs, I am not the expert on this particular front. My job is quite broad. But yeah, CBDCs, there's a place for them. And again, like regulation around CBDCs is going to ultimately be able to really realize the promise that they do hold long term.
Cool. You guys want to say anything about CBDCs?
Well, I mean, the risk is the privacy part, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if I go to the grocery shop and Big Brother's seeing what I'm buying, and then say, hey, he's buying stuff that's not good for him, and his health insurance premium is too high, I'm going to send a. That's not what we want. We want to stay free. So I see a privacy risk.
Yeah. The next question is, technology goes at 400 kilometers an hour. I love that there's a unit on that. While regulations at 10 kilometers an hour, as it needs to be. But the two are never aligned, especially in DeFi. How to resolve this?
I'm going to give that one to Philip.
Yeah. I think that's where, the 2 points I raised earlier of, don't let the North Koreans launder money and, don't steal or lose your customer funds. Those are the main things the regulators are concerned about. So you can kind of take that on as self-regulation and keep innovating. So there are some basic rules, as it were, of the road to stay with. And then I think the other, maybe this is more of a personal opinion. The reality is, that's why the US has their model of enforcement, right? Because they can never predict what's going to be good or bad before the fact. They're just going to wait until something goes wrong after the fact and then go, well, that was wrong. And you're like, that really hurts as an innovator. I carry that risk. And that's why I say keep those basic rules. And it's kind of a little bit, at least when you're small, it's okay to ask for forgiveness later than to try and have that permission first. Once you get to a decent scale, then, because the harm that you can do if things go wrong is much larger, that's the time to start engaging. But remember, most innovation doesn't get off the launch pad. Instead, it kind of builds into the bigger and bigger ideas that eventually get us new successful things. So kind of don't be scared at that smaller scale. Keep innovating there.
Yeah, and I think maybe also to build on that, around the topic of self-regulation, it likely is a good idea to be aware of regulation from the inception point of a certain project as well. And for regulation, well, more specific compliance and ethical conduct to be established within an organization across all levels as well. So that when the time does come, like as an organization, you are ready indeed. And perhaps also shift the mindset of regulation being like something to worry about when I'm bigger, or I'll deal with it as it comes, like make it a cornerstone, which will ultimately, well, have the possibility of becoming a competitive advantage as well. Because what it will allow is, like, especially if you do end up scaling up, for the space to become safe and trustworthy for your customers, for the partners, for the people that engage. So just being, I guess, aware of regulation from the outset is maybe not the worst idea, despite it not being enforced yet.
I wanted to add to the question that instead of, because I heard someone in the panel before saying, you should punish parties that don't do their job properly, that actually it's also a good idea to reward good actors. So in the hope that bad actors sort of go for the reward as well, which my belief is a much better way of solving stuff like this. If we're so far behind, then at least by rewarding a rewarding scheme, you can catch up.
I really like that, but I think the reality is you don't actually end up seeing that happening sort of at all, because like as a global exchange, despite probably the perception of a lot of you that like, well, first and foremost, like I fundamentally agree that we should be held accountable for ensuring that we, because of the size that we are, for keeping our customers' funds safe, etc. But I think a lot of folks don't actually know about the amount of fraud prevention measures that we do have in place and the work that actually already happens. But when you look at, for example, how some of the more traditional institutions, banks, like look at exchanges like us, there's just a blanket across all of us, right? In the UK, like banks vary the limits of the amount of fiat that you can actually deposit onto a crypto exchange, or fundamentally block it. And they don't look at, well, exchange A is doing that, exchange B is doing that, and actually there's a whole bunch of like terrible players out here that aren't doing the right thing. Plop, big stripe between it. Like organizations aren't whitelisted or actually, to your point, positively rewarded for the efforts that they are making.
Well, you're completely right, but one can hope, right? I mean, we need to give ideas, we need to think, we need to talk, and to stay positive. So that's why I'm still a fan of it.
Sorry, in my head, all I'm thinking about is DeFi is rewarded by TVL and green candles, baby. Okay, these are the last two questions, and then we're going to call it here. So I think what I really love about this question, I'm going to preface it, is that the reality of what happens in blockchain is if someone gets hacked or someone gets rug pulled and people start losing money, they call the regulators. And I think that's why it's so important to have these discussions about regulation and compliance and privacy, because there is not a right answer. It's just how are we making the best with what we have and protect users. And so on that, obviously we spoke about Lehman Brothers, you mentioned it, and the question here is, was 25 years enough for SBF? We just do yes or no. Was 25 years enough for SBF?
Sorry.
Sam Bankman-Fried, the FTX guy with the curly hair, League of Legends.
I get it. Well, no, but he had actually great lawyers, great regulatory lawyers, so insane. But no.
I mean, not a judge, but I would say yes.
He was held accountable.
Yeah. In like a serious way. 25 years is...
Yeah.
Yeah, but what, he's going to get out in what, 2018? Good behavior.
That's what I worry about.
I don't know. I want to mention this at this point as well. It's like, yes, Russ Ulbricht was mentioned yesterday, right? He dedicated the talk to Russ Ulbricht, and I think that's where, yeah, it does call into these bigger discussions on are the right people also being put away in that regard. So I think a nod to that. The last question that was up here already was, do you think giving individuals so many responsibilities when making transactions and using on-chain tools have limitations in usage? So I need to make sure I understand that. Does someone want to shout what they're trying to get across with this? Or someone's interpretation of the question?
I mean, I could try. Basically, doing stuff on chain is hard, and that limits adoption. Maybe. And I think the answer is yes.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, I'm going to ask this question. If you're okay with answering it, is why do you think the SEC doesn't really protect consumers and more protects the status quo of TradFi?
One could say they have a political agenda, and they will probably say that we do everything to protect investors. But those really don't combine well. So there is there's a problem, intrinsic problem there. Well, the whole I think Elke, you're much more into SEC than we are, but it's obvious that they're not a party that is willing to have the conversation, right? Political agenda overrules everything.
Yeah, I'm not an SEC expert, but I think it's most of you are probably aware that we're in like an active lawsuit with the SEC right now, and it's a very complex relationship. The incentives aren't aligned. Fundamentally, the conversations aren't collaborative. Let me put it that way. I think that looked a little bit different a couple of years ago when we first filed, and they obviously approved, hence why we went public. But to date, like, we are trying to be a reasonable player. We're trying to help shape what the future looks like, but it's complex. I'm not an expert on that particular topic, but I think you articulated pretty well.
Philip, last comment, if you have any.
I guess I'd say that's, how to put it, if I was the SEC, I would actually approve a bunch of ETFs, because at least then everything would be very much in a world that I understand. And I kind of feel like that was almost, I do not know, but it feels like that was kind of part of the strategy, to turn crypto into something that they really understood, and then they could protect investors around.
Well, as we heard, and we're about to have some more on stage about L2s as well, is ETFs are apparently the new L2s. So thanks ever so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, you can leave the microphones there, by all means. But please feel free to have any private discussions and ask any more questions. Thanks a lot. And I hope really I know that this isn't the most sexy topic, right? But I hope that you guys got something from it. I will ask you to, if you want to have conversations, do it outside. So next up, we have, where's Justin? I can't see him. He's here, I can hear him now. So if we can hit to the next slide. This is going to be an L2 debate. I wish you luck, and Justin, I'm going to let you introduce what's going to happen here. Who's going to moderate, actually, or is it you? Oh, Joel. Oh my God. Okay, this is going to be a. Yeah, man, you were consensual to this. So, Justin and Joel, I'll give you. You should be the one to actually do the introduction. So please take it away, and good luck. And whenever you're ready for audience questions, just...
For sure. Hey, everyone. Happy Sunday. How's it going? You guys are here. You guys are awake. Running a little behind schedule, but that's fine. So, in my opinion, I'm sure the opinion of many people, the scaling debate is probably the most pivotal idea in all of crypto. If anyone's been here a long time like me, anyone's old like me, the 2017 era resolution of the block size wars, and then now it's coming back in a big way for Bitcoin. Now Ethereum's coming through its own sort of a thing. It really shapes the space, and the giant amount of the industry is based on kind of this. So we figured we might as well have some, one of the most outspoken proponents of layer 1 scaling, layer 1 first, actually get a debate. So why don't you guys, really quick, go introduce yourselves and just who you are, or what your background is relative to this subject of layer 1 versus layer 2 scaling.
barely hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's go. Do you
We're all
want to
fr-
start or?
We're all friends here. You may hold
Anyway.
hands too if you want.
I'm happy to.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, sure. So I think one of the reasons I was really keen to debate Toggle in particular is I really respect how you're able to bite the bullet on some of these issues. So maybe it'd be good to we can start off on some of the things we agree on. And I was thinking, I think one thing we agree on is that the majority of L2s are all extremely centralized and come with some very severe trust trade-offs.
I've basically, I'm probably the only person who works for L2s who gets paid to travel around the world and complain about the state of L2s. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons I was very happy to debate Toggle, because I respect people that can bite the bullet on such hard issues. I think we probably can also agree that from a purely technical perspective, a lot of the critiques that I have, they can be solved from a technical perspective. Do you agree with that as well?
Yeah. I think most of the issues that are currently there can and will be solved. It's just a question of when, purely from a technical perspective.
Yeah, and I think that's where we differ in this discussion, because I think that the problems that we're facing ultimately are not technical problems, but they're social coordination problems. And I think where we differ is you believe these problems can be fixed, and I don't.
Well, we're getting like almost to the end of the debate already. We're getting very far in before
We're getting to the core of it.
Before starting
Yeah.
it. So quickly, clearly, because it's easy to say, oh, I'm an L1 guy, I'm an L2 guy, but there's so much nuance. So very clearly, both of you, what exactly are your positions?
I guess I'll start.
Yes.
So roll-up centric scaling rocks, conventional sharding sucks, Solana style scaling is okay. It has some problems, but it's much better than conventional sharding.
So my position, to copy some of the language, modular scaling or roll-up centric roadmap sucks. I did a talk about this yesterday, massive fragmentation, massive trust trade-offs, and I'm an advocate of layer 1 scaling as an alternative. Specifically, sharding is my favorite approach, but I'm not against a parallelized approach like Solana as well. So that's my position. That really gets to the crux of this.
I would just like to add one thing. The conventional sharding, when you say massive fragmentation and trust, you're basically describing conventional sharding because you get fragmentation and you get additional trust assumptions on the edge shards.
Okay, now this is getting. I was wondering where this debate was going to go, and go ahead. Joey.
Yeah, why don't we just get the big core arguments on either side out there one at a time, and then go into, well, no, back and forth. You this, and then.
Do you want to start?
Sure. No, I think this is becoming a very productive debate because we're zooming in on the core issues. But I can see, Joel, you'd like us to sketch it out more so that the rest of the audience can actually
Yeah, he doesn't
follow.
want everyone else to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Take the audience on a journey. They have to. Not everyone is into these intricacies of issues.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm so skeptical of layer 2 scaling is because I believe it causes fragmentation to the point where you have separate ecosystems. So the future that I see for layer 2 scaling is you'd have a optimism ecosystem over here, an Arbitrum ecosystem over here, and an Ethereum ecosystem over there. And if you notice what I've done here, I don't actually consider Arbitrum users to be Ethereum users. I think they're Arbitrum users in this case. And I think in that sense, a lot of these layer 2 ecosystems are actually competing with the layer 1, actually, over fees, over usage. And obviously, I'm saying all of this with the assumption that we can scale the layer 1, and I think we should loop back to that critique of sharding later on. But I think for me, that is really a non-starter. I think I see it as a dead end. I see it as just an uncompetitive solution. And I also find it extremely antithetical to the entire cypherpunk thesis, because this idea that all of these L2s are going to voluntarily decentralize, I think some of them will, but I think a lot of them won't.
And that just comes down to simple incentives. I think Coinbase is a perfect example of that. I love Coinbase as a company, but I don't think they're going to give up that power over that system. They're not going to give up that revenue. They're not going to give up the ability to stop transactions, exactly because of what the panel before was talking about. They want to, I believe they probably will want to have that ability. And I just don't see how we can travel from point A to B, especially in a world where we can build fully scalable layer ones that still preserve decentralization. Because now you have a single composable state that creates a very powerful ecosystem. That's part of why Ethereum was so successful in the first place. And I would argue that hypothetically, say you have 1,000 TPS, I would rather that 1,000 TPS be on one chain as opposed to that same TPS split across 5 ecosystems.
All right,
2 points here. So one, I agree that certain protocols, certain L2s are not going to decentralize, either because by design they need centralization. So for example, if you want to have off-chain order books like CEX operating as L2s, then you're incentivized to keep the data off-chain because then you have some plausible privacy in regards to everybody else other than the operator. So I think there are certain reasons, or just purely from regulations perspective, I don't agree that Base is not going to decentralize purely because I've had too many conversations with OP and Coinbase people. But I also can see your reasoning why they want decentralized, but I don't think that vision can be generalized to every single rollup. That's like saying that all the DApps suck because some of them use multisigs.
No, I'm not saying this applies to all rollups, but I'm saying that this will apply to a sufficient amount of it that this fragmentation issue still remains a real problem. Because the idea, like, you can't have a fully decentralized.
Okay, how many rollups that are currently live can you name that you think won't decentralize?
I would say it's probably like 60% of them, if I were to guess, if I were to project out. I mean, this is very speculative.
Why are you saying that?
There's multiple reasons. I think one is because decentralizing often involves for-profit companies giving up on significant amounts of revenue.
Okay, but there are multiple reasons why that won't be fully the case. So, for example, in Polygon's case, for example, they created a token emission for Pol that allows a Polygon Foundation to accrue a certain percentage of emissions per year. And I think a lot of the L2s are going to follow that approach to like offset the profit loss that they're going to lose from, and not as a company, but as a foundation, to offset the losses that they will take by losing the control over the sequencer.
So let's take Coinbase as an example.
Yeah.
So far, they have a revenue of over $40 million in the base chain.
Yeah.
Right? You're saying they're going to give up that revenue and instead they're going to create a token which they can then make money off?
I'm not talking about Coinbase specifically. I'm talking about, I think you might have an argument with Coinbase and Base. I still disagree with it. I'm not sure like how that's gonna play out because like also from the legal perspective, I don't really see right now how Coinbase can launch a Base token. But I think that only apply out of all the major rollups, and like also because I've had conversations with all of them and like we shared our vision of how we want to decentralize, etc. I can tell you almost with 100% guarantee that everybody else is going to decentralize at some point.
I know, but this seems to be like, this is a promise.
It's not a promise.
Thinking.
There's a technical reason why people don't do it right now. There are multiple reasons why people don't do it yet. So one of the reasons is while you control the sequencer, the tech is still immature. So like, for example, if you take ZK rollups, for example, how many people can audit a circuit? Not a lot, maybe like
20,000 in the world, maybe?
No, that's very optimistic. I would say 20, 30. So like,
you're probably right.
If you decentralize a prover right now, what happens if you have a critical bug and someone can basically exploit it and steal the funds? You're screwed. So people don't decentralize. There are multiple reasons, but that can be solved. So like, for example, we just introduced a multi-prover. So we use 2 provers that run in parallel. And basically, if both of them agree on the same, there are different implementations. So one of them is a Halo 2, so a ZK prover, and the other is an SGX prover.
Keep in mind, my argument is not that these systems can't technically decentralize, right?
I think your argument is wrong, because the only reason why we don't decentralize now is because technically we're still taking a lot of risk by decentralizing.
Do you agree that the only way to solve fragmentation is through a shared sequencer?
No.
How do you achieve fragmentation?
Again, what do you mean by fragmentation? Do you synchronous or real time or asynchronous? Because like I can put the same argument towards sharded chains.
Okay, I mean, you've repeated that for a second time now. I think I should address it. I think what you're saying here is actually false in regards to sharding.
No.
I mean, sharded chains are fully able to maintain composability.
But not real-time composability.
The trade-off is a few second delay
but you can
in
do
confirmation
the same
times.
on rollups. Yeah. There's nothing preventing you from doing that.
Yeah, but hold on. Like, if a few second delay in confirmation times is the trade-off for sharding, what kind of a trade-off are we dealing with a fragmented L2 ecosystem? Isn't that far worse?
But why are you saying that L2s can't have few seconds of synchronization delay?
No, between layer 2s.
Yeah, between layer 2s. Why do you think that they can't have it?
Because you're dealing with different rule sets.
So let's define.
It's irrelevant because the only thing that you need is like a fast messaging layer.
Do you think that it would be ethical for a fully decentralized layer 2 to be seamlessly interoperable with a centralized custodian L2? Would you consider that to be a good practice?
But the thing is...
No, answer the question.
But can you prevent that from happening in a permissionless system?
That's exactly my point. You can't prevent that from happening, and therefore
but what prevents me
fragmentation.
But what prevents me from launching a custodial L2 on a monolithic chain?
Okay, now there's a big difference. If you launch a custodian L2 on a layer 1 that's actually scalable, no one's going to use it. I mean, that's also why if Ethereum scaled tomorrow, all of these layer 2s are going to go out of business.
That's like
right?
saying that nobody's going to use D apps that have multi-sigs. And then if you look at the majority of the D apps, they have multi-sigs. That's just not a good argument.
But that's not the goal, right? And
I agree.
Some of the major
I agree with you that
right,
it's
and
not
some of the
goal.
major DeFi blue chips don't have admin keys.
But
right?
then why are you like that argument only works if like the only viable L2 out of all of them are the custodial L2s, but like that's not the case. Like,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because of incentives, you're going to have a mixed ecosystem. You're going to have some custodian.
But that can work on L1 as well. You can have a custodian D app into messaging with a
right. But what you're doing by not scaling the layer 1 is you're pushing users into L2s, which can steal user funds, which are often custodian, which can censor. Right. But you also say that a chain like Base probably might not decentralize, right? Because they can't create their own token.
I think there's a plausible argument.
Right. But if they can't create a token, they can't decentralize.
Let's refocus.
They can use
just a minute,
for example. There are certain ways you can decentralize.
Right. But that's just a subset of Ethereum security in that case.
No, but again, that's only subset when it comes to very, very specific properties, because doesn't matter like what rollups do. A lot of the properties are taken from the L1. So like you're talking about very, very specific subset of properties.
Yeah, like the ability to censor, the ability to steal funds, the ability to deny access.
A rollup can't censor. That's like the most basic feature of a rollup.
Order in the court. Order in the court. We're getting a lot of. First off, we're getting to the point where now we're saying yes, this is good to actually have this debate. There's a couple things that were mentioned. One thing is there seems to be this argument on rollups and L2s it's a predictive argument, right? Where they will go. I think both of you agree where they are today, or a lot of them, which is not a favorable state.
There's an exception.
Yes, there's exception.
Fuel version 1. It has $8 in it.
So the argument then is that it seems like, Togrul, you seem to say that over time that the barrier to decentralizing from a lot of these things tends to be a technical one because
there's only a technical barrier.
Because of the risk, where it seems like Justin believes that there's an economic barrier to the opposite, right? And so would you guys quickly drill down, why do you think it's, so Togrul, why don't you go first? Why do you think it's a purely technical barrier to decentralizing L2s? And what do you think, why don't you think there will be an incentive to stay?
But because even if you put away the fact, for a minute, the profitability, let's say like, yeah, that's an advantage. But also like, for example, Optimism doesn't take the profits. They put it into retroactive funding, and a lot of L2s are going to do that.
I'm sorry, that's a form of taking profit. I mean, they can direct those funding to their own companies.
Yeah, but they're
and
not
their
doing
friends
it,
and-
so they're not for profit. Like your whole argument is based that it's a
Wait,
for-profit.
are you saying Optimism is not a for-profit company?
Optimism is not a for-profit company in a sense that it doesn't take sequencer fees.
And you don't think people are making millions of dollars off it?
Who specifically?
I mean, there's
Optimism?
an Optimism token that's worth a lot of money
Yeah,
that
but that's
VCs invested into, right?
But that's a completely different conversation.
Just like how you raised over 80 million for your ICO, right?
We didn't do an ICO, but yeah, we did raise a bit of money.
Right.
Well,
Do you think you would have
hold
made
on.
more money developing the layer 1 or a layer 2?
I think
wait.
a layer 1 would be.
We're still getting out.
At least right now, building a layer 1 would be more profitable.
We're still
No, I
getting
mean
out-
like
hold on.
like working for the foundation or making your own layer 2. What's more profitable, do you think?
Working for a foundation, for Ethereum Foundation.
Seriously, getting a wage is more profitable than getting an 80 million euro
Yeah, but that's like saying,
sale?
why would you build an app that basically raises money? Just build an open source app and launch it. I don't see like why this is an argument.
I'm going to bring it back to the core a little bit here because what you're saying. So the thing is, the only way that I see fragmentation being solved, because this is really the main issue here in terms of the main critique.
Do you want to explain quickly why you think that the economic incentives will always
Sure.
in that way?
Sure.
And maybe, so I'm playing devil's advocate or Togirl's advocate, whatever in this case.
Appreciate
not a devil,
it.
You're an angel. What if, in a competitive environment, who would want to use a centralized L2? So maybe the L2s say, oh, look, we still get some fees, but if we use a decentralized sequencer, if we do all this kind of stuff, people will switch from, I'm not picking on Base here, right? But switch from things like Base to using a decentralized L2. And so all the L2s might have to decentralize if it's technically feasible, right? Once the technical problems get worked out, they will want to do that to retain their customers. Why wouldn't they? You tell me, why wouldn't they?
So there's a demographic problem here, right? So the people that are fine using centralized layer 2s are using the centralized layer 2s today. And the people that want to be on scalable L1s just move to scalable L1s. And that becomes this reinforcing dynamic in terms of you can never escape that anymore. That's part of crypto demographics. We see that happening a lot. But I would like to bring this back to the fragmentation problem. So I assume you disagree with Justin Drake when he says that a shared sequencer is the only way to solve fragmentation.
Oh, Justin Drake, yeah, I completely disagree with him.
Okay, I respect that. So how do you? So you're familiar with the shared sequencer concept? Yeah.
I had a lot of long chats with Justin about it.
I have as well, actually.
The thing is, I think what you're saying, Justin's argument is more about real-time composability versus asynchronous.
Let's define fragmentation, because both of you seem to not like it.
Justin,
what do you mean
Justin
by
doesn't disagree that you can have composability between chains that don't have a shared sequencer. His argument is that the only way you can have real-time composability between different L2s is via a shared sequencer, which, yeah, I agree with.
I mean, that's. I mean,
But again,
I mean, you're admitting that you lose real-time composability.
But so do sharded chains.
Absolutely not. That's false.
Yes.
That's a false claim.
Wait,
how much have you investigated sharded systems?
How do they lose
I've
composability?
been working on sharding since like 2016, but okay.
All right, that's fantastic.
And how do they compose in real time? How do two shards that don't have universal ordering?
There's a cross-shard communication.
Cross-shard communication
Right.
is not synchronous.
No, it's
not
adds
real
a
time.
few second delay.
Yeah, but that's not real time. Like that's the point. You can also
a few second delay before
You can also-
confirmation.
but-
That's no different to Ethereum with 12
But you
second
can
block
also
times.
make the same argument for L2s. There's nothing preventing L2s from having a few second delay between communication.
Okay, but
Hold on a second. Can you explain that a little more?
Because that doesn't
What
make
do you
any
mean?
sense when you
Why?
say that.
Why doesn't it make any sense?
Okay, so you're saying that all of the layer 2s are all just going to agree on the same interoperability protocol.
But you don't have to have the same interoperability protocol.
Then don't you need to go through a bridge?
Yeah, but then
That's a horrible UX. A bridge is the perfect example of a fragmented ecosystem. Hundreds of millions of euros are being lost by users in bridges. Why are you saying bridges is the solution to an L2 ecosystem? Are you serious?
But because like it's a really bad argument. The only reason why
Why is that a bad argument?
Because the only reason why the losses are happening right now is because L2 bridges are sharing the block space completely with everybody else, and so you're essentially like when you're bridging, your token, let's say from Scroll to Optimism, you're competing with someone buying a shitcoin on Ethereum.
Do you acknowledge that there's extra steps involved in the UX here? Because you're saying, oh, I have to switch between one L2 to another.
No, it's automated.
But hold on, but you even have different tokens that you have like a UST token on Optimism is not the same as a UST token on Arbitrum, right? Like you need to actually figure out what network you're on, what type of token you have.
So
These are all extra steps
that only
from a UX
applies to
perspective.
third-party tokens. That argument can be made the same for third-party bridges or any chain. Like that doesn't really apply.
The same argument is made for bridges, but not for like scalable layer one.
No, because like what Scroll recognizes as a native USDC is the same USDC that Optimism recognizes as the native USDC. The only thing is they live on two different chains.
Okay, but hold on. But do you acknowledge that from a user's perspective, there's several extra clicks, there's several delays, there's more knowledge?
There's one delay. That's it.
That's mind-blowing to me because that's not at all the experience of layer 2s, right?
Yeah, but again, we're talking about layer 2 today. Like, I agree with you that the state of layer 2...
How do you solve it? Because I haven't seen a solution.
So there are multiple ways you can solve it. One, you can have storage proofs. That's not an ideal solution, but that's the easiest that you can get fast. And then,
but that still requires all of. So see, the problem for me, the biggest problem for me is the coordination problem, right? Because what you're implying is that all of these L2s are going to agree on common protocols, and these L2s are competing parties. That's why there's a disincentive for them to integrate with each other.
But how many times have you been in a chat where multiple L2s are working together on certain standards? I've been in a lot of chats like that. If you think that we don't speak to each other and we don't work on standardization behind the scene, you're very,
It all seems
wrong.
extremely hand-wavy to me. And don't you see the irony?
But because you're not in that chat.
Okay, I mean, that's not an argument, right?
Yeah, but also, like, you're saying it's hand-wavy. I'm saying it's not because I'm actually involved in those conversations.
Okay, but basically your argument is, I know it's going to be fixed in the future. I can't tell you how.
No,
I
can
hold
tell
on.
you. No, wait. I was telling from the perspective, you're saying that there's an incentive not to collaborate. I'm saying that there's an incentive to collaborate. I can tell you how it's going to be solved. My point is that there's an incentive to collaborate because I'm involved in those conversations.
So we just have to trust you then.
So hold on, this is an actual...
I'll post a screenshot on Twitter.
Good thing
I've seen some of these same discussions. And you know what I find extremely ironic about these discussions? No, this is one point, and then I'll let you get the thing in. All right? I know the moderator is being... look, what I find very ironic, so some of these chats where the L2s get together to work in terms of how can we create a composable ecosystem, right? I find it so ironic because you have AgLayer proposed as a shared interoperability protocol and a shared sequencer. You have the Optimism superchain proposed as a shared sequencer.
Okay, and
you have the base. No, hold on, and then I'll let you make the argument. You have the base sequencer, right? That's also meant to be the shared. You have all these different companies which are all proposing interoperability protocols or a way to fix fragmentation, and they're all competing with each other. I don't see the ag layer being surrendered. I don't see the superchain being surrendered. But all of these parties are competing with each other, and they charge fees.
But again,
for these
it's
sequences.
interoperability within the given ecosystem that has nothing to do with interoperability between those chains. Like, you can have Optimism running superchain, Polygon running AgLayer, somebody else running whatever, like, trust me, bro layer, I don't know. And you can still have a standard where you can communicate between them. Those two are completely
But what I'm saying is that how come everyone hasn't adopted a common layer 1 communication protocol? We have the Cosmos, we have the DOTS, we have a bunch of different standards. How come today, after more than 15 years, we don't have a common interoperability protocol between all layer 1s? Can you answer that question? Why is that the case?
Yeah, but then that's completely irrelevant to L2s.
It is very relevant because I would say it's the same argument you could apply to layer 2s. How come layer 1s have been unable to agree on common interoperability protocols?
Given ecosystems have standards, IBC works between different L1s.
It doesn't work between all layer 1s. And Cosmos, for instance, is a competing system.
That's cool, but like, I'm not saying that it's going to work.
There's like 20 of these interoperability protocols all competing with each other.
Yeah. So... now we simmer down a little bit, a couple big breaths. So there's a common theme after like everything got hashed out to a point of there's a lot of prediction going on. This will happen, that will happen, this won't happen, this won't happen, this will happen, how will this happen, stomp your foot, whatever. In all this, so first of all, So we're talking about the fragmentation problems of L2s as well as of sharding. That's been brought up, that sharding because of a several second delay or whatever. So the current state, we're talking about 2024, April, as far as it's still April. What is the state of both of these? So first, what is the state of sharded chains, fully sharded chains? Today, can the user have that lack of fragmentation between shards today in the user experience? If I were to go on my computer right now after this and try something out, can I have that? And what are the user experience frictions I would experience by doing this?
So there's several blockchains today that have fully implemented sharding, that have solved this problem of composability. The main trade-off here being a few second delay in confirmation.
And how many is few seconds?
2 or 3 seconds.
One block, basically.
One block? So
yeah, one block.
But it is 2 or 3 seconds. You agree with that thing?
Depending on the protocol.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I would argue is equivalent because the layer 1 itself basically acts as the common interoperability protocol. The layer 1 becomes the shelling point that we can all agree around. And when you create a fragmented ecosystem, these fragments can't all agree on the same interoperability protocol. You still haven't answered my question.
Hold on. Let's not off-road right now. So as far as the fragmentation problem for L2s today, I heard a lot of things, and as I'm not as deep in the space, what is the state today?
So it depends on a specific chain. Like, for example, with ZK chains,
yes.
I would say the delay is between 30 minutes and an hour. For optimistic, if you go through the native bridge, it's around, 7 days?
Yeah, so it's like a 30-minute or whatever, or several days, depending on this. And obviously, this is not where we'd like the tech to be.
No.
This is where it is today. And so it seems like the argument seems to be sharding works today. The L2 thing will work someday.
Yeah.
So what is, first of all, what is a likely time frame for this? Obviously, we can't predict. This is tech. Everyone's like, when do you land people on Mars and have a colony, right? No one knows until it happens, but what's a realistic time frame for something like this?
I would say decentralization for the majority happens in a year and a half max.
Okay, so a year.
And then fragmentation should be solved by the time we get real-time proofs, which should be 2-3 years from now. Yeah, 2 years.
Okay, so this is so this is where it actually comes to, right? Because debates are, what do they say? Like opinions are like, everyone has one, right?
Yeah.
We could talk all days about our opinions, but a lot of this is based on what will or will not happen. So 3 years. And so first of all, I'll ask you first, and then I'll go to Justin with the same question on this. What evidence or what future occurrences would cause you to believe that you were right, or maybe that you were wrong? So is it fair to say that within 3 years, if a lot of this cross-composability issue across L2s and centralization of sequencers, et cetera, if this is solved in the next, let's say, 2-3 years, will you believe you're right? Or is there a different time frame, for example?
No, I think, if it's solved within 2-3 years. Like right now, the main issue that it hinges on is real-time proofs. Like, for example, now you can have composability, like, theoretically within like 2-3 minutes, because the proofs take a bit longer. But like, the proofs are speeding up, and like, I assuming that the proofs are real time in like 2 years, which I think they will, 2-3 years, we can have it in like basically the communication can be basically minimized to the same as what sharded chains are.
So what evidence or occurrences would cause you to believe that you were maybe wrong? Or as in today, in your opinions and predictions, what would cause you to believe, never mind, I think I was wrong on that based on what I've seen today?
So I think the main evidence would be if we don't have it working in 3 years.
In 3 years? So what if it's working, and is it 4 years? Or is it like by 5 years, you're like, okay, I think I'm not
No, I think 5 years, I can almost guarantee that it's going to be there. Not almost, I can guarantee that it's going to be there. 3, I think, is like a very good estimate, but again, like there's a certain probability that it will be delayed a bit because it's Ethereum, and everything is slow in Ethereum.
That takes time. What about 6 years or 7 years? Like,
no.
at
Okay,
what-
okay.
At
Yeah,
what,
yeah.
at what point
if it
is,
doesn't
at what
happen
point
in
is I was
5 years,
wrong?
I'm wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
There
we go.
for
We got
sure,
that.
yeah.
We got that on paper. Now, what about you? So, what do you? What would cause you? What future evidence would you take to believe that you were right on this point? And then, what future evidence would be like, you know what? Maybe I wasn't right.
So for me, I think what I would want to see in a layer 2 ecosystem is basically experience, because I believe we can scale the L1, an experience that's 100% equivalent to using a layer 1 blockchain, which means that the layer 2 needs to have 100% equivalent security, UX, trust trade-offs,
can we
and then
stop
across
here?
the entire ecosystem.
For a second, can we stop here? Rollups have better security than conventional sharding, so you've already lost there.
That doesn't make any sense. No,
It does.
sharding does not sacrifice security.
Sharding does sacrifice
Absolutely
security.
not.
Okay, let's...
With the only exception being DDoS attacks.
No,
but
no,
if
no,
you
no,
have
no, no,
sufficient
no, no,
nodes-
no, no.
Well,
Wait
hold
a
on,
second.
before-
Wait. You have
grace
1,000
period.
validators running the beacon chain, for example. Let's take a conventional sharded approach where each of the chains get randomly assigned a certain committee, right?
Yeah, correct.
A subcommittee. That subcommittee by default is smaller than the committee of the underlying beacon chain.
But because they're randomly assigned,
Okay, but-
therefore it has equivalent security.
No, it
becomes part of
doesn't.
a
No, that's not how
So how do you
maths
attack a
works.
single shard then?
What?
How do you attack a single shard?
It's probability based. I'm not saying you can attack it.
Have you looked at those probability numbers? Are you
Yeah,
kidding
it's
me?
much higher than the L1 probability or a probability.
Tiny. It's completely insignificant. Are you kidding me?
It's not
This
that.
is not a sincere argument. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Sorry, like that's not how maths work.
No. Like
we're
I've seen the
off-roading
maths
again.
for this. Are you kidding?
2 minutes left in the entire talk,
All right,
and
so
we're off-roading.
I think there's a really important point I would like to make because you did not answer my question. You keep steering away from this idea that there's a technical problem to be solved.
Okay.
And I've brought the perfect example, which is the layer 1 ecosystem. How come we don't know? Hold on. How come we don't have a common interoperability protocol between all layer 1s? And I would argue the same thing won't happen between layer 2s for the exact same reason. Can you answer that question? Because if you can't, then you've got a major problem in your argument here.
No, because you're comparing two different things. I can point to Cosmos ecosystem having an interoperability.
The Cosmos ecosystem is not interoperable with the DOT ecosystem, right?
Yes, but you are talking
But
about
that's
an
my
Ethereum ecosystem.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of Cosmos chains that are completely independent from one another, which is your argument for
L1
L2.
system is still fragmented. And by the way, Cosmos has shared security. That's the equivalent of a shared sequencer.
What? Cosmos has shared security now, today?
It depends on the setup of the nodes, right?
No. That's like, I'm sorry, but like,
Okay, you know what? I'll concede. I think I might have confused it with DOT, but that's
Dot
irrelevant to the
I'll
argument.
give no,
Yeah.
but like my argument is that Cosmos has just a bunch of dispersed chains that don't have to adopt that standard, yet they do because it makes sense to
Yes,
communicate.
and the common standard in Cosmos is the equivalent of a shared sequencer.
No, it's not. What?
At least from
IBC is a messaging protocol. It has nothing to
It's
do
a
with sequencing.
technology that allows for interoperability that needs to be agreed upon by all parties. I would say in that sense,
It's a messaging
similar.
protocol. It's not technology. It's basically an API.
Message protocol is not technology. I mean, that's
It's
just
an
semantics.
API.
Come on.
It's an API. Come on.
That's just semantics at this point. No, but you still didn't answer the
like-
question.
but like-
How come we
I
don't
did
have full
just now.
seamless interoperability between all L1s? How come?
But again, I don't care
You
about
can't
that.
answer that question, can you?
With
I
all
just
respect, Justin,
presented
that
an
is a
argument
little off topic.
within an
That's not the
ecosystem.
topic of L1 interoperability. It's a little bit different. And we're also 14 seconds left. So
It's the same social
hold on.
coordination problem. That was my point.
Let
Yeah,
us.
but like,
Hold on,
Cosmos
wait.
solved it. So I don't
Audience
see what-
questions. Save me from this madness. Anyone want to ask a question that I have not already asked at this point? Cage fight next door afterwards.
No, still no.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I'm good.
This
All right.
first question's interesting, right? So, Justin, why do you think there's a higher chance people agree to use one L1 than to use the default cross-chain standard for L2s? And by the way, just as a personal example for this, after Bitcoin kind of did not scale properly for payments, there's so many different payment chains. Obviously, I use some of them. I can't tell you which one's winning out like 7 years later. There is no alt L1 that has done that in the payment chain, in my opinion. So basically, what makes you think that that all users will coalesce around one L1 rather than there will be like, you know, Solana and Ethereum and a bunch of competing L1s, even if they all scale and shard and everything, and that they won't be, it'll end up being like a fragmented L2 ecosystem.
No, I don't think that we'll end up with a single layer one. That's not my perspective at all. I mean, in terms of future, I would probably predict about 5 to 10 dominant layer ones based on engineering trade-offs, ideological trade-offs, maybe geopolitical divides. But like, you're in a competitive environment here. So you have one blockchain where the base layer has high fees, is congested, you're forced to use layer twos, which are fragmented, versus simply
you
just
use fragmented L1s.
Versus simply just using a layer one that works, that is fully composable. And that is why Solana today has more TPS than Ethereum and all layer twos combined. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Ethereum is losing?
We're just answering questions right now.
Wait.
We don't have to go back.
What do you think is a fundamental bottleneck of Ethereum?
A fundamental bottleneck of, I mean, it probably would come down to processing, maybe state bloat.
It's state size.
Yeah, well, that's the second thing I said.
State size. No, state bloat is a
bandwidth is a common one as well.
No. Bandwidth is not the bottleneck. The bottleneck is state.
It depends who you ask, right? If you ask a Bitcoin maxi, they'll tell you bandwidth is a bottleneck. So.
Yeah, but like
depends how you prioritize.
But also
things.
like Bitcoin is barely useful. So like
we can agree on that.
So like
I think that's a good note to end on because I think some of us want lunch, and I know Justin's going to be on another panel coming up, I believe. So you probably also need to eat lunch. I would love to give a round of applause to our amazing panelists.
Thank you, everyone.
Now, on the way out, hug.
Whew, man, is your blood, like, I feel like my blood pressure's up. Like, I wasn't even involved in this debate. I mean, I guess we all are to some extent. But please, I'm so sorry. Please go get, Are you good? Please, everyone, be safe, go get lunch, and we'll see you back here at 2.
Hello. Woo! We're almost at the end. So you guys have been building and hacking and discussing and networking, eating, some sleeping, probably some drinking, maybe some smoking. But the reality is your project or whatever you're working on, you might want to make some money. And to be able to do that, you might need to raise some money. And so for the very last panel of ETHDam, we've invited some people, some of them local, some of them part of larger organizations, so to say, to come and have a discussion about funding in the blockchain space. So if this is interesting for you, which I'm assuming as you're sitting here it is, then please ask questions and engage. And to kick this off, what I'd like to do is invite Robert to the stage, the moderator, and let's give him a round of applause.
Yes, it works. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming here today. As JJ mentioned, we're here today. We're talking about privacy, all of this conference. We're talking about new projects being built, but you need resources, you need support, and you need outreach. With that, I would like to introduce our speakers for today and call them forward, please. Renee, Aaron, Pim. We have for you today. We have three VCs for you who were able to join us to talk about what they're doing in the state of the market, what they're looking for, but also what you should be looking for. With us today, we have Aaron van Ammers, CTO of Outlier Ventures.
Hello.
We have René Darmos, Managing Partner of Moonhill Capital.
Hello, everyone.
And we have Pim Zwart, Principal at Maven 11. Yeah. I'm going to sit with you, and I'm going to ask you guys to give you a moment to explain a bit what your fund does and how you differentiate from each other. I'd like to start with you, Pim, on that side. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Pim, I work at Maven 11. We are an Amsterdam-based fund. Maybe that's differentiating. I don't think there are many Dutch venture firms in the space. We've been around since 2015, so also one of the names I think that has been around a little bit longer. Have been mostly focused on infrastructure investments, but have also done DeFi investments along the way. And I think generally have built a strong thesis around modular chains. So we're seeing that come to fruition. Obviously, we've seen Celestia launch a few months ago. We're seeing now the sort of L2-centric roadmap of Ethereum. And yeah, I think that's sort of the key directions we've been investing in. And we mostly invest in early stage ventures, but we can also do later stage. I think that covers a lot, at least.
Thank you, Pim. René.
So we, like a Moonhill Capital, we arise from the community. We have managed together and nurture the biggest and most active Web3 investors community out of Slovakia and Czechia, where I'm from. The community is called BitCoach. We started investing in 2017 already. We had nice investment like seed round with Chainlink, Polkadot, Avalanche, OneInch, and some others. But back then we didn't have any legal entity. It was just pure Wild West, copy-pasting transaction into one shared Google Sheet. It was a really nice time back then. But yeah, but then in 2021 we established Moonhill Capital, and since then we invested mostly into DeFi infrastructure projects. Still we're doing infrastructure, but already now looking a lot into application, because there's too much infra being built for non-existent applications teams. And we'll try to be as early as possible. The ideal stage we like is usually seed. Our investing starting at 50K, but we don't like that much, and we are able to go up to 500K.
A young founder in the audience. Yeah. Aaron, please, about Outlier.
All right. Yeah, I'm Aaron van Ammers, CTO and founding partner of Outlier Ventures since 2014. Actually, we're not a VC and we're not a fund, so that's great. But we're an accelerator, so it's very similar to what a VC is. So we're the #1 accelerator in Web3. We run 3 cohorts every quarter. Usually with partners. We've partnered with previously with Polygon, Polkadot, Filecoin, many other players in the ecosystem, as well as more industry-focused partnerships with the likes of Farfetch and Walmart. We have done a cohort with and others. we like to run thematic cohorts, so we're now recruiting for our Q2 in a deep in program, real-world assets program, and the AI crypto program. We're really looking at that overlap of AI crypto, which we're happy to see that the market now takes on. We've been shouting this from the rooftop since for a while, but now it's great to see that people see that AI needs crypto and crypto needs AI. Yeah, well, our stage would be like even earlier than yours. Usually, I'd say pre-seed. Some founders, good ideas, some basic products, some basic traction, and we get over 5,000 applications a year, below 2% acceptance rate. So we get to see a lot of the market early on. Of course, with we want to make teams as ready as they can be for funding rounds and finding investors. So we cultivate our investor network and hence have a view of the market in that sense as well.
Thank you. And I've actually come around one of your portfolio companies, which we met yesterday at this conference. Hira, there's one of the founders is here, Hira from Plurality. She actually went through one of the programs. Hira, what was your experience in this program from Outlier? Yeah.
Give you a mic, otherwise people can't hear you.
Thank you, Aaron. So just like many people here, we also went to a lot of hackathons last year, won a couple of them, and then somebody from Outlier Ventures contacted us, and we were in their accelerator program. Funny thing, we just graduated 2 days ago, so like perfect timing. I would say the accelerator was like the perfect choice for us because we were 3 technical co-founders, and when we started this, like we knew all about the technology and stuff. So I've been working as a blockchain architect for a couple of years now in Deutsche Telekom, and I thought like, I'm an architect, I know this stuff, I can do it. But when we got into this accelerator, surprise, surprise, there's so much that goes into like making a startup really start that no one person can know it all. So like there's legal, there's technical, there's marketing, there's brand placement, there's your pitch, there's your value proposition, there's your business plan, tokenization model. And like the first few weeks we were like, bah, okay, this is probably too much, we cannot do it. But as the weeks went by, one by one, we tackled so many things that now, when I look back for the last 3 months, I think we have covered more than a year's worth of progress in just 3 months. And that was like, I would definitely recommend Outlier Ventures Accelerator to anyone who can get a place there. The one thing that I really, really liked was that, maybe many of you here have seen me with a small baby. I'm the woman with the tiny baby going on around this conference. And I told Outlier Ventures, like right from the start, I have a small baby. It could be like that I might attend a few sessions with her. And they were so accepting. And I actually did that. And everyone there was like made me feel super comfortable. And I think that's what we all need to do, because like probably I can't see a single woman here. Oh, maybe 1 or 2 or 3. Yeah, okay. So like we're like less than 5%. And if we don't get that kind of support, then I think these 4 or 5 or 6 women would also just go away. So I think Outlier is doing their part. Maybe the other VCs, try to give women founders a bit more chance as well. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, Hira, and thanks, Robert. I mean, I have to say to everyone, this was not my idea to ask somebody to talk about Outlier, but yeah, thanks so much.
It's always good to hear from an actual founder who went through a program. Having said that, of course, you guys, of course, Renee, Pim, you also offer support for founders, of course, beyond just funding. And that's actually what I wanted to ask, and then we'll also jump into the questions by the audience as well. Could you describe the role of a VC in this day and age from your perspective, beyond just the money, basically?
Yeah, I think it very much depends what sort of fund you work with, and also as a founder, what you're looking for. There's very opposing views here. There's a Slow VC, it's an American fund. They have this thesis, we hate value adding, because their whole point is we are a venture capital fund. we don't know shit about being an operator, basically, right? You are the founder, you have domain expertise, you sort of know what you're doing in that sense. We know how to raise funds, and we can help you raise funds, and that's sort of our core expertise. That's not how we like to operate, but I can see that that's like a valid way to sort of approach the market. Basically, you focus on what you are really good at, and we focus on what basically we are really good at, and that's the single thing that we will try to help you out with. I think in crypto, most funds will operate slightly differently. I think funds, to some extent, will always try to at least portray themselves as being a value-add investor. So definitely, try to add some value to the portfolio companies you have. I think for us, the whole thesis for how we want to work with portfolio companies is typically looking at what sort of the core muscle that they have that we don't have to work out for them, and what are the things that they don't do well that we can really help out with. And I think in our portfolio and sort of our investment strategy along the way, we very often backed highly technical founders. Technical people are typically a very sort of one-size-fits-all profile as a person. So they very much excel in a few topics, and they also don't excel in a bunch of other things. And I think we always like to help build out all of basically the weaknesses and attack all of the problems that are around this sort of the core technical problem that they are solving or the competency that they have in that domain. So, very simple stuff like hiring, like raising additional funding, marketing stuff, these sorts of things. Obviously, we've, in-house, we've built a very deep technical sort of knowledge base as well around how blockchains work, and like we regularly publish research like this. But ultimately, that's only sometimes a value add, and I think the more consistent value add is very much all of these processes that are around sort of the building of the company,
growing the organization as well.
Yeah.
I would maybe just add that the first case you just mentioned, that no value add, for this kind of VCs, there's a chance to invest during bear market, because during bull market, it's like those 8-year projects, like they are oversubscribed just like that. They are pretty quickly oversubscribed, and it's just according to your value add if you are able to get into the round, right? It's a very competitive space, like being VC, especially during these times, let's say, it's quite competitive. So the more value add you are able to bring, the better it is for the project. And that's what we are also doing a lot. And we are trying to focus on what you just have mentioned. Every team is and every project is different, and some of the founders are more technical, some of them are more business development oriented, and then our role is to try to search for that weaker parts and try to help them in those weaker parts, because why should we work on something what the project and founders are great at, right? They are probably much better than we are. Our role is to help them in something what they are not good at, to connect them especially with someone who is professional in that space, because that's what all the VCs are having. They are having great network, great connections. And one more thing is that we already have seen the best cases, best scenarios, how projects and founders should operate, how they should extract the value from whatever activities they are able to do, and we just can advise them to do this. It's obviously all the time on the project if they want to do this. I think value add is very much needed from VC perspective.
Well, we have just got an example from you guys, of course. So, I was interested because the questions are already coming in, I see. For those who don't know, of course, we're using slido.com. If you use the code ETHDam, you can pop in your own questions for the gentleman here. If you'd like to pitch, please do so after the session. You can find them one-on-one here around. But if you have a question about raising capital or choosing for or not for a VC, then please do. I see some early ones already coming in. Can you name one crypto meets AI application that's live and creates real value? I know you guys invested in Fetch, right? Yeah.
True. Yeah. We were early investor in Fetch AI. That's actually before we started our accelerator model, but in a very similar way, we work with them from a very early stage to becoming what they are now. I would say, Fetch is one of the more advanced in the market. But clearly they're not as something like that you can point to as an OpenAI. Where what's OpenAI's product? Well, it's ChatGPT. It's over there. It has an API. It's there. Fetch does have services that they offer and work with enterprise on. They have their agent toolkits. They have the Delta V format. So they do have all of those things in the market, and increasingly people are building on them. But I would say, in fact, like many other projects in the wider crypto space, it's relatively early compared to Web 2 models, but definitely much more materializing now. They've definitely found fit now in beyond where they were in 2020, 21.
René?
Yeah, I would like to, not that long time ago, I did spot one tweet that is describing this space really nicely. Don't get me wrong, but it was written like, look at the bit tensor, like they are really not solving anything right now, but they are having few hundreds of millions, and ultimately they will be able to hire the best people in the world and to find out like what they are going to be working at, right? So that's more or less actual stage of the AI and crypto, I would say. Maybe you have different opinion, but from our point of view, we have invested into IONET and Exabits. Those were our first bets on AI. It's more like deep-in space, but we found it like the best AI bet for us.
Yeah, I think that the question is already pretty pointed in the sense that obviously a bunch of this is very fluffy and vaporware. But I do think there's some overlap of the domains of crypto and AI where I think we'll see interesting developments. I think right now, the sort of the lightest way in which this is somewhat fruitful, something like an Akash, for instance, right? I don't know if you want to call it like a deep-in network, but decentralized training or decentralized inference, basically just using crypto as the sort of permissionless incentive alignment, payment layer to connect, someone that has hardware with somebody that wants hardware, right? Ultimately, boiling down what these sorts of marketplaces are, there's something there. Whether they deserve the valuations that they are currently trading at in the market now, that's I think a second question. But I think these are ultimately platforms that are already providing real world value. But first point I made, I think still stands. This is still very, very speculative, most of it. But I do think there will be some interesting developments there.
I'd like to hop on to a question which popped in. The question was, what makes a successful founder? So from your perspective, you get a lot of decks, of course, a lot of propositions. What are, in your case, green flags or red flags when looking at proposals?
I mean, I can hop into that. Because we get a lot of different founders or aspiring founders who apply. I would say mental, like your character and attitude, is ultimately one of the most important factors because, like your experience and your skills, etc., you can augment those, and people you can gather around you. But you can only gather them around you if you have, that attitude, if you have the ability to attract people, if you have the ability to word your vision, to communicate it, and be flexible and determined to, like Iris said, like this is quite common. I would, in fact, if anyone goes through our accelerator and does not have that moment of, whoa, this is really too much, I would, be a bit worried, because almost everyone goes through that. It's so much that comes at you, and the ones that are successful are the ones that, are resilient and are flexible to see, well, what comes at me is really something that that should be a pivot, that should be a big change. And this other thing that comes at me is something where I need to just overcome it and go in the same direction, and it's an obstacle I need to overcome. So that, mental flexibility and resilience, I'd say, is a really important characteristic.
I completely agree with everything what you just have said, and I think this is a very complex topic. We did like 2 months ago or something like this, published an article on our Substack where we describe like what are the points where we are looking at during our due diligence. There are many of them, but obviously the team and founders it's the most crucial part of it, because we are investing in early stage of projects, and the team is at that point crucial, because sometimes it happens that the project vision doesn't turn out to be the best one, but the project and the team, they are able to pivot into something a little bit different, but still being very successful. But like you just mentioned, they need to be flexible enough. On one hand, they need to have the vision where they are heading, but then being flexible enough to listen also, because we had experience that there was a founder who didn't want to listen. He felt that he knows the best what he is doing, right? And usually it's like that, but not in every area. And when there are already more people and more VCs telling you that this can backfire to you, then you need founder to be able to listen to you, right? And that doesn't, it can be really a huge red flag. We experienced this already.
Yeah, I think in general, the biggest green flag we've seen with founders that have done really well is that they're just generally like nice people. I think when you sort of boil down what you guys mentioned, like the people that we work best with are the people that we just like working with. So I don't think there's, if you're a highly technical founder, then the green flag is that he's very technical, right? And if you're a massively savvy business founder, then being massively savvy in business is like your green flag. But I think that the sort of below the surface, it's really like, how likely do you want to work with this person? If we have a first call with somebody, camera off, sort of short answers, kind of uninterested, then I'm already 100% sure this is never going to work out as a relationship. So then that's the red flag. And the opposite, the green flag, I think, of all the founders that we've seen succeed is basically founders that are really nice to work with from basically all angles. Yeah, and also just a founder that is willing, as you mentioned, admitting that you don't know certain things, admitting that you aren't, good at everything, admitting that you need help from people that you hire around you or that you collect around you. But in general, I think the main thing is actually finding, just being a generally nice person to work with. I think that's honestly been the biggest success indicator for us.
Okay, thank you. We're getting quite some questions in. Let's go through. Let's take the top one. I need to raise, and I don't have a company, neither a token. I'm assuming there's a product there. Many VCs and angels ask to invest, but we are stuck there. What can I do?
Well,
do you guys also support with the setup of the whole structure for investments, for instance?
Yeah, we have done this before. We've provided loans, for instance, for people to incorporate, but I don't think that's a very typical thing. An incorporation is ultimately not the biggest hurdle. So if you have a product, then you should probably build somewhat of a corporate structure around this. A token isn't a requirement, I think. Well, some VCs will see that as a requirement because obviously there's some benefits to having a token. But yeah, I mean, an investor ultimately has to wire money somewhere and get like a formal piece of ownership somewhere, whether that's a portion of a network that they purchase or a piece of equity. So if you only have a product, then I would highly recommend starting at step 0, which is maybe incorporating or something.
Yeah, that's one thing, and maybe also the important thing from our point of view is to find some lead investor, because this lead investor, they are able to help you with all this, not only basic stuff, but with everything, with the valuation, with tokenomics, and with other questions. And also other VCs will be much more tempted to enter the round when there is already some lead investor who is kind of like proving the quality and that they did double check already everything.
Yeah, so for us at Outlier Ventures, this is a much more common case because we do get, it's one of the things you asked, are you incorporated or not? And in quite a few cases they aren't, but then we help them with all of that, including like where to incorporate, how to incorporate. But I agree, like you need somewhere to send the check to, and you need confidence about certain cap table and ownership that's there. So yeah, I need to get on the way.
There's one question which came in, which it's not the highest rated at the moment, but I would like to touch upon it. There was a question about rather green flags for founders. what are the red or green flags about VCs? If you're, as a founder, searching for support, what should you be aware of when talking with you guys?
Very much depends on what you're looking for out of your fund, I guess. If you are one of these people that are sort of hell-bent on, I have this direction in my head, I know how I want to build this company, I know where I'm going to take it, I just need money, so I need you to wire and basically fuck off, then that's the sort of VC you should be looking for. And at that point, a sort of, you know, helicopter parent VC is not going to be a great fit for you. So I think you first have to figure out what sort of fund are you looking for and what are you really looking for out of this fund. And then finding that. There's a bunch of very common sort of red flags that are like easy. You know, if a fund is pushing you to launch a token as soon as you can without a product, you know, I would argue that's probably not the greatest sign. And there's a bunch of very low-hanging fruit red flags. But I think really you should be focusing on like what are you actually looking for out of a fund, and you know, who can actually offer me this.
Yeah, and so to add to that, there's a bit of an ebb and flow in the market. As right now, it's almost the founders doing DD on the VCs, whereas you know in bear markets it's more the VCs doing the DD on the founder, but it's always mutual. So indeed, look at like and speak to others who've been funded like ideally a while ago, and how was this VC, like how was the relationship? What did they do? How did it work out? Were they friendly people? Were they humans? All of these things, and first and foremost, like be aware that there are all those things, that there are different VCs, that one might, you know, never respond after just wiring you money, and others might be very eager to help you, and then you know go around your journey with funding your startup.
I agree basically with everything that has been said, and then there are maybe also other smaller aspects, not that maybe as important as this, but there are some VCs that are having already communities. Then maybe for your projects can be a little bit better to have a venture DAO, for example, like an investor, because there are like many experts for each category. Maybe it's like you just said, you need to know your objectives.
Okay. So if you guys, I mean, there's always a chance, of course, if you guys agree, then that's fine. Then we can just continue, because we got a lot of questions coming in, actually.
Let's move on.
Yes. Would you invest in a DeFi app on a relatively small layer 1 chain?
It's a very difficult to answer question.
Yeah.
I guess maybe, but I think the first question I would ask is, why are you wanting to be on a very small L1 chain? Like, what is this L1 chain giving you that any big L1 chain isn't giving you? Ultimately, it seems like tapping into the ecosystems of bigger L1s, where there's a lot of users, a lot of liquidity, etc. Like basically onboarding users into whatever you are doing seems typically easier. If you have a great reason why you want to be on a very small L1, then I would love to hear it, and then we can sort of debate the merits of that. But yeah, in general, I would say potentially, maybe, question mark.
Yeah, I mean, we have in the past, like the answer to that question is usually, well, we started 2 years ago and then it didn't look so small at that time, but now, you know, compared to the others, the L1 is small. Like ultimately you want to see, where is this going to grow? Like in what way? And maybe, you know, that startup can convince you, look, this L1 is now really small, but they're doing all these things. We realize that effectively this is a bet on this L1 too, but, you know, invest in us and you'll grow with it. You know, that might be a convincing case. Or it might be, well, now we will go multi-chain, but then specifically to these, because, you know, saying, oh, we're going multi-chain, that's, you know, also it's almost like choosing your chain is almost the same kind of consideration as choosing your VC. You're buying into an ecosystem, you're buying into, you know, something that can support you or not be very successful. So in summary, potentially yes, but depending on, you know, the whole wider context of the potential, really.
Yeah, I completely agree. We already have invested in such projects. We already have declined such projects. It completely depends.
Which top chains will you see lose interest from builders this year, from your perspective in the market?
Ones that are running out of money, maybe? No, I don't know if there's any, like there's clearly, I think, a concentration, as I just mentioned, of like liquidity and users around some of the bigger chains, that's just got a sort of positive, like reinforcing feedback loop. So I think smaller L1s will maybe struggle, but at the same time, this is also, as Aaron mentioned, there's this ebb and flow of like what the market is doing. Ultimately, when crypto prices balloon by a 10x, that means that every ecosystem suddenly has 10x the amount of money to basically give away and incentivize builders with. And so in a bull market, you can see basically every chain, raising money for these like ecosystem funds and getting somewhat of a, I don't want to call it organic, but like maybe slightly inorganic ecosystem going. I think, so the question is basically which ones are going to die right now. I don't think any will die right now. And in fact, I think many will come back to life. It's more once, prices start to shrink again, as they always do, 99%, and then another 99%, which ones then are left? And then I think a bunch of the sort of very interchangeable alt L1s will evaporate because they just, the block space that basically they sell isn't very differentiated from other block space. But, I think it's more of a sort of bear market question, which ones will cease to be, rather than a question of which ones will now cease to be, because it's ultimately a function of the amount of capital that can be dispersed, I think.
We have 1 minute left.
Maybe I would just say where I would like to see it is builders going away from these chains. Like there are still too many builders on Polkadot. I got the feeling that there are more builders than users, right? Then Cardano, obviously, and then some others. But these are two from the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to add names to that, but. Yeah, the concept of if your only differentiation is a faster EVM, then you're in the end probably not going to make it. So I think that's one big conclusion of the whole L2 story. Like 3-4 years ago, there was only 1-2 chains that you could really build on. Now there are 5, 6, 7 that are all mature, that all allow you to roll out your own chain. So there needs to be much more behind it for people to make that commitment. And the ones that aren't, that they're probably not going to make it.
We are at time. I would like to ask each of you in one sentence, if you could give an advice to a founder in the room who wants to raise in this market right now, what would your advice be in one sentence, each of you?
I think you already gave the advice. Like if you do have a product that is in somewhat of like a raisable state, let's say, then this is the market to do it, because it's clearly a founder's market and not a funder's market right now. It's already been mentioned a few times, but ultimately right now VCs are typically, unless you're very differentiated, they're having to scramble and scrap to basically get into funding rounds, which means that valuations are being driven up, which as a founder means you are selling a smaller portion of the company that you're ultimately going to build, and you're raising more cash for that small company, for that small portion that you're selling. So I think that's the advice, really. You have to be somewhat realistic about how these fundraising timelines work, and very opportunistically, this is the moment to raise money, granted that you have a product that is in a somewhat of a raisable state.
Yeah, I completely agree that the time is now. So what you need to do is to hustle, right? Not in half a year, but hustle now. Work 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. You have let's say we are having 1 year of bull market, maybe a little bit longer, probably a little bit shorter. So the time will not be done. Now you need to raise money and just to talk to as many VCs as you are possible, talk to scouts, talk to people who are having access to capital, and ask for their feedbacks, ask why, and try to be pushy. And then ultimately the life and these ways will lead you to someone who will be convinced about investment in your project.
All right, those were very long one sentences. I'll try.
Yes.
Just to add to that, yes. I mean, agree, make hay while the sun is shining. So do all of those things, but also be aware that, raising 25 million at a 200 million valuation it also comes with other sides. It comes with expectations, and it comes with a burden, and the market will change. And don't invent a token just because you have to and because people are pushing you to. Invent a token because it makes sense in your product and your vision, and it adds value. And then now is a really good time to relay the start of realizing that vision in funding.
Thank you again, gentlemen. Give them a round of applause, guys. They will be here for the auto track as well, and will also be at the venue if you want to meet them one-on-one. So, JJ, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to leave the stage. You'll be back in a minute. We've got some explaining to do. And I thought founders were bad at being to the point, but that last thing of one sentence, hoi, was a lot. Pay grid. Whoever is pay grid in here, get over here. You're going to need you in a minute. Everyone needs to get their laptops out who's about to present, and please go to this side of the room. You know who you are. If you don't know, you don't know. That's fine. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to explain what's happening next. While I'm explaining that, if the people that are sitting, could you please scan this QR code and participate in the Quadratic funding? This is important. We'd like all of you to scan this QR code by the end of today. You can, are you pay grid? Come plug your laptop in. What's going to happen in a minute is we're going to have 8 companies present in something that Crypto Canal calls the Otter Track. And normally it's Otter Tank, but this is the Otter Track because we're at ETHDam. Woo! We're quite close towards the end now. What's going to happen is we're going to speed run through these 8 pitches. And these 8 pitches are not so much focused on the hackathon, but they're more focused on the products that they're actually building. And they claim that this is they're looking for investment. And what we're going to do is we're going to enable them to pitch in front of the 3 VCs that just sat on this couch. And each company is going to get 5 minutes to present. After those 5 minutes are up, what we're going to do is the team is going to unplug their laptop so the next team can plug it in, because there's a lot of there's a lot of technology and wires involved in this whole process. And then the judges are going to be invited to come to the stage and sit down, and they will then be given 5 minutes to ask any questions during that time. We will also have the Slido enabled while this is going on, so the VCs, we may also I'll also obviously be trying to moderate this, so maybe we try and throw in 1 or 2 questions from the audiences as well. Once we've gone through that entire process, what will happen is the VCs are going to hold up their scorecards of what score they believe the blockchain project got and how investable are they. Do note, legal disclaimer, this is not a promise that the VC does want to invest if they give you a 10. However, if they do give you a 10, definitely speak to them afterwards, because you guys might make some, whatever you want to call it. As long as it's not a meme coin, it's all right. Does that make sense? Yeah? Does anyone have any questions before we start this chaos? Because it's going to be a lot. Any questions? Okay, I'd like one final check at all the people that are going to present on this side of the room. Yeah? If you're presenting and you're sitting on that side of the room, I'm going to get pissy. So, yeah. There is an order to it, and I do believe that order is being shared. So you should know this, so please be ready when we're transitioning. And if we're ready, and if the screen is going to work. Pardon? Let's see, if it's plugged in, if we can try, let's see what happens. I'm waiting for some signals or... I see my screen over there, but it's not quite here. This is the list. I guess that's Bermuda Pay. I'm assuming. Cool. Can we show the first contestant? And what one thing that I want to point out is that we're going to try something. It's someone's idea. I don't know if it's going to work. But basically, if you see me starting to do this, that means there's 30 seconds left. Now, that means when I start clapping, everyone needs to start clapping, and obviously the person that's there is going to realize that they need to stop talking because it's going to be too loud so they can't speak. Is everyone going to, should we try and give this a shot and see what happens? Because it's kind of nicer than a timer or a beep, 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 beep. Yeah? 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 Fuck! Okay. But I do need someone to keep a 5-minute timer. Can someone do that? Dax, are you up? Someone could do a 5-minute timer. That would be, we got one up there. Oh yeah, the timing girl. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Number 1, take it away.
All right, test, this works. Hello everyone, my name is Khaled and I'm here to talk to you about PayGrid. So just to kind of start it off, well, traditional payment systems have not really evolved over time. The whole network is basically a patchwork system of disconnected intermediaries trying to coordinate disconnected systems to make money move globally around the world. And when you think about it, like blockchains really offer us the tools and platform to remove these intermediaries, perform the trust factor, and move money more efficiently. However, what does blockchain payments really mean? Or what does that even look like? Well, today, blockchain transactions are not payments. They're really just transactions on a general computer ledger. They tell you where something moved from one place to another, but they lack the context. And the context in the payment sense is, what does this transaction is for? What's the purpose for it? What does it mean? What can you do with this transaction? So what's the next step? So it's hard to make automations from that kind of, from this type of situation. So what this ends up doing is it actually forces developers to repeatedly build complex payment infrastructures from scratch every single time. So every single blockchain payment solution is essentially building yet again the same payment infrastructure to make payments happen. And that's really what we do. PayGrid helps developers build blockchain payment solutions with a single integration. And what this means is we add context we act more or less as a payment as a service infrastructure. We add context to payments. We allow developers to perform automations and do other additional actions based on the actual transaction. You can do recurring payments. You can do subscriptions from there. You can, and we offer all of that into one single API package so that you could also do cross-chain transactions and things like that without really having to build that infrastructure. And the goal for this is to help builders basically focus on the product that they're building and leave the payments work simple and straightforward. You can think of this as played for blockchains in the same sense that they connect open banking APIs for businesses. Now, the architecture on a high level, it basically connects on the top left. You can see it connects operators. Operators are basically who interact with the payment protocol that we own, that we're currently developing, basically. And these payment operators can interact with APIs, SDKs, or smart contracts, and they can perform a bunch of things. Now, the infrastructure's power is to really glue different pieces together. The identity systems, so you know who you're talking to, like whether it's ENS systems or DID systems. It connects with fiat rails, so you can also make it interoperable with fiat rails. It has an orchestration element that does smart routing, so it knows if you want to do a payment from Polygon to, I don't know, another chain with this asset, we do the smart routing orchestration for you. So we connect with aggregators and things like that to perform the actions. And we allow you to do workflow automations. So you can say, okay, when this happens, do this, do this, do this. Additional business logic basically can be baked into it. We finally connect compliance and security. So we also screen transactions for AML screening. You can apply compliance rules. You can say, I will only work with transactions that follow these compliance rules. That's for regulatory requirements. And we set an agreement standard that actually supports the ISO 20022, which is an international payment standard that's used by financial institutions. Let's see if this is going to work. Yeah. Our thesis behind this is that, one, fiat and blockchain payment rails are merging towards seamless interoperability. Eventually, you will not really know the difference between a payment that's settled on Swift or was settled on a blockchain rail. Second, regulation is inevitable, yet it presents an opportunity for broader adoption and trust. The more regulated it gets, the harder it gets, but the better we can actually use these systems. Finally, blockchain infrastructure is really evolving at an incredibly fast rate that will set the ground up for global real-time payments, things like smart contract accounts, and other various improvements in scaling, in L1s, in L2s, and potentially maybe L3s. This is all basically paving that way there. So on a high level, On a high level, basically, what you can do is, there we go. It's loaded. So this is, let's say, a developer that's trying to perform using the APIs or SDKs. You can define your source chain. You can define your source token. Oh. Done. I didn't see you doing...
5 minutes, man, 5 minutes.
No, that's fair. You can continue watching the video as it goes in the background.
I like that, good demo. All right, judges, now you got to jump up, jump on here, grab a microphone. Let's do this. So again, as a recap, you can ask questions on Slido, that still works. We have a new addition, the gentleman from Avalanche. Welcome, welcome. And so yeah, if we hit the timer again for 5 minutes, let's go. Throw your questions. It's a free-for-all.
And then grading after?
Grading afterwards.
Okay, very awkward.
No, or do we want to do...
I'll just get a question in. How many users do you have? Revenue? Is anybody using this?
What's the current status? Yes.
Yeah, so we're still in quite early stage. We haven't fully launched the product yet. We've been doing a lot of, let's say, small pivots. Essentially, we want to align the product, the proposition, and the persona and the problem that we're solving. So we've been doing a few small pivots from just actually talking to people and trying to, solve these problems for them. And we actually realized that this is kind of one of the core problems that we want to, that we can solve best. Initially, we were offering businesses a way to accept crypto payments, but eventually this morphed into actually infrastructure that we can solve. So I would say it's still early stage. We have a few promising leads of people we've been speaking to that would use something like this. But yeah, early stage.
Okay, thanks.
Can I ask why you pivoted away?
Sure, yeah. Initially, we were kind of approaching this more like a Stripe for crypto in a way, essentially. Like, here's merchant tools, here's this and that to do this. But we realized that, one, the market is extremely saturated, and two, we're basically remaking the same problems we did in traditional payments again. You have all these operators who are all siloed away. You as a user, you go with this one, or you go with this one, or you go with this one. And it forces a lot of operators to solve these problems in, again, repetitive ways, either redoing the same thing over and over, or choosing more centralized routes to solve the problem. So we realized that if we actually build the self-custodial protocol, that will actually give us a superpower to put really powerful APIs behind it, and just use the composability of Web3 to offer that instead. So we can enable more Stripes for crypto instead of being one.
Yeah. Have you seen any traction from a non-crypto native enterprise?
Yes. So we're speaking to a fintech company called MamoPay. They're basically a fintech company in UAE, and what they do is, like, they offer businesses merchant tools to manage their business, accept payments, do all that sort of stuff. And part of their roadmap is to enable crypto payments in their tooling, and that's another thing is, many fintech companies in Web2 already have all the tools they need to do all the hard work. They just need to connect the blockchain rails. They already have the merchant dashboard, they already have the APIs, they already have the integrations, the customers. So we're speaking to them and how can we give them the blockchain payment rail into their existing products. That's all we got to do, yeah.
How big do you think the market is for, let's say, the Stripe-like approach? So basically getting consumers to use stablecoins, crypto, whatever, for payments.
Yes.
How big do you think that market is right now?
Right now, it's definitely headed much more towards stablecoins as a standard way of transferring value, and you can also see it in bridges. Bridges mostly best work with stablecoins to transfer that value. It also tells you the US dollar is incredibly strong, that it influenced, even made it all the way into blockchain. But yeah, it's mostly around stablecoins, and that's, I think, one of the main use cases for this, essentially, today. And going forward, you can, there's already a lot of experiments and examples from governments and financial institutions to bring CBDCs over in private blockchains using Hyperledger or things like that, which we also want to be interoperable with in the long run. Yeah.
Last quick question, and can you unplug your laptop when we get the next guy's avatar, John? And
Just
maybe Pim, you need to give him a microphone. We're going to figure this out on the fly, guys.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so
last question.
I have one. Yeah. Okay. So why should you be the one who wins this space? Like the space is already crowded, saturated. And what's your unfair advantage? What is the summary that you would pick, like your unique selling proposition or unfair advantage, something why you should win?
Well, our unique approach is that we actually have our own payment protocol that powers this. So you can't really do these APIs in this abstracted way without actually having a protocol to do it. So that's the first technical advantage that we have, is we can get to control both the self-custodial protocol part and the integration tech. But besides that, the market is saturated in one aspect, which is how do I let you as a business accept crypto payments? Yes. Payment providers, essentially, but it's not really that crowded from an infrastructure point of view, so payment as a service infrastructure. And, you know, there will always be more people. You just got to navigate your way through it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, now it's time for scorecards. Thank you very much. Now it's time for scorecards, and the scorecards are after the questions, because maybe he gets a higher or lower score depending on their answers. Right, so write down your scores, anywhere from 0 to 10. And on the count of 5, I'm going to ask you to show it to the audience. Okay, ready? Nope. Yep. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Oh, Pim's got the highest one. All right. Mr. 8 over there, Mr. 8. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Off the stage, we don't need any applause, but applause very much for our first presenter. Thank you very much. You guys, we have to do this 8 times, so we're going to get better at it. Okay. Are you ready? Yep. This timer is up there, so you can see a timer, so you know. Guys, there weren't any questions on Slido that time, at least from what I understood, so that's why I didn't ask. But if there is, I will try and fit it in. Ready whenever you are. Go for it.
All right. So we only have 5 minutes. Let's go. This is going to be a ride. So we are Armitage. We are basically a platform for permissionless collaboration between software engineers. And I would like you guys to start imagining Alexei. And Alexei is a software engineer. He wants to build a cybersecurity tool as a SaaS business, but has no capital and means to raise it. Although he is very good with cybersecurity, he actually lacks the skills of UX, UI, infrastructure, and other things that he actually needs to bring a product into the market. And he actually met John and Jane on a forum. So the thing is that Alexei never met John and Jane in person before, and he doesn't know how much commitment they can actually put into the product and the idea that Alexei has. So they probably have a full-time job, and they definitely want to be rewarded when the project succeeds or becomes big. So there's basically 2 paths here that Alexei can choose at the moment. The first one is the traditional path, which would involve fundraising, incorporating all the legal liabilities that he would need to go through. And the other one is the DAO path. So one thing that you need to take into account is that Alexei never actually worked or created or participated on a DAO before. So he sees a lot of these new complexities, and it's quite daunting to him to understand how these voting mechanisms work, what are the initial participants on it, what are the proposal acceptance criteria, and other things that are quite complex to manage. So Armitage really is trying to create the 3rd viable path for Alexei to launch his product and to collaborate with other software engineers. And we are basically trying to give him the tools that he would need to be able to monetize that product and be able to collaborate with other software engineers at the same time. We identified that basically there are 3 problems here that we need to solve. The first one is really to understand how a contributor generated impact into that project. And to really create a single, unified, quantifiable metric that this contributor engaged or participated on that project. The second one is to really create some type of incentive mechanism to be able to reward these contributors with something, in this case a token, that would basically tell them, hey, you contributed this amount of impact into this project. And the third one is some type of monetization rail that this project would need to use to basically distribute all the profits of selling this product or service in a way that is fairly distributed to everyone that actually contributed on that project. So here comes Armitage to the rescue. This is a quick diagram that I'm going to very briefly go through. Alexei just needs to log into Armitage and register one or more GitHub repos into it. We're going to use SourceCred to actually analyze those contributions and give them, every individual contributor, a single score or metric of how much they contributed specific to a time period on that project. And we're going to give Alexei, let's say, a holistic view on the project itself, and also create some kind of reporting tool and be able to basically distribute those tokens or artifacts of contribution to all those individual contributors. Basically, we are going to also create this attestation as a form of certificate that allows us to measure different time periods between collaborations. And the monetization part of it, very briefly going through it as well, we need to enable basically to sell that product or service through the token of the project that Alexei is creating. So by enabling someone that wants to buy that product or service to burn the equivalent of X amount of USD, let's say, we are able to incentivize everyone that holds that token through every single purchase of that product or service on that framework. So what we did on ETHDam was actually the private attestations. Right now we are actually live, and you can create an attestation to basically display that you are the top one contributor in a specific project without actually leaking any intellectual property of that project and without having to display the code or the actual project in itself. So it could be a closed source project. And on our roadmap, we're going to start working on the token incentives and fundraising on the next month. And after that, we're going to work on the monetization part of it. So yeah, that's Armitage. And
yeah. Oh, you're too quick. You've got 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. As a quick reminder, when I start doing this softly, that's 30 seconds. And then as we get to the end, it's that. But you did perfectly anyway. So, guys, please come back to the stage. And let's quick fire a question and just go for it and jump in.
You want to go first? I got mine. Oh, there you go.
May I start? Okay, so...
we need to give him a microphone again, sorry.
Yeah, I donated.
Oh, I can use this.
There it comes.
Okay, so at the end you mentioned that the project is already live, so there is MVP, there is working product. So are you already having some customers, or how does this look from this business point of view?
So basically right now, we have around 27 beta customers right now, and between these beta customers, we actually already have some teams that are remunerating and paying contributors based on those Armitage scores. We also received the grant proposal from Near Foundation to build as the first blockchain that we are going to support. If you remember on that architecture diagram, we actually don't specify which chain we are going to be deploying. That's up for negotiations, I guess, and for discussion with people. But yeah, we have the beta live, and we already have some people using it. Yeah.
Are you aware of any like similar attempts to this in the past, and why did they not succeed, or current ones?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Any existing competitive projects that or previous ones that tried this and failed, or that are currently around?
So there are a couple projects that try to tackle the same problem with a very different perspective. For example, Karma, Coordinate, and really trying to give tools to manage DAO complexities, but what we're trying to do is really to create some type of cohesive framework that people don't really need to worry about those complexities and just do what they do normally, which is coding and creating a product and creating a project. So in that way, we have competitors, but in a very different perspective, I would say.
Maybe a sort of fundamental question, but how big do you think the problem that you're trying to solve really is? And are you actually solving a big problem? Because you had this like intro slide of like A meets B and C, basically they start working together on something. And instead of sort of figuring out, you know, person to person, how do you distribute incentives, etc., you want to sort of automate this away. But is that really a big issue? Like if I'm person A and I find person B and C, can I not just figure this out with them?
Well, we think, being very optimistic, we think that our market is basically every engineer that wants to build a side project or an idea, and everyone that has a GitHub account, basically. But more realistically, I think that our, let's say, early evangelists or early adopters would be people that are already into the Web3 space and want to use something that is very streamlined to create a product out of it. But after we get some traction on that, I think it's going to be much easier to penetrate into other spheres, for example, normal Web2 engineers as well. So it's really, we are really laser focused on software engineers. So it's really the market of software engineers worldwide that want to release a product or service.
Yeah, I have a bit of a follow-up question because you just mentioned that you don't know which layer one you're going to launch on, and that's up to debate. So I share your concern that this is a rather small problem. Just launching on a single layer one that then might even be a niche layer one will cut it down to an even smaller target group. So why do you plan to launch on a single chain, not like just all over the place, multi-chain?
So the discussion is more on the sense of who wants to be our first use case, what is the ecosystem that we're going to launch first, and definitely we have plans to support multiple chains. We are not really a product that needs to be on a specific ecosystem. We're very agnostic, and we are really tackling it from the problem perspective instead of trying to go into a specific ecosystem. So yeah.
You mentioned that you are having 27 customers currently. So what's your revenue status?
So right now, our business model is basically to charge fees on the token minting and also on the payment gateway. What we have at the moment that we built on nights and weekends, basically on the past 2 months, is the platform to measure contribution scores. That does not charge anything. Everyone can use it for free, and everyone can measure a project and see how individual collaborators have impacted the project.
Okay, out of these customers that you are having currently, if you applied the fee that you want to apply, what would be your revenue like?
So the fee would be more in the next step of that workflow, which would be creating a token for that project. In that sense, we are almost like VCs of projects. We are basically taking part on the success of every project.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much. It's difficult. You guys are so intense, it's difficult to get the audience questions in. So I wanted to leave you guys to that. So thanks a lot for that. What we're going to do is now your scores. So we're going to count from 3 this time, and please show them to the audience. You guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, okay. Woo! Yeah! Cool. If you guys can jump off the stage, we're going to kick off the next one. We're going to try and find the name. So next up, we have DeFi Pi. And so please get it up for DeFi Pi.
All right. Thanks. This is DeFi Pi. We've been working on the DeFi Quant terminal over the last 2 hackathons. This is overall DeFi Pi is the only open source Python package for quantitative modeling on DeFi. Just a quick team slide for the core dev team. It's me and Ian. I am representing us here at ETHDam. We have additional contributors listed on the left, but also it's open source, so anybody can contribute. We welcome any and all contributions. In terms of the problem, what we're trying to tackle here is being more responsible in the ecosystem. So it's inefficient to invest resources into development before doing basic simulators. There's a lot of time and effort wasted because of people going in the wrong direction. You want to perform necessary due diligence prior to launch and reduce the risk to funds. This is a missing step in DeFi. Too many projects deploy and crash in easily preventable ways. You also want to use live data because you want to avoid overfitting based on historical data solely, and you want to understand current market conditions. Tools like this could prevent disaster scenarios like Luna, for example. And then in terms of global trends, the global financial analytics market is already on par with DeFi. DeFi, I found numbers that say it's actually bigger. And TradFi has sophisticated modeling tools for paper trading to mitigate risk and overexposure. So why doesn't DeFi do this for its billions? There's firms out there that spend millions and millions of dollars to develop these internally or pay for them for their quantitative finance strategies. And then in terms of DeFi, there's tools like Revert.finance that allows backtesting but doesn't do live paper trading. There's others like Parsec that do detailed metrics for existing positions that you've already deployed. But there's not a lot of options out there for letting users simulate data before deploying their funds, and as well as the developers and the people building these protocols too. In terms of targeted audience, there's a lot of different tools that we have available in this suite, but relevant stakeholders in general, we want them to be able to pre-plan outcomes before investing valuable resources. We want a rapid and clean UI for users to easily project profitability. So it's B2C as well as B2B. And then there's also all open source. So the basis of the platform is on Python. It's a Python package already. You can download it today. And we want to make it easy for people to build on top of it, especially data scientists who are familiar with this. But one example of a user is Bob Beginner. He doesn't really know what DeFi is. He just wants to click a button, get started. So the dashboard you'll see in a little bit, this was kind of built with him in mind. You can just click a button and see the profitability of a liquidity pool position. There's also people who are more familiar with DeFi as well as data scientists. So this is Wendy, who leads a team of DeFi data scientists, and she comes from a TradFi background. She's looking for the Bloomberg terminal for DeFi. All of her data scientists are already familiar with Python. Some of them might not know about Solana or Solidity and Rust and come from a traditional finance background. So this is all based in Python. This is actually, the tool I'm going to show you is refactored from Uniswap v2 all into Python. The front end is also Python, but pretty much everything on this is Python, so the data scientists are super familiar with it. There's also scientific analysis. The guy who wrote this, my partner Ian, he is a PhD in mathematics. He has a lot of sophisticated modeling processes that he used for Syslabs, which is the company, the venture arm of Syscoin, to model out their latest protocol called Bachira. He spoke at ETHDenver about this, and we were basically just building on this project during that time. But my objective for this hackathon was to implement user database management with Supabase. Had a great Python integration. Previously, DeFi didn't save settings or history between sessions. And this gets us one step closer to productizing the live dashboard. So even though this is open source, we do have opportunities for monetization. For example, for non-technical users who might just want to use the dashboard with premium features, such as the 0x API they gave us after winning a bounty prize from their hackathon at ETHDenver. They gave us a premium API through their Jumpstart program. Yeah, this is some screenshots of it, but I will show you what it kind of looks like now. You can hop in here. It's been modeling for the last 800 seconds or so. Again, this is all hackathon stuff, so it doesn't look great, but we have a live link. This is running on localhost, so you could see that I added some login details, but 0x has a bunch of different networks that you could use. You could do different base and stablecoin pairs to simulate out different things. It starts with the default position of 1, and then you can see that the simulator goes through and follows the actual live data of the pool, but also simulates swaps and arbitrage bots, because in a real-world situation, you're always going to have arbitrage bots who give it back to the actual price. But that's basically it. We plan to continue building on it.
Cool, thanks ever so much. I'm going to try and ask, we have one question, and while the judges are getting on stage, I'm always going to try and ask one audience question, but I need you to upvote which one to ask. I had one, and it was about the UI, and then it disappeared. Wrap in a clean UI, wall of text on slides. Ouch. You fuckers. Oh my God. Any comment on that? Cool. Yeah, time starts now with the judges. Go for it.
Would you ever want to raise money for this? And how would you ever raise money for this if it's open source completely?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, we're open to raising money, but basically this does make a lot of sense for hackathon bounties and sponsorships and other basically accelerator programs, stuff like this, where you can get in and have the opportunity to continue building while it's open source and available. But we were thinking of starting a C Corp, basically just wrapping it into a venture arm, similar to the way that Syslabs does it. Ian is the chief data scientist at Syslabs. Syscoin is a massive ecosystem. They're an L2 that's been around for a long time, but they have a venture arm and they basically fund projects. Basically, this would be something like that, where we have the open source portion of it, but then we can also monetize things like the dashboard for users who might just want to pay $5 a month to have easy access to something that's pre-built, well-defined, and can pay our devs to build.
My question was actually if it's like software as a service, right? So it was already partially answered, I would say. So when do you plan to have it really like live, that it's being, it will be able to be used? I didn't catch this out of the roadmap.
Yeah, I mean, we do have it live, just the basic dashboard that I showed you, the really poor-looking one that's built in Python. But there is a live link you could go right now, dashboard.defipy.org.
What do you want this to become?
That's a good question.
Is it the business? Is it the product? Is it just a great open source project that everyone is, like warm and fuzzy working on? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a passion project. Ian built it because he needed a use for it for his specific case at Syslabs, and he wanted it to be open source so that people can use it without having a huge barrier to entry. I mean, the dream for Web3 is so that people can do things that traditional finance kind of gatekeeps. So traditional finance firms have millions and millions of dollars of development to build something like this. Fundamentally, we want it to be accessible to everybody, but we are open to monetization because there are different directions, such as doing a dashboard so that people can have access to it and not be too technical, but there are resources that kind of come with that. Whether it's venture scalable in the current stage, probably not, it's very early. However, there are opportunities, I think, to kind of branch it in different directions. And in terms of open source, too, I've listed it on T. I don't know if you guys are familiar with T, but it's the creator of Homebrew, which is the Mac OS package. He just created a new testnet called T for listing open source projects and getting them contributions. So we're one of the first projects listed on there and are already pretty high in the rankings.
Yeah, that would have been my question. Do you have any outside contributions outside of your team? Has any open source contributor ever contributed to this project?
I mean, the team is pretty loosely organized. It's just a couple people, a couple of them in Europe, a couple in the United States. Ian is in Canada. Somebody at the hackathon today said that they were interested in contributing. I'm pointing to them at the open stuff for discussion. And yeah, I think there's, it's pretty much open to pull requests. I don't know if there's been anybody who's done like a random pull request, but I think that we're getting more exposure now to the ecosystem. There's going to be more and more coming in.
Question is going to come, but it feels to me like you might have a bit of a mismatch between the sort of the people you're building this for and the ones that would actually be willing to pay for it. I think sort of Joe Schmo, whatever, that can't build this shit themselves, they would maybe want to use it but not pay for it. And I don't know what her name was, but Wendy the Quant or something. I think a lot of these sorts of funds and bigger, financial operators, they already built this sort of stuff in-house, and so they might be the ones that could pay for it, but wouldn't pay for it. So I'm just curious whether you've thought about this. Like, who do you actually think would be paying for this?
I think that Wendy might want to pay for it if they don't have the in-house resources to do it. So maybe like smaller sized DeFi firms, but also people breaking into the space like startups and individual users, I think would be willing to pay for something, even if it's like a low price for a SaaS tool. Similar to other models where it's like low initial tier for individual users, a little bit higher, and then higher for enterprise. There's always going to be those big players who want to do everything in-house, but there's a big opportunity, I think, for additional people in the market to not have to deal with that because they have enough on their plate.
Yeah, I'm having the same thing, like my point of view on this is like a little bit clash of, because it's a useful thing, right, on one hand, but on the other hand, I cannot imagine that I would be funding this at all, right? So it's really like huge clash of mine. I'm already thinking like, what number should I put here?
Well,
10 more seconds.
If we're done, we're done. We've got 7 seconds. Any last comments, questions?
I will leave it for after the stage.
Thank you very much. So it's the moment of truth. We need a drum roll or something, like there you go. Dax got the memo. Thank you very much. You can stand on stage. We'll have, if you stand there, then, okay. We ready? Oh, you got distracted. You see, these founders, man, they just don't pay attention. You're being mean to them, so I have to be a little bit mean to you, you know? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to be friendly mean. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Different opinions. Okay, thank you very much. Please give a round of applause. And we'll keep that one. Oh yeah, off the stage. The logistics are a lot of this, but it's great fun. Okay, next up we have Slider. Whenever you're ready, I think we're ready, so punch it.
Hello? Oh, wait. Wait, do I have to speak into... Okay, it already started. Never mind. So this is Slider. I'm Caesar, and I've been working on this for a while now. And what we're trying to do is unify Web3 UX. So ever had insufficient tokens when on a protocol, or ever been put off by a new chain because you have to bridge to it? Well, I get it. Using a crypto protocol can be hard and time-consuming, right? And what do I mean by that? Well, it means you can have 10+ steps when trying to use a crypto protocol, like visiting another website or getting 20 different MetaMask pop-ups about I don't know what, right? And so let's take an example of Bob the Beginner. You have an original transaction, which is lending USDC on Aave. Imagine you want to do that. Great. If you have USDC on Aave, you lend your USDC on Aave. Like if you have USDC on Arbitrum, you lend it. But if you don't, then whoops, I don't have enough tokens. That's bad. Well, what do you have to do? First, you go to Uniswap. You go to any random swapping website, and then you swap it. Great. But through all of that, you need to select which token you want to swap to. You need to do approvals. You need to confirm your MetaMask swaps and all that. That's already plenty of steps. And what if your tokens aren't even on the same chain? Well, great. Now you need to go to the Arbitrum bridge, and that takes 15 minutes. So by that time, you're even put off from even wanting to lend USDC on Aave. But if you go through all those steps, that's great. Now you can successfully lend your USDC on Aave on Arbitrum. Congratulations. But this is terrible UX, and even worse for newbies. Like they don't even know what the Arbitrum bridge is or anything like that. They're on Binance, which is great. But it could be better. And so Slider cuts these 10+ steps down to 3 steps. What we're trying to do here is make it super intuitive for you to successfully get your transaction done and not be put off and not get stuck. Right. So what does that mean? What are these 3 steps? The first step is that we want to simulate whatever transaction you're trying to do. We want to see what are the required tokens for this transaction, and then we show the user what are all of their balances. So over here you can see these are all my balances on Arbitrum. And I'm going to select one of them, and I can see over there there's 1 USDC, there's a green little thing. That's the required thing for my transaction. That's the required token. And after that, once I've selected my token that I want to swap into USDC, then there we go. I have all of my routes. I'm going to swap ETH to USDC and then bridge my USDC that I swapped from ETH to Base or whatever chain that I want to do. And then after that, then I have my original transaction and I confirm it. And all of this is in one single modal. I don't change website. I don't do anything like that. Demo. Sorry. All right, here's a simple slider.sh demo. Connected my wallet. I'm on Base. And I'm going to click send 1 USDC. There we go. I have all my tokens. So I have ETH on Arbitrum. And I'm going to say that ETH on Arbitrum is what I want to use to fill my send 1 USDC transaction on Base. So what I'm going to have to do for that is I'm going to have to switch to Arbitrum. Rabbi just did it for me. And then it shows me all of the routes. And over here, it tells me, OK, I'm going to take your 0.005 WETH. and swap that to USDC and bridge that to Base. Great, I'm gonna confirm that. And once that's bridged, sorry, that was super fast, it switched back to Base, and now I'm confirming my original transaction. We're on the third step, transact. And I click sign and create, confirm, and I've sent my 1 USDC. And that's it. View on Etherscan, successful. And then we can close the modal and go back to using your dApp regularly. Okay, slideshow. So you've probably seen this before. Actually, maybe not, but okay. There are other competitors to this. There's definitely, Li-Fi and Socket are the two main ones that I know. There's probably others that I don't know. But what's the difference here is that Li-Fi and Socket are, well, I guess I should say, Slider is a way to, is paving a way to get a successful transaction, whereas Li-Fi and Socket are swap and bridge widgets. Whereas what we're doing here is we're showing the user what tokens they have, we're simulating the transaction to identify what tokens are required, doing all this automatically, getting the best route, and then finally executing your original transaction. Adoption. What are we? Well, we're a simple NPM package that you implement in your front-end app. What we want to do is we want to launch on new chains as soon as possible, get integration with Binance, Coinbase, and all of that so that new users that are stuck on Binance and Coinbase can get integrated into DeFi Power Apps automatically, and possibly in the future integrate into wallets. Yeah, that's me, and thank you.
While the amazing judges are coming on stage, what's the one biggest thing you're looking for next?
Well, funding, number one, and a lot of adoption. I'm looking for a lot of users, as well as a team. I definitely need a team. I definitely need three more people to help me build. But yeah, that's basically
cool. Well, you can take this microphone and please go over there, and good luck. The 5 minutes starts now.
So how does this work in the background?
Well, all right. I had an architecture.
As briefly as you can.
Right. So what we first do is that we have a fork of whatever chain that we want. And over there, we simulate the transaction that the user originally wants to do. If they want to lend USDC on Navi, we simulate that. Then from this simulation, we see there's 1 USDC that's required for this transaction to work. And that's going to tell us that's what we show to the user. Then we fetch all the user's balances using APIs. We display that. The user selects whatever they want. Then we use 0x and across to do the bridging. So that's on the second step, which we have a contract that automatically does both things in one single transaction. And finally, the third step is we just display the original transaction that the user wanted to do. We let them do it. That's it.
Okay, then maybe follow-up question. How do you think this would make money? Because it feels like the hard part is being handled by basically a cross protocol. They already get the fees that they are getting.
Definitely.
Yeah, what are you getting?
So we could definitely add a fee on top of that. Why is that? Because the only reason you go to a cross is because you need a bridge. You have these 2-3 intermediate steps before you can even use a protocol. But
so like an ease of use fee, basically.
Yeah, basically. But if we're already on the front end, they don't need to go to a cross anymore, and they will always, most of the time, be going through us, and we'll be getting that fee on top of a cross. But yeah.
Yeah, you say you need a team. Do you have any previous experience in building a team, leading a team? How is that going to work?
So that's a fair point. I do not have any previous experience. I have one other person with me. He's there in the audience, who's been building with me for quite a while. So we're quite that's our team right now. But I do not have any previous experience in leading a team specifically. Yeah.
I mean, this is the first time for everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So the 2 chains we saw were Arbitrum and Base. Yeah. So these are already very well connected. Do you have any plans to look more into multi-chain networks, especially with with a large number of chains that are all lagging the issue of not having an on-ramp or this kind of thing?
That's exactly what we're trying to do. I put it in one of the slides. One of our directions that we would like to head in is to get on every single chain as soon as possible, and on new chains that were put off by that don't have bridges and whatever, we wanna integrate that. There's a lot of steps to that. It might mean even making our own bridge and things like that, but it's something that I look forward to.
Did I understand correctly that your user acquisition strategy is just basically use sexes, or?
Not really. So we're not only facilitating things for sex users. We're first of all fixing the problem for regular DeFi users, that we forget that this is a problem, that we have to go on 2 to 3 different websites to just use one single dApp. But so we're first of all targeting regular DeFi users. And in the future, we'd like to integrate wallets such as Coinbase and Binance and get your balances directly from Binance, so you can use it directly in our dApp.
Okay, so current status is that you are having this working widget, right?
Yeah.
Already?
Yeah.
How long have you been working on it?
Well, it started off in East Denver, and we got a couple of prizes there, so 2 months.
So 2 months, right. Okay, and you mentioned now that the target users are DeFi users. So how many of users, what's the traction currently?
We have 0 traction, haven't launched. I'm working on an NPM package right now, and that was the goal of the hackathon, to work on it and to publish it.
Are you already having some testing group for this that would give you feedbacks? Okay.
How much of the functionality that you are trying to offer do you think you can offer with currently available account abstraction standards or the newly to be implemented 3074?
Like all of the functionality that I did in the demo? Well, it's fully functional, so...
No, yeah, I understand, but just like, are you as a protocol basically required, or will people be able to offer the same functionality just with sort of, Ethereum functionality that, account abstraction standards that are already here or that are to be implemented?
I don't...
That's sort of, you need like a reason to exist, right? Like if
right. Yeah,
people can build what you are.
What do you mean? I don't think I understand the question fully.
And just never mind. We can discuss after.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sorry.
Cool. Thank you very much. Give you guys a couple of seconds to write down your number. Did you have a good hackathon? Did you enjoy it?
Absolutely.
Amazing. Did you guys enjoy it? Yes. Cool. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Way! Okay. We were asked to read out the numbers, so we've got a 7 from Pim, a 6 from Rene, a 6 from Aaron, and an 8 from Martin. I've got to get the names. Okay, thank you very much. We've got to get you guys sitting underneath your photos. Cool. Some of you might know this guy. Apparently this guy is someone. I don't know. Someone was like, have you met that guy? No, I don't know. He's got a yellow hat. That's all I know. Okay, well, please give it up. We have for Fluid Play. Good luck, and your 5 minutes will start now.
All right. Can you hear me? Yes. GM everyone. I'm Limone, and I'm building Fluid Pay, a mobile native wallet for peer-to-peer payments on Base with USDC. You can think of Fluid Pay much like Revolut, but non-custodial. So you can pay and get paid, again, with USDC. Thanks to account abstraction, you will not see anything happening with signatures or approvals. You can search your friends by username and pay them directly. And you can also keep your balance private. I integrated during this hackathon project called Fluid Key that allows people to receive money on different stealth addresses so that their accounts are never linked together and nobody is able to aggregate their whole balance and transactions lists. On Fluid Pay, you also have a Splitwise-like feature where you can manage group expenses with your friends. Let's say that you are in ETHDam, sharing an hacker house with your teammates, and you are sharing an Airbnb, some Uber drives, drinks. You can track everything on the app and settle debts on-chain, again with the USDC on Base. So one key feature of Fluid Pay is that it's private by design, thanks to the Fluid Key integration. So there are some smart accounts and stealth accounts that allow people to keep their balance private. But let's get into the live demo. So on Fluid Pay, the onboarding is seamless thanks to Privy. You can log in with your email. I'm using a test account in this case. but in like using a real mail, I will receive a verification code, and then I am also prompted to enter my security PIN for security reasons, of course. So I can enter my PIN and join the application. Let's see if the Wi-Fi helps us here. I'm summoning some unicorns, as you can see. And yeah, this is the home page where you have your balance. Right now on Sepolia, of course, but you can switch to Base. You can add money from Coinbase Pay or even send USDC directly to your account. You can request money through request links in this case. And you can also send money to your friends. So send it to my friend Biancotto, $1 in this case. Yeah, it's loading here. All right. So sending a transaction without seeing any complex messages to sign. Let's hope that it gets done fast so that I can show you the group expenses feature. Oh yes, we still got some time. So this is the group feature. Oh yeah, getting back here, sorry. There should be the new transaction coming and the balance will update soon. In groups, let's say that you have a ETHDam group here with already some expenses and a pending balance. So I owe Simone Staffa, which is myself actually, $10, but I can even add a new expense. So let's say that coffee, category, yeah, it's food and drinks, let's say. In this case, paid by, not by me, but by Simone. And we are splitting the expense. By creating a new expense, of course, like the balances are updating, and within the app, in this case, Simone will be able to pay me directly the amount that he owes me. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Getting back to the slide, I can talk a little bit about some next steps that I'm planning to implement. I want to allow efficient on and off ramping because this is, I think, the only way in which we can onboard Web2 people using this app. Otherwise, it's something that is only related to the crypto native community, while I want FluidPay to be used by at least crypto adjacent people. Request payments via link are not active yet, but they will be released next week. And then I'm also already sketching up some virtual cards feature where you can handle special accounts, like accounts that are receiving money in different tokens and converting everything to USDC, or some accounts to earn some interest just by staking automatically whatever you receive. And yeah, that's it, pretty much it. It's already on test flight. Next week, I will put it on Google Play Store. So if you want to test the alpha, scan this QR code. It's a Telegram group where I will share more about it. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm gonna get on, waiting for people to photograph the QR code. Okay, cool, awesome, thank you. And yeah, go ahead, and if we can get our judges up. And while they're getting up here, is there anything that you're looking for from the community? Any asks?
Yeah, hello. So I'm definitely looking for a couple more devs. I'm full stack, but I'm not so experienced with mobile native, even if I built this almost alone with the help of some friends. So definitely looking for a senior React Native developer to make the application even more usable. And then another help in the backend side. That's the main thing I'm looking for.
Awesome. All right, let's get started.
Yeah, so who wants this? No, open question, because I think there are people that want it, but who wants it? Because it's the crypto natives versus the non-crypto natives,
So for this thing, I think crypto native people. I own a lot of crypto, and I want to be able to spend it in a easy way. So that's for sure the first niche that I'm targeting. And inside the niche, especially related to the splitwise group thingy, I think I'm planning to start distributing the app at hackathons like this, where people are sharing expenses and they start transacting within the app. And then when I will be able to have an easy on and off ramp solution, I'm planning to target even merchants so that even non-crypto people might use it just as a payment rail, much like they use other applications, and merchants on their side can cut some fees that they are now paying to Visa or other networks. So right now it's only crypto native, definitely, and this is the target that I'm targeting right now, but I'm planning by the end of the year, hopefully, to have some traction with crypto adjacent people.
Right, so start off by basically
onboarding crypto native first, having a good user base so that merchants can be, maybe in specific cities even, merchants can be interested in starting accepting payment with USDC.
Right, thanks. How are you planning to compete with Revolut's crypto features? I mean, like Crypto Revolut now has its own tab, crypto, at the bottom. The rates are terrible. You know, you pay a lot, high fees, you can rarely withdraw. But a year from now, they will probably go further down that road. How are you trying to compete?
So right now, Revolut allows you to buy and sell crypto, right? So trading, while...
Also withdraw.
Withdraw, oh yeah, okay. So you can
And
buy,
deposit.
withdraw, yeah. The thing with this app is that I'm not rebuilding the trading features. I'm not planning to have users trading in the app. I'm just planning to have them transacting peer-to-peer. So everything that Revolut did for Euro and USD peer-to-peer payments, I want people to use it to do the same, but with USDC on chain. So having seamless transaction, seamless user experience when exchanging money within their group of friends, or maybe some payments that they want to do for online, I don't know. So
how big do you think the market for that is? Because I also have crypto, but when I'm out for dinner with friends, I've never thought, oh, I would love to pay for this bill or like split the bill with my USDC, because I also just have a Revolut, I have a bank account, I could just pay with regular fiat money, and I'm not hiding any illicit activity. So like going through crypto isn't really, you know, adding much of a benefit. So I'm just curious how big you think the market is of like crypto people that want to pay peer-to-peer other crypto people.
yeah, no, again, like until we are able to spend this money in real life and getting to a solution where we don't only have Gnosis Pay card, let's say, to spend your crypto in a non-custodial, from a non-custodial wallet, it's only crypto-related people, and maybe even not all of them, again, as you said. So the real challenge is not building a product that it's easy to use for crypto people like us, that maybe we don't even need it, but it's more about using Base, in this case, as the main payment rail. And I believe that if we find a way to get merchants accepting it and cutting, again, like expenses and fees that they're already paying, it's something that maybe you will reconsider, because maybe you're allowed to pay less or to store your money on a different place that is not a bank. So maybe right now not well regulated, but soon hopefully better. So I think the real challenge is going to the merchant side of things, and that will enlarge the market a lot.
So I believe your business model is just you're taking fee from every transaction, correct?
No.
No. So what is?
There's, to be honest, I still need to figure out the best way. I don't think that getting fees from the transaction is the way, because I want to cut fees for both the merchants and the people using it. So maybe it's more on the application layer. You can think about, I don't know, freemium.
Okay, got it. You need to figure it out. Okay, so current status, you are having some users already, right? So
yeah, like a small group of 10.
How many of them? 10?
10, yes.
Okay, okay.
I used it like a couple of weeks ago on test flight, so I'm still...
Okay, what's the biggest finding out of this testing group of 10 people?
That is still not, we're still not ready to, there are still like bugs on the onboarding process, and mainly the bridging stuff, so like getting people to deposit.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll take that from you and go stand over here. Did you guys enjoy that? Woo! It's the man with the yellow hat. Are you guys ready with your scores? Okay, we'll do a little Dax where you at with the drum roll. 3, 2, 1. We have a 6, a 7, a 5, and a 7. I don't think that's too bad, man. I don't think that's too bad. Cool, thank you very much. It's a big... You guys are getting your steps in. Nice to see you, not in London, for a change, here in Amsterdam. So please give it up for... I can't say it correctly, though.
Abe. Fidezium.
Fidezium. Fidezium. Your timer is up there, and you have 5 minutes.
Amazing. So hi, my name is Abe, and I'm the founder and CTO of Fidezium. So we bring risk research and safety for all. Show of hands. Who in here has been rugged for 3 figures? 4? 5? 6? Right? The problem kind of demonstrates itself. So in 2022, according to analysis, $6.3 billion was lost to rug pulls of various flavors. We've spoken to a number of players in this ecosystem, ranging from institutional funds to retail investors and everything in between, and we've yet to find a single entity that trades in any considerable size that has not hit a cyber threat of some kind. Now, there's a number of reasons for this, right? But one of it is that security is kind of inaccessible for the space. Only about 5% of audits of contracts have been audited. Only about 1% of contracts are monitored. Security in the ecosystem in general has lagged behind the broader rate of growth. It's expensive, it's non-scalable, and there's kind of a lack of expertise. Wait, wrong way. We put trust back into the trustless ecosystem. Our real-time risk assessments are fully automated. They consider a fairly holistic and broad view of risk, and they are scalable and affordable. These assessments are backed by actuarial science. They're calibrated with historical data, and they're back-tested for accuracy. And at present, we're working to bring them natively on-chain to provide an immutable history of trust for projects and developers. Our APIs pull in a variety of data feeds, both on and off-chain. These range from the traditional cybersecurity fare, simulations, static analysis, to more esoteric vectors, AML risk, FinOps risk, liquidity risks, your Sybil distribution of wallets, that sort of thing. We have been live for a little while now in the B2C space, since May last year. We provide a very holistic set of tooling, both on the B2C side to protect people at point of use, and on the project side to help them maintain a continuous chain of trust with their community and have real-time detection of emerging threats, not just at the smart contract level. As an example here, you might look at our risk pricing engine. It ingests a variety of factors across numerous vectors. Here we break down liquidity, so you might look at percent deposited, percent burned, percent deployed, kind of deploy wallet behavior, who those wallets are, how long they've locked their liquidity for. And this breaks down further, right? Like if you break down liquidity further, you'll see kind of the different kinds of pools that different people have deployed into, what different weightings on that are. This tree goes deep, typically about 5 layers deep, and it also interlocks, right? And then we roll all this up using a variety of analytic methods to generate our final risk score. Now, as I mentioned before, we've been building for about year and a half now. We launched our B2C tooling May last year. We've been growing ever since. Our B2C tooling now sits at about 300 monthly active users, and we are currently in the process of onboarding our first B2B customers. We've got a couple of LOIs in hand. Our first customer launches next month to bring these real-time provable risk assessments on-chain. We're a little bit low on time, but suffice it to say, the market is large. $350 billion at present, growing to $700 billion according to projections. Now, we couldn't leave this out, really, right? Our favorite genius tweeted a little while ago that, in his estimation, security is one of the highest value growth areas for the space. We've been at it for a year and a half, and we are glad that he agrees with us. We're currently raising. We've opened our fundraise 2 weeks ago. We're looking for $750K US. We've got $100K committed. We have a UK entity. We are pre-approved for EIS, SEIS. This would give us roughly 18 to 20 months runway and allow us to continue proving our CAC, onboarding customers, building the tech. Shorter time, breeze to this. I've got 15 years experience in tech, including experience leading a tech team at a risk pricing company from pre-seed through Series A. My co-founder has a successful exit under his belt. We're out of time. But
Cool, thank you very much. If you could unplug your laptop and the judges can come to the stage. One question I have for you, and you can take this microphone, sir, is what is the biggest challenge that you're running into getting this off the ground?
So I think the biggest challenge from us was that we started as a B2C company. We went into this to help protect people against counterparty risks in the space, having been rugged myself to more than I am happy to admit. But the problem with the B2C space is that nobody's willing to pay.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, over to you.
Yeah, to start off, I think you said the size of the audit market is 350 billion?
That's correct.
Seems a bit on the high end. Well, how do you qualify that? Is that like people giving 350 billion a year to auditors?
No, so that's the assets that are protected by various entities that have been audited.
Ah, okay. I get the number now. Do you plan to like work with, integrate with auditors, and how?
It's a good question. So we don't consider ourselves to be a replacement for audits, not really. We don't provide the same kind of man-in-the-loop experience that they do. Ultimately, we could partner with audit houses where potentially audits provided by specific houses would increase your risk score or rather decrease your risk score with us. That's not something we've really explored too much at the moment.
Yeah, or users could have preferences like I trust Certic, but you might not, or I trust.
Yeah, so one of the things that really separates us from a lot of players in this, there's a lot of prediction markets for risks out there. Arkham, Nexus Mutual. One of the things that separates us from them is that we are in fact opinionated. We run most of the analytics based on our view of risk and the numbers we've pulled together. User input is welcome, but it is not the primary feed.
Okay, thanks.
So can you maybe explain again, what is the B2C angle? Like, how are you distributing this to a user? How do I, as a user, interact with the product?
B2C angle.
Yeah, B2C.
Yeah, so on the B2C angle, we have two tools. We have a browser extension that sits between the user and their wallet, protects them at the point of transaction. Think of, there's a bunch of these guys, right? And then there's a research web app that allows you to type in a contract address, and we give you a dashboard with a view of risk of volume trends and like whale distributions and liquidity analytics and that kind of side, all with like that spin on risk. You can also pay us as a consumer. We do allow you to forward your transaction through 0x. So if you want to send a little bit of money our way, that's one way to do it. But fundamentally, that's not where we make money. That's a consumer good that we provide to the industry and the ecosystem because we don't want people to be rugged.
I remember meeting Bok already at the Zebu, I think, in London.
Yeah, we met at Zebu. We had a couple of beers.
Yeah. So, okay, we met together. So I would like to know the traction since then. What did you achieve since that time?
Yeah, absolutely. So our consumer, this was what, about 6 to 9 months ago. So our B2C numbers have more than doubled. We're now sitting on just over 300 a month, whereas at the time we would have been, it's been a little while, 50, 60. But more importantly, we've got a handful of LOIs with protocols and projects in this space to onboard our fully automated risk assessment as a service as B2B customers. Our first one of them is onboarding next month as like an actual live customer. The reason they're not live yet is because launch timelines, we're aligning with their launch timelines, but fundamentally speaking, we've become a B2B business. We're no longer just about protecting consumers at point of use. That's what's changed.
Until now, have you been bootstrapped or you had some?
Yeah, we've bootstrapped to this point. We've raised nothing. Our outgoings are, we're paying about just under $500 a month on a variety of services that we use, hosting, data aggregation, etc. Our burn rate is low, but now that we seem to have hit a inflection point on the B2B side, we're looking to scale.
I remember that you were planning also to raise money back then, and you postponed it. What was the reason?
So the reason was, at that point in time, there's a storied history of pivots here. We started as a B2C company, then we tried to be an insurance company. I think when we met you, we might have been trying to be an insurance company. It turns out that's a very hard nut to crack without access to underwriter capital, which we don't have. So we went back to the drawing board. We kind of killed that raise, spent the last few months thinking about the business, repositioning ourselves, rebuilding some of the tech to be more suitable for what we're now doing, and yeah, have gone back to market now.
Out of 750K you're searching now, how much is already gone?
We have 100K committed.
In the B2B market, have you also tried selling this to wallets, for instance? That seems to be a very logical point of integration, and that allows you to put your product in front of, or integrate it at least, in the default usage of a B2C.
We are in pretty late stage talks with a wallet, not MetaMask, I'm afraid, but with a wallet. They have not yet signed an LOI, so I cannot really say much more than that, but it's looking pretty promising.
That's it, I think.
No,
Cool.
applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hope you feel okay after that. Nice work, nice work. Okay, well, you could still stand there. You want to be on stage when you get your numbers, man. They're not checks, but they're numbers. Completely arbitrary, just like a lot of the shit here in this, not here, but in this space. I actually really like all this stuff so far. Okay, on a round of 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Okay, nice. We have a 7, an 8, and an 8. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, judges. And this is the last one, you'll be pleased to know. So, Nico, how you feeling?
Good. I was
Ready?
tired, but
tired? Who else is tired? Yeah, okay. I love how there was no verbal feedback there. Perfect. Okay, well, Nico, your timer is up there on the top left, and you have 5 minutes from now.
Thank you. GM, everyone, I'm Nico, working on Lotto PGF. And, well, lotteries have been, across cultures and time, basically a good way to fund public goods. Many people don't know, but the ancient Rome reparations, the Great Wall of China used it, and nowadays many communities still do. The problem with them is that they can be manipulable, they can be non-transparent or unfair, and many states monopolize them and make them inefficient. So we're creating a permissionless Lotto protocol with verifiable randomness that is secured by Ethereum. So permissionless, meaning that anyone can deploy a lottery to fund their public goods or cause they want. Verifiable, because we use fair randomness that can be proven on-chain. And non-custodial, meaning that smart contracts get rid of any kind of intermediary. See how this works in practice. Basically, you can set up a lotto for whatever public good or charity you want to fund. And you decide what split there is. So part goes to fund the prize pool so that the lottery can be running forever. And the other part goes to fund the cause that you wanted. And then when people buy their tickets, they pick their numbers, then they will be funding this cause. Many use cases, nowadays nation states use national lotteries to fund some of their public goods. So why cannot network states have a native way of doing that as well? Many public goods can be funded this way. Right now, the public goods funding ecosystem, let's say, has been focused on resource allocation and not so much on capital formation. So we think we fit right there. And, well, communities and charities use them nowadays, so they can definitely leverage some transparency. In terms of traction, we're mostly active on Farcaster. Hope many of you are. We've received some people saying that they also follow our test lottery called Powerbolt there. It's free to play, so that's has us quite some attention. And we also got more than 1,000 donors in a round of Gitcoin that we did with Zuzalu. Zuzalu is, for those who don't know, a network state funded by Vitalik and some other people, and we're going to be running a pilot with them soon, among some other people in the public goods space that we're going to be running pilots with. And we're also working with a VDF ASIC project. VDF basically is kind of like the end game for verifiable on-chain randomness. And yeah, well, Justin Drake gave us a prototype of this VDF ASIC that he's working on because he's leading this initiative. Yeah, well, I wanted to take a second to thank Ellie and Crypto Canal for giving us the platform 3 months ago, we presented Lotto PGF for the first time, and now we wanted to give you a bit of the progress. I mentioned Powerball. 3 days ago, we also integrated a feature where you could donate money and get some extra tickets for the lottery to test that part. And we raised 1,500 USD that we are donating to Giveth for a Quadratic funding round. And we did some iterations and a lot of contributions to open source research on randomness. So the learnings were that people get bored fast, especially because we only had one jackpot, so a single winner. So the feature that we decided to work on during ETHDam was to add more tiers for more prizes. So that could attract more people, like more people would be winning in every round. And this turned out to be a bit of a challenge because probably the reason why there are not fully on-chain lotteries nowadays is because it requires a lot of technical expertise. And with the help of a couple of papers, including this one called The Coolest Way to Generate Combinations, we managed to figure it out. The bottom line is that we check all the different combinations that there are for the different tiers and get them on chain, and that way we can check who are the winners who picked 3 or 4 out of the 5 numbers. On the front end, it looks a little bit more simple, like you can decide that there are some more winners. And to close up, I wanted to announce that Lotto PGF is turning into a DAO. To be honest, it has already been kind of like full of contributors, but we're starting a crowdfunding campaign on Juicebox next. So scan the QR code if you want to get involved.
Super fucking cool.
Brilliant time.
Cool. If you could unplug your laptop, or you're the last person, so you can also chill. This is your microphone, prepared for these questions. All I want to say is super cool that you gave an update since the last Otter Tank. So
yeah, massive shout out to the entire Crypto Canal team, because they've been really helpful in giving us the platform and supporting with a lot of feedback. So an applause to the Crypto Canal team, please.
Judges, whenever you're ready, go nuts.
Interesting whether you've already considered maybe also doing no-loss lotteries. We've seen these before. Pool Together was, I think, the main one. They also got hit with an SEC lawsuit because of it. So that's going to be my second question. But is that something you've considered doing as well?
No-loss lotteries, you mean?
Yeah. Or the SEC lawsuit.
Well, like Pool Together has it figured out quite well. We wanted to feed kind of like this other side of the market that is like yes, loss, not lotteries. So based more on donations. Most of the work was like also doing a lot of legal research and getting some lawyers involved, because we wanted to make sure that everything is covered and like finding the right jurisdictions to set this up. Happy to give you more details because it might be a bit boring, but
would love to hear what the regulatory setup is.
Is that Curacao license or no?
So we've right now no, because the lottery that we run is free to play. But we know like a few jurisdictions where you can get licenses or even like incorporate without many regulatory issues.
What is how you are thinking about the sustainability of the project? I don't remember now this percentage where go what, but I guess something is going to DAO, right?
Right. Yeah. So that's why we wanna DAOize it, because it will be up to the community to decide what the path forward will be in terms of sustainability. We have a few ideas. For example, we're mostly looking at similar protocols, let's say like Uniswap, Liquidity, that have different business models around, front ends or like, a fee that they can take from the protocol, stuff like that that can go to the DAO, but it will be up to the community to decide.
Yeah. What do you need funding now for?
So the protocol is not finalized yet. We still need some work, and the DAO will be pretty much like a steward of these public goods that are worth supporting, and funding the protocol and the ecosystem that can be formed around. Like actually, some people started DMing us and saying like, yeah, I want to build something to claim the same number every day. So like, can you give us a hand? So maybe like fund some of those kind of initiatives that the DAO decides.
Then regarding the funding, it should be into token that you mentioned this.
Yeah, so how Juicebox works is you pay some ETH and you receive a certain amount of tokens in return.
So you mentioned at the beginning you see a lot of different use cases for like the lotteries, but what are the main ones you want to tackle? Like how do you get this to market? What sort of use cases do people want to fund through these lotteries?
Right now, we're mostly talking with like network states that they want to set up their lottery to fund different events or activities and stuff like that, and also channeling some of the funding to these more public goods funding platforms that focus on capital allocation, like I don't know, Gitcoin, Giveth, Octant, stuff like that, to collaborate on that front, but also smaller communities like. I'm from Bolivia, I started Ethereum Bolivia, like those kind of communities are also super interested because there's no proper business model for them, so this can be one.
Yeah, so I really like that you take a proven model. Lotteries have worked for ages to fund things. You also had like quite impressive numbers of people that have actually used it. But I wonder, like I personally, I'm not a consumer of a lottery, right? Because statistics and not winning and all of those. I suspect that quite a few people in the crypto space would be of the same thinking. Maybe that's not the case, but could you say a bit about that? Like, have those people used it because they liked the idea and they wanted to support you, or did they actually want to participate in a lottery?
That's a great question. Where are the degens here? Yay. Where are the regions here? So, like, the principle that we started this movement is like bringing together degens that are looking for gains and like gambling on meme coins, but also the regions who want to do something good. And we're actually getting like quite some good attention from both sides. So it's a bit of a mix, as you say. Some people just want to support, and some people who want to make some buck.
I want to make sure you get your question.
What are these communities that are excited about this? Is it like a certain region? You talked about Bolivia. Is it a certain vertical? Who are these people?
Mostly like Web3 native ones. We're quite close to the Ethereum ecosystem, like Ethereum communities around the world. So mainly those.
Super. I think there's one question from the audience while you write down your numbers, which I think is a nice one, is do you think Lotto PGF is a public good itself, and why? Very quickly while you're doing your...
Yeah, definitely. Like, well, it's a permissionless protocol, so anybody can do it. It's going to be open source, so anybody can fork it and build different versions of it. And yeah, the objective of it is to do something good for the world. So I would label it that. Yeah.
Who here wants to do something good? Hey! Okay, well, on 3, 2, 1. Woo! Okay. We got a harsh 6. Got a harsh 6. We got a number 7, we got a 6, we got an 8, and we got an 8. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, thank you very much, Nico. And I'd like to give one final round of applause to our judges because they've obviously been amazing, been running around, getting their steps in. So thank you very much. Thank you. So I hope I'm about to get a message. I severely hope so about who is actually the winner. So Dax, if you can send me something somewhere. The winner with a total of 30 points, it's really tight actually. So we're gonna go with, in third place was Slider. Give it up for Slider. Woo! Where is Slider here? Is Slider still here? Put your hand up, there he is. If you want to speak to position number 3, maybe give him a check, he's over there. In number 2, we have Lotto PGF with Nico. Please give a round of applause. Where's Nico gone? He's ran away. Woo! And in number 1, I can't pronounce it. Fuck. I'm sorry, Abe, man. ETHDam, we're number 1. Thank you very much. Those were your scores. So one last round of applause. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. We're going to clean the area, and I'm going to hit you with some very quick and punchy information. You basically have 10 minutes to go relieve yourself at the loo, grab a drink, whatever. You have 10 minutes, smoke a cigarette, and then you need to be back in here because we're now going to do the speed run through all of the top hackathon projects. The judges, as we speak, are submitting their final scores to select the final 10 projects. So if you want to stay in here, that's fine. We're going to make it a little bit chill. There's nothing that's really going to happen. But if you do want to go, now's the time. But once you're back in, you're going to be sitting here for a little bit, okay? So we want to be quick about it. No dawdling. Think what you need to do it, get it done, and then come back. Sit down. And also the sound isn't great when you're standing at the back. So please come in, use all the room, use all the room. This is a moment. I'm also having my coffee, so we'll get there. Could someone from the team help me close the doors down here so we can get this all locked and loaded? All right, and could we put up the Slido, actually? And I'm going to ask Sterling to put up the first poll while we're waiting. Or I'm going to open it up on my phone. So what I would like you to do is, this is a word cloud, and I would like you to describe your experiences of ETHDam using words. Basically, that would be great. So let's start filling that up. And while people that are coming in, please can you find a chair somewhere. For the people at the back, you can stand there, but the sound isn't going to be so great. So please come forward if you want to be relaxed and not struggled for hearing. Goosebumps, exhilarating. Okay, nice. Fun, okay, fun. Sterling, do you want to have anything to say about this?
I like seeing gezellig up there. Dutch stairs, yeah. But you all got your steps in, right? Got some exercise, got to move around. ETHDam.
ETHDam, very much. Cool, well, very fun to see that. Really, really nice. This is super helpful. We're going to have this data now, so thanks very much for filling that out. We can move to the next poll, which is something where this is really trial by fire, and we're not afraid to be political, but it is helpful. What rating would you give ETHDam? And 1 is rug pulled, and 10 is true alpha. And we actually want you to be serious about this. So please, what was your experience of ETHDam? Where would you put it on a scale of 0 to 10? Again, it's been amazing that we've all been able to host you the last couple of days, and we hope you had fun. And this is just a nice to have. Why not? We're in the same room now, so. Okay, we're happy with that. We're happy with that. Whoever's that 2%, please go speak to someone. We'll get your feedback as to why that is the case. Awesome. Sterling, anything to say?
I mean, about this poll specifically, I would say I like seeing 8s, not 7s. I feel like statistically people tend towards 7, so that's cool. But yeah, it's been a real cozy weekend. I've seen a lot of really great conversations, seen a lot of smiles, which is always nice. And, I don't know about you, I am very ready for the after party at Aloha. Gonna be all festive and fun.
Cool. Well, could we put up the QR code, please? Because I would like to remind everyone that they should take part in the Quadratic funding. And to do that, you need to scan the QR code, which will come up in a second. While that's happening and you're scanning that and figuring it out, what's basically going to happen is the judges have selected 10 hackathon teams, and we're going to be inviting those 10 hackathon teams to pitch one by one. The way I'm going to do this is when your name is announced, I'd like someone from your team to come over, or in fact your whole team. It's going to be a little chaotic, but we'll figure it out. And basically come and sit inside this area over here. When I introduce someone who's going to pitch, I'm also going to introduce the person that's going to pitch after them, so you have a little bit of time to prepare. Each pitch is going to last 5 minutes, and there is no Q&A afterwards. So it's going to be rapid fire. We have 10 hackathon projects to get to. I did indeed receive a Telegram message that does indeed have 10 names on it.
Fabulous, fabulous.
Right. So are you guys looking forward to this, having seen all the cool shit that we've built over the weekend? Woo! When I say we, I definitely mean you. not us. And I just want to take one very brief moment to say how the team is super happy with how everything's gone. We're going to have some closing comments. But I just wanted to take a note that behind the scenes, there have been a lot of people that have been pulling a lot of strings to make sure things are as comfortable as possible for you. So we hope that you've enjoyed that. Having said that, the 10 teams, and we need some kind of like drum roll, some kind of let's do something. Nice, nice. Okay, 3, 2, 1. The first team is ZK Loyalty. Woo! The second team, Oasis Guard. Oh my God! The third team, BOT, Blockchain of Things. Quick reminder, could the first two, ZK Loyalty and Oasis Guard, please get here as soon as possible? And please identify yourself to Sterling so we also know that you're here. I don't see anyone moving, and that really bothers me. Honestly, it's up to you. If you want to present as a team, then so be it. This is your guys' moment, so yeah. Woo! Okay, we're gonna. No. We got more to get through. Team number 4 is Whisper. Team number 5 is Block. Team number 6 is Cocorniem. Okay, guys, I don't see a lot of people moving. Like, come on, over here. Am I counting wrong? ZK Loyalty, Oasis Guard, Blockchain of Things, Whisper, Block, Cocorniem. Next up, Browser Socket MPC. Is that your team? I love the fucking enthusiasm, man. Do you have a pseudonym? A nickname you go by? No nickname. Okay, the no nickname guy. Be like the no nickname guy. Next one is Stealth the Lock. Woo! I love how, at least for me, I'm hearing about these names for the first time, so I'm really loving the enthusiasm, and we're just about to learn exactly what they all do. Next up is JPEG Station. I am wondering why JPEG and not PNG. We'll see. And last but not least, Stealth Key Store. Okay, ZK Loyalty, where are you guys at? Let's get you hooked in. Are we set with the timer for the 5 minutes? I guess it's okay. I also see it from here. We're gonna does everyone still remember what this means? Yeah, some guys remember? Okay, so 30 seconds before the end of the pitch, we're gonna start going like this. And then as soon as there's one clap, ideally from, I hope, me, so we don't get ahead of time, that's then the end of their 5 minutes, and that's then when we're going to transition. So, first up, we're ready with the deck. Your timer will be up there, and ZK Loyalty, it's all yours.
Okay, welcome. It's a bit of a surprise, but here we are, ZK Loyalty. And first of all, we go to the use case. So all of you know loyalty programs. Payback, Starbucks has a big loyalty program, and there are many reasons for why companies do that or brands. And one of the statistics is 65% of a company's revenue is from the repeat business of existing customers, and it's way more expensive to get new customers than to reward existing customers. And this is an easy thing for big brands, for the ones I mentioned before, but small shops on the right side, they're really struggling with this. And why is it? They don't have the crazy network effects of these big brands. They have a problem of if the small shop, for example, in a 30,000 people town or whatever, wants to do this, they need to be GDPR compliant, they need to be privacy preserving, and also they are losing huge market shares to these big internet companies. Then our solution is ZK Loyalty. It's a GDPR-compliant anonymous loyalty program that any small business can implement to reward repeat customers. And yeah, actually we are using zero-knowledge technology, the semaphore private groups actually, and by this we can actually realize the use case. So what kind of requirements or specifications we had for the systems? We made some user stories to actually get to the use case, what do we want to achieve, and from the different perspectives of the users. So as a small shop owner, I want to easily enroll customers into my loyalty program so that I can start building a loyal customer base without a complex setup. As a customer, I want to sign up for the loyalty program without sharing personal details so that I can protect my privacy. As a shop owner, I want to give points to customers after each purchase so that I can encourage repeat business. As a customer, I want to be able to check my loyalty points through a secure method. As a customer, I want to redeem my loyalty points anonymously. And as a data manager in a small shop, I want the system to be compliant with GDPR. So what's the tech? Semaphore I mentioned already that we used, and also first we wanted to use Oasis for the secret storage, but actually we went for Phoenix, the fully homographic encryption EVM, where we can actually add the score, and in the next iteration, when another score is added to it, we can add up the encrypted values. So we can do mathematical operations on the encrypted values, which is perfect for the use case. We are still using Oasis for the random number generator function, as we have an on-chain raffle. So we have the first MVP at customer to user group. We are scanning of QR code, and then we have a bit of a vision that several different user groups could be grouped together. So there we really have this use case of, let's say, 10, 20 shops in a small town. They get together, and through grouping these loyalty groups, they can actually have the power against the big brands and companies. Now I skip a bit and we go for the demo. Oh. So, bit of an issue. I got no Wi-Fi. Great pitch.
Let's try the first one again. Talk about the demo. Talk about the demo. What does it do?
Yeah, okay.
Imagine it was in front of you right now.
So basically, from a demo perspective, we have basically two apps, one customer app and one enterprise app. So you as a customer, you can create your semaphore identity. To make it a little bit more easy, we will generate a QR code for you inside the app. There will be a commitment stored in that QR code, and then you can just go to, here is it basically. So that was actually what I just mentioned, the QR code stuff from the customer perspective. Now we have the business also connecting to another application, and now the business can create a semaphore group, so it can also create multiple groups for different, for example, loyalty levels. And here you can see the group ID, and now the business will actually scan the QR code from the customer. So we can see it here, so that's the customer. Now we got the commitment ID, and we will add the user to our loyalty group from the business perspective. And in a few seconds, we will see that we are added, and now the customer again can go inside his or her app and prove that the membership is verified.
Thank you very much. Please give it up for our first hackathon team. Woo! Okay, thank you. You can go back down that way, whichever way you want, really. So yeah, there was a lot of messages going fast. We are missing some teams, so if you're on the list, maybe, if someone tells you to be somewhere, please do so. Did you guys like that first pitch? Was it cool? Yeah? Way! And I think for the people that are presenting, I think the big takeaway there was have an offline, if you're going to do a video, try and make it not dependent on Wi-Fi or set up a hotspot ahead of time, unfortunately. I think maybe it might be to do with the fact that we have everyone in the same room. TBD.
Is it coming to you?
Cool. Well, second up, we have Oasis Guards. Did you guys have fun at the hackathon? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah,
no?
great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you were the 2% guy. I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you. Cool. Well, your 5 minutes starts now.
Yep. First of all, hey everyone, and we are coming from IT blockchain actually, and IT blockchain is the first and biggest university blockchain community in Turkey, and that's the intro. Today we are with Oasis Guard, and Oasis Guard is on-chain password manager, and we are providing a hardware level security with passkeys. First thing first, the problem, nowadays we are using many passwords. We have like tons of secret keys, private data, and all the confidential things. And traditionally we are using like password managers to store all the data. But we thought like we should come up with a like more like decentralized stuff, and we should give the power to the user. So with that, user can do all the stuff. They don't need any other like middleman. And we come up with the Oasis Guard actually. And you will see a lot of words, but a bit later you will understand the all. Oasis Guard is a browser extension because we thought it should be really easy to use for the user. So for example, you are on your favorite DEX and you can just implement your password from our extension and you are good to go. And we are securing the passwords on thanks to Sapphire's confidential EVM. We are putting all the confidential data to confidential smart contracts. And we are providing the access via your unique passkey. So you can use your, basically passkeys, you are using your biometric data as a like private key, and you are signing it. And we use the R1 curve, and we verified the signatures on Oasis. And we will show all the demo, so you will understand all the process in a minute. So,
yeah, hello everyone. So first of all, I will create a new account in the Oasis Guard. You can download it from the Chrome, by the way, and use it. We're currently in testnet, and the transactions will be a bit slow, so I can start creating my account with my biometrics. So it creates, on the background, it creates a smart account for us to store the passwords, seed phrases, and private keys in Sapphire testnet. Why storing private keys is important? Because nowadays, although account abstraction is quite popular, AOAs became also popular with the new EIPs, and their usage will be continued. So you have to somehow store your private keys, but you don't want to use your papers or other password managers which are centralized. So I will start with creating my first password, or I can use import feature, which where you can import your passwords from your previous password managers. So I'm starting the import process by uploading a simple CSV file, which you can export from the Google Passwords or some other password managers. So we're waiting for the transactions to be approved. So we are sending biometric data to the Oasis network. So it's verified using a P256 verifier. And it's different than the normal signatures that we normally provide with our private keys and different wallets like MetaMask or stuff. So as you see, my passwords came here from GPT-0 and Docker. I mocked my password, so there's no any confidential information from me. I can see my data by pressing the icon and sending my biometrics again to verify that I have an access to this password. So it gives me the access to the password. I have options to copy, delete, and share these passwords with my friends or with my other accounts. I can copy this because I'm already revealed it. I can hide it whenever I want. And also, I can manually add different stuff, like I can add MetaMask private key here. It can generate a secure passwords for you. So like you can, when you don't know what to put your password, you can use the random password generator and create your password for the favorite app. So we're waiting for the generation again. So every time you have to prove that you are that person, you have that passkey, and yeah, it came here. When I want to reveal it, I'm giving my biometric again, and it's shown here.
Super, super cool. Who here uses a password manager? Yay, you're going to get hacked. Use LastPass. Super cool. Thanks so much for that. And thanks for coming from Turkey as well. Really appreciate it. Hope you had an amazing time. Okay, we are still looking for some teams. So if you're in here, like, please move around. Blockchain of Things, Whisper, Stealth Lock, JPEG Station. Next up, I'd like to invite to the stage BlockLock. Please give it up for BlockLock. If you haven't used the QF yet, please do it. Really, I think it's going to be open for the rest of today, I believe. So today's the day to do it. There are some chairs in the middle, kind of around. So if you are standing at the back, you can kind of just come in here, even though there isn't that much space at this point. But super cool that you're all here. Okay, BlockLock, you ready?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, your 5 minutes is now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. It's our first hackathon. We had a lot of fun. We also did a password manager, so yeah, there you go. You'll be bored of hearing about password managers by the end of this. So our aim was really to increase the user experience with using a password manager, kind of like simulate using one or like Web 2, like 1Password or LastPass, but with the benefits that you gain from a decentralized confidential chain like Oasis. So that was primarily our focus. You can see this is the team, sorry, I should have introduced ourselves, but all of our beach photos at the bottom. So the problems that you can find with like a Web 2 sort of like 1Password implementation is you can have monthly subscriptions, right, which is like $3 a month, which doesn't sound like much, but it's $36 a year, and then, you know, over a 30-year lifetime period is over $1,000. If you use a pay-as-you-go sort of way of storing your passwords, using a chain like Oasis, it actually only costs just shy of a penny to store a password. And normally humans store around 70 to 100 passwords. So, you know, that's like $1. So it's super, super cheap. You also have the vulnerabilities that are inherent to centralized solutions, as we've seen with like LastPass before, losing over 30 million customers' passwords. And on the other hand, you have Web3, which is very complicated to understand and very difficult. It's a high barrier of entry. Someone like my uncle or grandma would just look at it and be like, oh my gosh, no. So that's really what we tried to do with this, is to bring the ease of use of a Web2 solution, but with all the amazing benefits that we get from Web3. So yeah, like I mentioned, we can have our cake and eat it too. It's cheap, $1 for a lifetime use, it's secure, and it's easy to use. I'm going to hand it over to my wonderful partner Jack, not partner, and he's going to show you a demo.
Yes, please Lord, I hope this works. Okay, so yeah, so we developed BlockLock as a Chrome extension. So what we can do is just run through like a flow. If we go to a website like Namecheap and just try to store a password, so we can go to a sign-up process, fill in your details here. BlockLock, we use a content injection into the page to be able to suggest a password and then be able to store that on-chain. So whilst we're waiting for that, I should be able to just have to refresh, apologies. Should request the... I should, there we go, sorry. Delays. And my heart just fell through the floor. Okay, all good. So yeah, whilst we're waiting for that, so this has been stored like, yeah, stored on chain through our contract, and again, yeah, all secured on Sapphire on the secure EVM. So that is saved. So we can then go to our UI, and again, like Charlie said, the main thing we were going for with this was for like ease of use and simplicity for users who aren't like accustomed to Web3. So very simple. You can retrieve your secrets from chain. Here's the secret that we just stored for Namecheap. We have basic functionality to be able to update a secret, share it with an ETH-based address, and delete the secret as well. So I think actually for the demo, that's kind of all I wanted to do. I think we could probably... Yeah, we'll go and talk about kind of what our next steps would be. Obviously, we run out of time for the hackathon, but some ideas that we had of where we would go with this that would be quite cool. One that I find pretty cool myself is so I don't know if I presume you guys use like multi-factor authentication tools like Google Authenticator or Authy. These are either like hardware-based MFA one-time password tools or centralized services like 1Password or LastPass for passwords. We had an idea with this where, in future we could potentially implement kind of like MFA, time-based one-time password generation through the application for secret keys that are, again, stored on-chain, on Sapphire. That's kind of like our main one that we'd look to go for. I don't know, Charlie, if you wanted to mention about any other future things. You can see some things here. Secrets Marketplace, that was kind of a fun one. We were like, you could share secrets with people and they could pay for secrets. What secrets you would want to share with people they could pay for is maybe a little bit questionable, the use cases, but yeah.
Let's show the video that Vikram did. We got 15 seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds, make it count. Here you go. Just the final thing.
Final animation.
A lot of work went into this.
Yeah. We've got sound. Okay, 6 seconds, 6 seconds. We gotta go. Press play.
It's the
block line.
Yeah, there we go.
Block. Cool. Thank you very much for that. We'll see how many other kind of password generators we get. I think it's a cool application. Okay, coming up next is CoCorniem. I'm probably reading it and not reading it how it's supposed to be said, so I'm very interested to know how this is said. Put your hands up if you've scanned the QR code and signed up. Okay, guys, like the ones that didn't put their hand up, please do the thing. It would be really appreciated. I can't force you, unfortunately. Can't win them all. One thing while that's being set up, it's so funny how the Telegram group of the crew is kind of working, where everyone's really like triaging problems together. Telegram messages are being formatted. Like right now, I'm getting just one updated message that shows who's missing, who we've got, who's presented, being reordered. I love it so much. So, really great. Really great. Be like no name. Let's see. Okay, we need a time filler. Yeah, fuck it. I have an airdrop. No. Y'all got any of them points? No, really, really bad. Yeah, raise hands. Okay, photographer. Yeah, I like this. Okay, everyone say ETHDam on 3, 2, 1 and raise your hands. 3, 2, 1, ETHDam. That's what we like. Nice, guys. Yeah, thanks, man. Cool. You want to do it again? Yeah. Yeah, okay. This time we got it on video, not on photo. Okay. Should we say something else? What else can we say? Meme coins? Okay, what do you want to shout? ETHFam. Right. So there's a story behind this, okay? Well, these guys are taking a while, it's okay. Right, so there's a person on the team, it's Sterling. She also writes copy, and the name of this conference is called ETHDam. Everyone know ETHDam. And turns out she made a typo one day and wrote ETHFam. And so we've been very much ETHFamming this up. So on 3, 2, 1, we're going to shout ETHFam because you are the ETHFam this weekend. 3, 2, 1. ETHDam! Da, da, da.
I feel like I should solidify myself in crypto history here, you know, like HODL, BIDL, like
ETHDam. Funny. Who here was for the L2 thing where we said that the ETFs are an L2 for Bitcoin? Yeah, I know you were. Honestly, this was one of my most favorite moments of the whole thing. So yeah, let's see. Running out of ideas, guys. Running out of ideas. It is popping up, but then it's turning off again, so we'll see.
I would say for me, one of my favorite moments was when my heart rate was probably unhealthily high during the debate between on the L1 scaling debate. Yeah, that got me worked up, and I was not participating.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
That was cool though.
Someone want to shout out their favorite moment from the conference? Bitterballer? Okay, yeah, a man who follows his stomach. Anyone else?
Ooh, Magician was cool.
Beer o'clock. Well, that's coming at 6 o'clock, so. And it's going to be a long one, because there's also the after party. So the after party, by the way, starts at 7, and everyone can walk pretty much there together, and it's quite nice. But there will be beer afterwards, and it's going to be well-deserved after sitting through all of this content. We know it's a lot, so we appreciate it. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Browser socket MPC, you're up. Let's go. I trust that the tech guys will solve it and figure out what we're going to do, but we're going to move on. Surprisingly enough, there is a time schedule, so we're going to try and keep to that. Block socket MPC.
He's coming.
He's coming. Woo! Sorry about that. We're making it work on the fly. Life, man. Sorry. Just throws curveballs all the time.
Hey everybody, my name's Brian. I did browser socket MPC.
Your time hasn't started yet. Relax. We'll start when.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, no. Do you want a hug? You want a hug? Shall I do your slides and you sit? No.
Okay, we should. Actually, I do want a hug. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
ETHDam.
It's all good.
Just take a look at your refresh rate. It should appear on that screen.
I think like you guys have been much more stressed than we have. Like we've been stressed out making sure that you guys are chill, but I know that you guys have also been stressed because it's a tight deadline. So we appreciate the guys who come up here with still energy and make it happen. It's a little bit emotional, the ETH fam. Okay, another fun experience from someone. Joel, I know you got a fun experience, but we don't need to talk about that. Anyone else? No? One thing, just give me one thing. Knife fight. Who saw the knife fight? Yeah, we got hands, we got hands. Amin had a knife fight with someone outside with plastic knives. It wasn't a real knife fight, but when I saw the Telegram message, I was like, what? That does not seem okay, so. The stealth lock, you should probably get ready in case we need you on stage, so.
It's not mirroring it, it's
we knew that there would be technical stuff that's happening here.
Instead?
But yeah, we were lucky so far.
How do you not mirror?
You have a question. What's the question?
Sorry, can you mirror it?
My favorite DeFi application. Oh, you're asking really the worst person, man. It's really difficult. Honestly, I'm just going to go with the simple answer and just say like Uniswap because I think it was one of the first. And they have fees, yeah, but if you don't use the front end, then there are no fees. Because Uniswap, oh, I don't want to get into this. This is too political. Any other questions? This is a very slippery slope.
Oh, it's still flashing? Okay, can we just...
My preferred DAO? I think the biggest one would be MakerDAO being like the most like true and currently decentralized. However, there is something that's going on at the moment, but I don't know enough about it, so maybe my answer is out of date. So, okay. I really don't want to answer questions about blockchain applications. This is so against my core values of giving individual answers. I love blockchain and crypto, and that's why I'm up here, and I do not give preference. No, come on. Favorite meme coin, favorite NFT project. Okay, if this isn't going to work, we're going to go to the next one because we're really running out of time. And if you need to send presentations, then... Okay, Stealth the Lock. We're going to try this. I'm trusting that there's a lot of people stressed upstairs trying to figure out what we're going to do about this. So new cable, I don't know, man. There's enough cables in this whole building. So someone, why does it come to answering favorite blockchain projects? It's always like this. You guys are just fiends and degens looking for the next alpha. Come on. Pardon? Will the market bleed in the third evening of ETHDam? I think it's already bled, to be honest. So each evening, well, hopefully after all these presentations, it will go back up again. So I think we might be ready with the next presentation. Is this going to work? Is Stealth the Lock ready? Woo! Okay, we made it. All right. Thank you. Stealth the Lock with 5 minutes. Time starts now.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Nick, and here Cohen. And we build Stealth Unlock. What's the problem that we are facing is that we try to solve how to connect Web3 creators with Web3 founders. And how we do that? We created a funding allocation strategy using Allo protocol integrated with Macy, which stands for Minimal Anti-Collusion Infrastructure. Woo! And also used WACU for private messaging, so people inside the pools can discuss about whatever they want in a private matter. So how it works? Everyone just connects their GitHub account, and they can just import their projects easily. So here we can see that all the packages that the project has, the language it uses, the description, everything that GitHub can provide us. We can see the members and the feed provided by WACU. And also we can see the clubs, which are like the DAOs. Here just some of them that we created. And what DAOs are doing is like, again, create pools, allocation pools. And they have some metadata. And how we do that connection, like in the next steps, we want to create something like representations, like embeddings, and do cosine similarity to notify projects which pools are going to deliver them money to continue building and thriving in the Web3 ecosystem. So here is a pool, is a DAO, and all the pools here are dummy ones, but yeah, that's it. And here we showcase the smart contracts, which is the allocation QV strategy with the Macy protocol integrated. And here we have the deployment script, setting the circuits and all the Macy relevant stuff. So yeah, and we have some scripts to see the workflow. And here's a use case diagram, I would say. Like someone creates a pool, the QV Macy strategy, which creates a Macy instance, which creates a poll, and recipient projects, which are projects connected to the GitHub, interact with the contract to register them. Pool managers can review them, and the accepted projects can get votes, private votes, and then the coordinator of Macy can merge the stake, process the messages, create the proofs, and tally the results. And then the pool managers can distribute to valid recipients. What we use Macy is because of that we want to avoid bribing, which is a really good thing to have a democratic voting scheme. So that's about Stealth Unlock. Thank you, everyone.
They still have 1 hour. They still have 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 hour. So any questions? Let's go. Quick fire. Anti-collusion.
Because we're using the Macy protocol, and what?
If you could give a TLDR, I'm not familiar with the protocol. Sorry.
Yeah. So you register first in the Merkle tree of the Macy contracts, and then you can submit a vote that is encrypted with a different kind of key than the Ethereum public key. And you encrypt it with that, and then only the coordinator has access, it's a shared key with the coordinator, has access to decrypt it. So the trust is based on the coordinator, but the message, the vote, is encrypted with your public key, so someone needs the private key to decrypt it.
Yeah, but doesn't that just make it anonymous, not necessarily anti-collusion?
It's just, the coordinator needs to generate a proof, and this proof is verified from the on-chain verifier. Yeah. So that's how it is.
Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I just need to get the right chat up again. Or they know. Oh, they know. Amazing. I'm not sure which team it is, though. Kokonim. We're trying it again. Yeah. We're trying it again. Okay. Everyone hold their breath. Da-na. Okay, let's get the Slido up. We really hope that you're going to think. You guys are asking me about my favorite project. You can put in your favorite project. Let's do this together, because I can't do it. So if you really want the answer, we're going to use the wisdom of the crowd. The reason why I say that is Ellie knows this, all the stuff that I work on, I try and be as objective as possible and never give an opinion. That's also why I love moderating so much, because I just get to ask questions and learn from everyone, but not pitch anything. So, okay, let's see how degenerate this will get. I'm betting a 10 out of 10. So, one can dream. Brian knows Slog. Okay, what's Clave? Could someone tell me what Clave is? No? Okay, are we trying a different project? Are we trying a... Yeah, backup? All right, we like that. We like the backup. Whenever you're ready, then okay. You can come back to this. You can keep on putting stuff in, but let's start the timer and switch the presentations, and we should be off to the races with the name that I can't pronounce, so really looking forward to it. It's all yours. Just go. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so welcome everyone to our presentation of Kokonim. So we built an anonymous layer on top of CoSwap. So first, as a user, you want to have 3 options, like deposit, swap, and withdrawal. So first thing is then you want to deposit. So you can deposit a certain token, so it's an ERC20. Here we have wrapped ETH. You deposit it on the public key given by the website. It is the same on every network. It is plug and play on every EVM chain. Then you need to generate a secret that will be shared with the trusted computing network, which is Oasis. And so by using the same secret several times with different addresses, you can merge the balances. And so you can hide the source of the funds way better. Okay, so unfortunately, the demo doesn't seem to be working because of Google Meet. But here, Oh, okay. Yeah, it's happening. So you generate the secret, then you need to deposit, and then you sign the secret from your deposit key with the secret and the transaction hash, which will be verified on the trusted execution engine. Then you can wait for whenever you want to initiate a swap. Swaps are intent-based, so they are MEV protected, they are gasless, and if the swap is undone, you don't lose anything, actually. Intents can be aggregated, so it provides more privacy. You can do it on any chain. As you can see, we can input the chain ID. Then for the withdrawal, you can wait as well. Whenever you want to withdraw, you don't need to do a swap. You can withdraw whichever token you prefer. And for the withdrawal, you can add multiple wallet addresses. You can add any amount you want, so customized amount per addresses, customized delay per addresses. So it means you can uncorrelate completely the withdrawals. And then when you send the actual message, as Oasis enables, it's always encrypted, so no one knows everything you're doing. And the best is, even if they are eavesdropping your connection with Oasis, they won't know that it's you who is withdrawing because of the different delays, customized delays you can add. So yes, that's pretty much it for the user flow. Then we can go on the README with more advanced explaining. So I hope you can see something. So you can see that the user gets the public address from Oasis, the user send funds, then they prove the deposit, and with the transaction hash, the signature, and the secret. So Oasis receives everything, verifies the signature, verifies that the transaction happened with gRPC. We assume that gRPC is trusted because it's a decentralized RPC. Then once everything is verified, it is added to the database. For the swap part, it's pretty much the same, but the user doesn't have to sign anything, nor deposit any fund, nor use any gas. Yeah, sorry.
We are waiting.
We are waiting for the connection. Pretty much you signed an intent message with token in, token out, chain ID, amount out, and amount in. And you add the secret, so Oasis can verify that it's you, the origination, the right owner of the tokens. Then you can verify, then Oasis verifies the signature, verifies the current balance, batch everything. It creates the intent, solvers can fulfill the orders, and permissionless bot can update the state by verifying all the orders. For the withdrawal, it's the same. The SGX waits for the block to be passed.
Thank you very much. Please give it up for Coconium. Hey, it does, okay, it has a ring to it. Go the crocodile. Browser socket MPC, I believe is next. Are you guys ready? Perfect. That's a yes, okay. Let's try this again. Oh, it's the hug dude. Hello. Hello. Woo! Yeah. Can we check the status of the poll? I want to see really how degenerate it's got. Let's see how cheeky it is now. Cheeky. All right. Okay, this has changed. Portrait. What's that? Is that a Farcaster thing? What is it?
We're getting started?
No, when you're ready. If you're ready, then.
I am almost ready.
Okay, Synergy AI YD, Solana. Oh, there's some Solana guys in the room. Oh dear. I'm surprised they weren't in the knife fight. I did have a dinner last night where there almost was a knife fight when someone said Solana versus Ethereum. It got pretty heated real quick. Real quick. So, are we good? Yes. Okay, if we switch back. Perfect. Okay, well, PowerSocket, MPC,
Hey everybody.
Browser Socket. Time is yours.
Hey everybody, my name is Ryan. My project today is Browser Socket MPC. And the reason this is important, I'm trying to navigate this, is because we have these agencies cock-blocking peer-to-peer from our web browser windows. So Firefox, Gecko, Google, Blink, and Apple WebKit do not let Windows open sockets. And they're fighting amongst themselves, which we've got no input in this, us mere mortals, to change web standards unless you try to convince them of things, and they're not really responsive. I've tried. And so they've got these are the excuses they give for why we can't have nice things. They basically say, these are examples of very dangerous things. Dangerous, these were dangerous. That generally, we've concluded that no amount of notice and consent is sufficient to enable them safely. So they're basically telling you that you're babies and you don't know how to use your computers, and we're going to tell you what's right. And so maybe they're right, maybe they're not, but what we wanted to do is make it so that cool applications, like one of which is here, TLS Notary, that do multi-party computing on sockets, can do so from a browser window versus needing to be native or to use a web sockify proxy. And so the way that we did that is through there's a little bear, TLSN bear. The way that we did that is through a experimental web API that Firefox is actually cock blocking directly. And so we've got a Webpack going, and then we're gonna open it. We're gonna open it. Okay, that opened it in. Okay, so this new version of Chrome actually supports something called isolated web apps, which allow you to open sockets. And so this is actually a bundled web application, locally signed by my own key. I'm gonna open it here. You can see this is just a web browser, and it allows us to, I'm gonna Peter Griffin my CSS. There it is. So I just opened up a window that actually opened up a port on my local machine, which allows that window, which could be the piratebay.org, it could be whatever site, allows it to open a socket, which is dangerous, maybe. But now this allows us to do really interesting things with multi-party compute. And so what we have now is a demo where I can actually start a TLSN MPC proving session from a window. And so I don't need to actually bridge traffic through a web sockify bridge, which is adding more parties to the trust assumption of this anti-collusion idea we have. And so it's still not working. But this was a demo to prove that we can do these things and to showcase to our overlords, Firefox, Google, and Apple, let's repeat that we do want these things. And so if you guys aren't vocal on these mailing lists, I know you guys are in the Ethereum Magicians ERC channels, if you're not vocal in the weird, like, WebKit announced mailing lists, like, none of this stuff changes. And I don't see any crypto people in those mailing lists, and so that's why I wanted to showcase today what we could do. And so, yeah, let's stop cock blocking peer-to-peer, and let's free the web with multi-party compute. Thank you.
You actually he has like 1 minute left, so if there are any questions, let's do a quick round. 5, 4, 3, 2. What are the mailing lists?
Bro, ask ChatGPT or Google or something.
Dude,
or
come on, man. Come on. Sorry. Yeah, very much. I hope if you are interested in any of these projects or do have questions, you can find them after this. Next up is Whisper, but it has a space between every letter. So it's actually WHISPER.
Aesthetic Whisper.
Aesthetic, okay, it's aesthetic.
No,
Whisper.
That doesn't work, I need another direction.
We have 2 more after this. We still have not found JPEG Station. And just to fill you in on what's going to happen is we're then going to have the bounty announcement. So each of the partners is going to come up and they're going to very quickly share their bounty, which is going to be super cool. And then Eleanor, the mummy of ETHDam, is going to give a short closing statement. And then we're going to go get drunk. So just to I know that you're excited. I know it will happen and it will feel absolutely glorious and everyone's going to have a great time. Just know it is, in Dutch they say, on de weg. That only makes sense to Dutch people, unfortunately. Okay, guys, Whisper, are you ready?
Yeah.
Ready.
Yes.
Your timer is up there and it's...
How do we... Scroll down.
Oh, you might have to reset the timer, they weren't ready.
Yes, scroll it down.
Oh, okay.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. We are Whisper, and during this hackathon, we built a private, linear, quadratic, cubic, quartic, and exponential cross-chain public good funding.
A lot of buzzwords.
There are, of course, already quadratic funding platforms, but there are some issues with them. In most cases, they are public. And as we all know, since we are here, on-chain traces between a donor and a project is often undesirable. And also, there is often no cross-chain compatibility in these platforms. And also, there's only the quadratic curve available. So we wanted to redefine quadratic funding. We make it private. We make it cross-chain, and also we make it more flexible. We do this by having an easy round creation and donation interface, public round contribution with private project selection. So if you select a project, nobody can trace it back to you. We have donations that are enabled from any EVM network, so you don't have to first bridge to the correct network to make a donation, and also customizable curve options.
Okay, so from our tech stack, we used to bootstrap the stuff. We use Scaffold for the front end, and then we completely developed the contracts. So we call this the Whisper contract, and we developed the voting contract. The part that you see here somewhere in the middle is all based on Secret Network. So Secret Network provides us the gateway contracts on the EVM side as well as on the Secret Network side, and the relaying. So that's all handled by Secret Network. Then on how the flow is. You essentially take your vote, you encrypt your vote locally on your device using a shared secret that you get from the gateway. So that stuff here is end-to-end encrypted. No one else can see in between it. Only the enclave does at that point here. Then what we have is you send in the funds, you send in your encrypted vote. The funds stay in the contract on the EVM side. Your encrypted vote gets passed to the gateway. The gateway sends it automatically into Secret Network where it gets decrypted and stored. And then it sends the information to the voting contract that's also encrypted on Secret Network, and there the vote gets stored for later on. Then we do the voting, your quadratic funding or your arbitrary curve funding that you like. And at the end, when it's done, the private gateway contract and the voting contract will just evaluate the tally, look at all votes that you put in across all chains. So what it does actually is it looks at the state of all of these chains. It collected all of the votes from all chains simultaneously, and it creates a combined tally from all of them, while the funds of each chain actually stay on that chain. So it gives you a combined tally with a result, and that result is then passed back into each of these contracts, and then they do the payout separately. Because, I mean, since the addresses are the same on each EVM chain, usually, we can pull it off quite nicely. So in that case, what we basically did is we did the whole stack using encrypted votes, and the votes actually never leave that contract anymore. So we just get a tally out of it. Your vote will never leave it. It will actually never be revealed at any point in time. Exactly. Here's the user flow again. Sorry. Yeah. Exactly. No. So this is exactly the user flow. We quickly go over it, but what we really like to show you is the demo actually of the page. So some decisions are meant to be private. We can quickly log in using MetaMask. So we have some testnets here, Aurora testnet as well, as from Sepolia. Here you can create your round. For example, I type in something, some ID. We can select the funding curve, we do some description, and we can add some popular projects that you might like. We can then This is then encrypted, and we sign with our signature. Then we can send it into EVM, and it's done. At that point, the gateway takes care of everything and sends it to Secret Network, where the whole funding project gets stored. Then we can have an overview of the projects, and you can here vote for your favorite project and donate some gig away into it if you like. Exactly. Then this is exactly the voting, and then if you voted something, you can do that as well. You can vote for some projects, send them some amount. Your vote is known. Congratulations.
"20 seconds, one question. One question."
And we also have a donate page to match some funding if you like. Yes?
What is the relationship between the votes and the funding? Like, can I fund and I can vote?
Sorry, say again?
Can I fund and vote? I thought I vote with my money.
Yeah, you do. So what you do is you put it in the front end. So in the front end, you put in your amount that you are going to fund, obviously, and then an encrypted vote, it should match it. If it's not matching, the contract should discard it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Woo!
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, next up we have Stealth Key Store. I think this name I like the most because you can really get into it. Stealth Key Store. No, okay, fair enough, cool. Anyone else want to give it a shot? Someone give it a shot. Stealth Key Store. Yeah, almost. Let's see if it's going to work. I did like that the Slido was on the side for a second with the poll to see how degenerate that is continuing to go. Is that your presentation in front of you? The timer is on top left. You have 5 minutes starting now.
All right. Hi, everyone. We are Moritz, Federico, and Antonio. Outside of this hackathon, we work on FluidKey, a privacy-preserving solution compatible with any EVM chain. Specifically for this hackathon, we decided to hack on a concept called Key Store that has been recently presented by Vitalik. To give you the idea of the problem, think of a world where you have like a lot of smart accounts. Maybe you already have multiple safes deployed, all controlled by the same key, but not visible on chain, that the same key control all these smart accounts. And you can instantly update or change that key within one single transaction. Basically, this is how the Key Store rollup or Key Store works. So specifically to here, the first thing you have to do is, of course, generate a private public key pair and register inside the Key Store. This is what we are doing with this transaction. By the way, we relay all these transactions so the privacy is preserved for the end user. When the key is registered, and it happens now, then I can start to deploy multiple smart accounts. If you then look of this on chain, in this case specifically, we do safe smart accounts, you will see that are all owned by different owners. There's no correlation because there's a hashing in between. There's no correlation for who is the owner here and who is the key controlling them. When then it comes to prove a transaction, this is where a ZK proof comes into place. So, for example, I can decide to move funds out of this safe by generating an off-chain ZK proof that's fully privacy preserving, and it's verified on-chain. While this is like, from a technical perspective, it's very user-friendly, I think most important user-friendly part is that if you want to change the key controlling all these stealth accounts, smart accounts, you need just to update the key store, so do one transaction, while not changing the actual owner or the different smart accounts. And this allows like great benefits. And technically, this can be also implemented cross-chain with the key store being on a main chain, either an L1 or L2, or a specific chain itself. And then having the Merkle tree hash root being propagated to other chains. So as you can see here in the demo we just did, the transaction was approved. If we go into click to see more, and we check the actual data that has been passed into, you'll see it's quite a lot of data, especially if you go on the final part of it, as that's the ZK proof that has been generated. That's like pretty long one, believe me. It's, yeah. I don't know if there are any questions, but that was the core idea.
The moderator's not there. Questions? We've got a minute. How long? How long is that true?
How long does it take? At the moment, we are. It takes like a few seconds to be generated.
I think 8 seconds.
Around 8 seconds. Oh, in bytes. But to develop that, we use the Noir language, so we are relying on Aztec technology under the hood.
Okay, one more question. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Okay, blockchain of things, I believe, is the next team. This is the second last presentation. Let's see how we get on with getting it working. I needed to charge my phone because it's running out of battery. So let's see what happens next. How much is everyone looking forward to some beer? Yeah, I know Sterling is. No.
And also, just a reminder, in case you haven't scanned the QR code yet, please join the QF voting. And for any teams, any hackathon teams that want to participate in the Quadratic funding, as long as you submit it through Taikai, you can submit to participate in the Quadratic funding. So be sure to do that today. Are we good?
You can also announce the next.
Yeah, all right. I can announce the next guy. Here we go. Blockchain of things. Let's go.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So yeah, we are the blockchain of things, and initially we had a different idea.
On the other screen.
I'm sorry?
You can't see your...
No, I can't, but I can see it on my laptop.
Okay.
No.
Sorry.
Oh.
Right, stop the timer. Let's start that again. It's nothing ever happened. Yeah. I don't know what you did, Sterling, but you pulled some magic.
Yeah, I think. It's happening to me the whole day.
I can see the transaction, I can see it. Yeah, but you fucked up. You sent it to the wrong address. I don't know. Who's ever done that? Yay!
Maybe like this?
I got paid in USDC. What did I do? I sent it to the USD smart contract. Thanks a lot. I used a new wallet, everything. I thought I was double checking. Yeah, it sucks. All right. Blockchain of things. Things of screens, transactions. I don't know, maybe they're ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay. So continuing where we left off, initially we wanted to build an ecosystem to solve the problem of oracles, because blockchains need more oracles to have more connectivity with the real world. But we thought it would be best to incentivize the community to become oracles. And how would we do that? We would make it very simple for people to become an oracle on the blockchain. Like if you have a microcontroller or any source of data, it should be very easy for you to publish it on the blockchain. Because on the blockchain there is a barrier of entry, you need to know some programming and stuff like that. So we wanted to make it very simple. And we also decided that it would incentivize people if it would be lucrative, you know. They have to be rewarded for the work of supplying the blockchain with information.
So we drew this drawing, which makes it more clear. So imagine that I have a physical sensor, which I do. This is a humidity sensor that we built. And I have a live data stream. And I want to get it on the blockchain so that other people can use it, or other, I don't know, AI models, whatever. So the first step is to register this physical sensor as a smart contract on the blockchain. So we register an instance of this sensor on the blockchain using the Oasis confidential EVM. Why confidential? Because if it's confidential, the data that gets put on the contract isn't visible to everyone, but it's only visible to the data consumers, who in turn pay fees to access that data. Why do they pay fees? To incentivize the physical sensor to be built by people. It also costs money and time to put this together, so they want some rewards for their live data.
So yeah, in that way, we make it very accessible for people to become oracles. But then we decided to take this idea a bit further also, and you can have the centralized data on the blockchain, which is also secure and is private. There is no safer way to store your data than on the blockchain. You cannot lose it, and it's encrypted. It cannot be stolen. We wanted to guarantee anonymity, and Oasis helps with that too, because transactions are encrypted. The arguments are also encrypted. Everything in the contract program is encrypted, so no one can just look at your data.
So a question that we came across a lot was, how do you ensure that the data is of good quality? So we implemented an anonymous voting system. Everyone who is subscribed to a certain data stream can also upvote or downvote based on their opinions of how good the data is or how reliable the data is. So that way we have some sort of control over the quality of the data. So as I said, we have built, it didn't take long, a humidity sensor ourselves, which is actively on its own communicating with the blockchain, and it's putting the data on there. So we have a demo, but I don't know how. Skip. We're working on 6 hours of sleep in 48 hours, so.
And it's difficult to see from here. So, yeah, that's the demo. So, like every good demo begins with connecting MetaMask, and so you have the devices, which are very secure. That's why you have to sign a bunch of for security.
I'm being robbed. Take my keys.
Oh no.
Did you lose it?
And then
almost there.
I got very good at doing it quickly while debugging it. So okay, we're getting that.
Secure. It is so
Okay, we got it.
Okay, yeah, so those are all the devices. We still have 7 seconds. And
no, not that one.
Not that one.
Yeah, so one of these contracts is the smart contract instance of this humidity sensor. So we can look at the live data. You can see a relative humidity of about 32%, very stable, which is good HVAC here. And when I was sitting there, I was blowing into the sensor for 10 minutes, so that's the peak.
The most secure sensor I've ever seen in my life. Real. Cool. Now we have JPEG station and oh, hadn't heard that one before. Okay, let's see if they can get their JPEGs to align with the and see. How are we doing, Mr. No Name? Good energy? You good? Yeah, still with us? We're almost perfect. He enjoys the process. Is everyone still having a good time? Yeah. Do you think we've seen cool shit? Cool. All right. Are you ready? Okay, you have 5 minutes starting now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. So basically, we are building a JPEG station. So JPEG station is a contract that enables cross-chain swaps between NFTs and ordinals. So in different chains, of course. So let's see. Basically, we have some benefits. The benefits are you can just use one wallet, so no MetaMask, Unisat, or whatever. It's the Near wallet. You don't have to bother about the chain because everything is abstracted. And you also don't have to relate to bridges, sexes, FTX, or whatever. So you will be safe with this, probably. And yeah, hopefully. So yeah, let's just see how this works. Okay, so let's say Lisa has a milady, and she is missing out on puppets, which are going to the moon, basically, on Bitcoin. So she wants to create a order, and she calls the contract that is on the Near blockchain. So the milady is transferred to this contract, which is an escrow. So there is also Bart, which wants to get rid of his puppet for some reason. He's just stupid, probably. So, okay, after all the NFTs are locked in the contract, the escrow is settled. So, yeah, each user can retrieve to the correct address his NFT. So the exchange works like this. And it's thanks to Near, because Near has accounts that can be, which you can derive other accounts. So you can derive an Ethereum account and BTC account. So this is the magic behind all the thing. Yeah, so let's give a look at the application, which, yeah, let's see. This is not the application, this is the application.
So yeah, this is the front end of the application. And as you can see, we have a list of orders on the left. And I can see that Caso wants to get rid of his milady and wants a Bitcoin puppet. So I can just create an example transaction where I want to get rid of my Bitcoin puppet. And let's get milady. So let's create the order. And it's going to prompt for my password.
It's fine.
Sorry. And it's going to return to the, once it approves, Wi-Fi permitting, it's going to return to the website, and it's going to update the list of orders with my new order. So yeah, that's it. When a user wants to receive accept an offer and start, he can click on accept. But this part for this hackathon is not yet completed.
Don't say it.
Ah, sorry. But yeah, let's go. Now more. And I can left.
Yeah, any questions?
What's your name? Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome beans. Right, that was the last hacker presentation of the top 10. So please give everyone, including them, every single hacker, a huge round of applause. Woo! All of you have done such an amazing job. We want to definitely take a moment to thank all the mentors and all of the judges who went through 60 presentations and 60 demos and all of that. And these were the short list. Remember, there is the Quadratic funding, so please pay attention to that and please participate, because this is how money also will flow to the projects. I think that's everything for that. So now I'm going to move on to the partners who are going to announce who won their bounties. So that's more money going to them. Amazing. So that is where the first partner that I would like to invite to the stage. And for all the partners, it's going to follow the same thing. I'm going to ask you to come up stage. I'm going to ask you to announce which bounty it's for. And then I'm going to ask you to announce the winner. The winner does not have to come up. So it's just that announcement, and then we're going to go on to the next one. So first up, I'd like to invite Trail of Bits. Woo! Wherever Perfect. So we need the microphone.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, so for the 12-bit hackathon, we had the 2K prize for Slither, and we have 2 winners. The first one is Critic Shield, which is a Telegram bot that leverages Slither and machine learning to allow any user to ask questions about a specific contract. And
cool.
The second one is... And the second one is ML prediction, which leverages Slither to create machine learning features to kind of evaluate if a contract is going to have a certain market cap.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Did you say he uses Twitter?
Slither.
Oh, okay,
Slither.
okay. I was going to say, no, all good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And the next one we're going to invite up is Threshold. Oh, it's James. Oh, my God.
I don't know that. Shouldn't be a surprise. Yeah, so Threshold had a 2K bounty prize. I really love this project for the simple fact that it's going to save me personally a bunch of development time. I now don't have to build it. Taco Snap are our winners. Yes, thank you so much. They've implemented our end-to-end encryption access control into a MetaMask snap, which is going to make it much easier for our adopters to onboard and get involved with our ecosystem. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you, thank you. Third up, we have Waku.
Yeah. So we always say people building on Waku, everyone's a winner if you build on Waku, and it turned quite literally for this event because all the projects were built on top of Waku is a winner. So the first prize would be for Stealth Alloc. So you win the first prize.
Yeah, we got some, yeah!
And the runner-up would be shared by 2 teams. The first one would be Brain-Computer Interface and Ingenious. Both of you will be sharing the second prize.
Cool. Thank you very much. Next one, number 4, is Near. Woo! Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks to all the hackers, thanks to ETHDam. This has been an amazing venue, an amazing event, and it's been very hard for us to judge. And here we're going to be presenting who are the winners for our hackathon partnership. Owen?
Wait, I've got them.
Oh.
I'm joking.
No,
I'm joking.
That's right, I don't want to go on stage with this guy.
Right, we had so many good ones, so we had to split them up. So for 1.5K, we have 2FA. Yeah. Clap at the end because there's a lot. And for 1.5K as well, we had Feedback. And then for 1,000, we have Nevo. And then for 500, we have Secured Jammin', JPEG Station, Octopus Layer, and Kudas.
Nice.
And just, well,
you can't control them, man. You can't control them. You got to let them go.
Yeah, I just want to say that everyone who's building on here, you built amazing projects, and we believe that you have a part of, you have a spot in our ecosystem, in our community. So reach out to us, and let's try to partnership and bring your projects forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Eth, thank you. Then we have the second to last, PSE. Hey.
When I say P, you say
SE.
Privacy. What's up, party people?
We're privacy and scaling explorations, guys. We build public goods on Ethereum using programmable cryptography. If you want to learn more, come check out our booth. Just kidding, the booth is over. We had a great time with you guys. Thanks for all the great questions, great enthusiasm. My favorite hackathon so far.
Nice.
So, woo! We had a few different bounties, a few different projects for builders on Macy. The winner was 0x Feedback. They did privacy-preserving B2C survey platform. Stealth Alloc, number 2. Gitcoin grants, Allo protocol, using Macy for privacy. And third was Nevo. Yeah.
Wow, those.
Nevo built Macy cross-chain using Near's cross-chain signatures.
Blah, blah, blah.
Second place.
How many are there?
And last place, well, third place, Brick Wall. Congrats.
Woo!
Thank you, guys.
That's super. I was just surprised how many bounties there were. That's so cool. Really, congratulations to all the projects that have been racking up the bounties. Congrats to you guys. I don't know why, but I'm happy for you. And so the last ones to announce their bounties is, of course, Oasis. Woo! That microphone, if you want to use that one, you can use that mic.
Can I use
this
one? Perfect. So, first of all, I just want to say thanks, everyone. Thank you for being here, all the hackers, all the attendees, speakers, sponsors, and last but not least, the people that made this possible, the entire CryptoCanal team, and the volunteers. Let's give them a round of applause, guys. So I just want to say that it was very, very hard to decide on the winners because we had 16 teams building on Sapphire. Very difficult decision, but it has been very refreshing to see so many developers passionate about privacy. So yeah, great job, guys. You were all absolutely amazing, but we did have to pick 6 winners. So without any further ado, let's move on to that. First of all, we have the winner of the AI bounty in the amount of $2,000, and that is PrivAd, an advertisement tool. Congrats, guys. Then we have 2 $1,000 bounties, and they are going to Black Sea, a dark pool solution, and Blockchain of Things. Again, congratulations, guys. Moving on to the podium, and I will ask these winners to just come here by the stage so that you guys can grab your consoles as well. So for third place, with a bounty in the amount of $1,500, we have Bhook, a crowdfunding tool for content creation. So guys, just come here to get your consoles. And then second place, with a bounty in the amount of $2,500, goes to 0x2FA, developing an on-chain two-factor authentication tool and an integrated multi-sig. These are a lot of very complicated words, and I'm Eastern European, so yeah. And now for the big winner. In the first place, with a prize of $4,000, we have Oasis Guards. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations, they built a Passkey integrated on-chain password manager, and that was a mouthful.
Nice. Super cool stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you to the partners, also the bounties. Are they, they're going to be around, I think. Are we going to? How do you want to do this? You want to take photo? I assume you want to take photo. Do you want to do it here? Ellie, I'm going to look at you. They're just doing it there. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that was the partners presenting their bounties. Super cool, distributing the cash. Super, super nice. I just want to say something a little bit about my personal recap of what this weekend was, just as a very quick summary. So we had all the privacy stuff on Friday, which was super cool. We had the security stuff on Saturday, and then we had the regulation and compliance stuff on Sunday. And I hope that for each and every one, you attended the content that you could enjoy. Privacy is important to every single one of us. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, and it's been an absolute pleasure with Sterling as well. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I have. Yeah, absolutely. It's been such a pleasure and just such a privilege to be sitting in this room with people who, were building tools for privacy, in the 1900s. To then also see how that's really laid the groundwork, all the things we've built so far, but then also to understand like how much farther we still have to go, So
Yep.
It's been a lot.
Privacy infrastructure is further along than I knew it was, and the people here building on top of it are the ones that are going to power it. And so what I'd like to say is I'd like to end and leave you guys the way that it started and say that this is privacy. You're up, Ellie. It'll turn when you start speaking.
All right, and now, without further ado, we have the ETHDam mummy, Eleanor Blanc.
I'm not a mom yet, but I do feel like kind of a different mom towards all of you in a very special way. It's always so special to work on something for so long and then seeing you all in one room together and making more project and more babies into the space, basically. There's something really going full circle here. We basically had now a 3-day conference hackathon moving from our previous edition. We had a magician, a playroom, and once again, I wanted to make sure that we were not afraid to be political. I want to drive this home. I started the hackathon in the same way, but I wanted to make sure that all of you, when you were building for these 48 hours, that you know that this hackathon, this conference, is very much dedicated to a certain ethos, and of course, with in mind all the builders that are making a difference and bringing more financial privacy to the world. And of course, I'm thinking of Alexi, who is here for a few days with us. He will have his sentencing in a few weeks, so we will know if he has to do 5 more years in jail or not. This is what's hanging in the balance here in the Netherlands. We have 22 partners that believed in us. 22 partners that, for some reason, really also are aligned with what we're trying to do here. So I would like to give a round of applause to Oasis, Near, Trail of Bits, Privacy Scaling Inspiration, Waku, DRPC, Threshold, Avalanche, Lido, Panther Protocol, Expo, Fern, Maven 11, Chain Security, Cyber Capital, Diva, Secret Network, ZK Sync, Beefy, Obscura, Zama, Bitvavo, and the Ethereum Ecosystem Support Program for making this possible. This industry is not neutral. All of these people that we've selected and worked with for the last few months, not only do they believe in what we're doing here, but all of their products and how they work and the ethos that they're building in their own companies and their own projects, you were able to experience in a way during ETHDam. Because look at these funny, thank you, Paulos, our amazing photographer, and Jen for also walking around and capturing these moments, these candid shots during a, what, my time's not up. I decide. For the conference side, we had more than 200 applicants. I hate saying no. I hate that process. But Emily here in the room also helped me a lot, and PG and others, to go through that list and have the really hard job of who do we platform? Who do we want to hear? What are the messages that we want to share with you? What is the type of content that we want to put into the world, basically? What are the hard conversations and maybe the more edgy ones that we don't hear all the time to make, well, the best content for you, but also for posterity. So thank you to the 80 speakers that we selected who traveled, some just biked here, but some really came from really far. Some came from really far just to share a glimpse, give you a snippet of their research or their work with you. So all the content, of course, is going to be available online, and we were happy to also live stream it. And the chunky piece, the chunky lazy otter as well. Yeah, some people say we might have too many logos. I know it's a bit confusing, but this is one of many. We had 382 hackers applying for this hackathon, and that's a very special number and honor to have all of you here. We had 237 last year, so really, I'm really happy to say that we had 20%. Out of that, 20% of you were alumni, so I'm not sure who was here who was here hacking last year? Yeah, you see, you're 20%. But it's really nice to see all these new faces joining ETHDam. So this time we give you a little bit more time. We gave you 48 hours. I think it could give you just more time to maybe for the team building and stuff like that. So I think I would keep that number. And 60 plus projects came out of it. 30K in bounties. Thank you again to all of our partners for making that possible. And 15K in Macy and Quadratic funding, which all of you here are still part of. JJ has been hamming you down for you to go and give us your ETH address. But it's basically so, I didn't want to use the Moongate thingy. You know, you all got an NFT and you all got an ETH address to that. But I wanted to make sure that you could just use whatever ETH address from whatever wallet you were comfortable so that we could give you then ETHDam tokens, which are only there for the voting process. But yeah, this hackathon would not have been possible without our army of volunteers that slaved. And I would like to welcome them all on stage with me right now. Everyone that made ETHDam possible, please come to the stage, come next to me, and just have a feeling of what it's like to be here with me. And round of applause for them. Round of applause for these volunteers that for the last 3 days took really good care of you, made sure that you would find your wallet or your phone. Some of them are already working in the industry, some of them are curious, some of them are students, etc. But I would like to just say thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of you for dedicating your time and making ETHDam special for all of you here. So once again, thank you to all the ETHDam volunteers. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, James, what are you doing? You see, it's... Yeah, you can't hide. You can't hide.
In that case, JJ as well.
Yeah, JJ, where are you? Sterling, what are you guys doing? ETHDam, come on stage.
I can't make a photo like this. Come on. A little bit high. Okay, thank you. Smile.
Thank you. ETHDam. And together we can announce the best privacy project of ETHDam, ZK Loyalty. ZK Loyalty, come on stage. Are you? Aww. This this is the crown jewel for us, is to make sure that out of all of these projects, of the hackathon, judges, mentors, do not fall off the stage. Jesus. Congratulations. Congratulations, ZK's loyalty. Congratulations. 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 And then the next one. Are you ready? For best security Oasis Guard. Oasis Guard, if you're still here, they might have left. They're playing with the consoles. You're playing in the back, that's fair enough. Well, thank you again to everyone. Thank you to all of you for having, for making this special. And out of this whole journey of organizing ETHDam, I have a core team that has made this very, very special, that has allowed me to just survive. What? No, not too close, it's too... PG, Federico, Nicoletta, Emily, all of you, Sterling, JJ, and of course, where are you? Where is Tara? And Tara in the middle, who's hiding. I couldn't be doing this without them. They made sure that I learned how to delegate, so that I could actually be pregnant and do this whole thing and, not give birth on stage or something like that. But yeah, thank you once again to all of you for your time, for your dedication, for believing in ETHDam, for being part of this crazy, crazy, crazy process. And I'll try not to linger too much, otherwise I'll get emotional. Yeah, okay. Oasis Guard, congratulations. Thank you so much. And so they all get chocolate. And then the two winning teams of Best Privacy and Best Security, you all get a ticket to DEF CON 7, Southeast Asia.
That's pretty good.
See you in November. I won't be there. I'll be breastfeeding or whatever. But that's the next one. That's the next big place for a lot of people. But I'll see you tonight at 7 p.m. at Aloha. This is kind of like a crazy place. It's like bowling and laser tag. I'm not allowed to do the laser tag. I find that very discriminatory. And karaoke and a bunch of stuff. And I'll see you next year for ETHDam 2025.